Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Sunshine Boy. Has this experiment also failed? Joaquin, upon hearing this voice, strained to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as if they were laden with lead, allowing him to see only a vague silhouette. More so than the others, I estimate he won't survive more than 10 minutes outside the incubation tank. Ultimately, creating a clone of the Joker seems implausible. That man harbors far too many peculiar secrets. Joaquin became aware that he was submerged in a frigid liquid inexplicably. He did not feel suffocated, yet his throat burned with an unbearable dryness, rendering him unable to utter a single word. Then dispose of him as well, leave no trace. That bat seems to have arrived. Rest assured, I have already devised a plan. I have lured Harley Quinn here. That madwoman is conducting perilous experiments to resurrect the Joker. This narrative will not raise any suspicions. As the footsteps gradually faded, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Joaquin sensed his consciousness growing increasingly heavy, as if he were destined to succumb to eternal slumber. Superlative factor intake sufficient. Do you wish to activate hero abilities? In his half-conscious state, Joaquin vaguely felt that this was his solitary opportunity for revival. Yes. In his mind, a card shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors seemed to materialize. The moment Joaquin's consciousness connected with it, he was enveloped in a warm, comforting flow. Where am I exactly? Joaquin's awareness swiftly returned to clarity as he assessed his situation. He appeared to be submerged in a cylindrical glass chamber, obscured by a murky yellow liquid that rendered the outside world indistinct. Joaquin banged against the glass wall with all his might, but to no avail. Realizing that panic would be futile, he resolved to calm himself and organize his thoughts. Memory. The good news was that it seemed intact. His name was Joaquin, though it sounded foreign at first glance. His full name was Joe Joaquin, reminiscent of a relative of some pop singer, a quintessential Oriental man. His life flickered before his mind's eye like a lantern slide, ultimately freezing on a tragic car accident during his commute home. Had he become a test subject for certain individuals? As this thought emerged, Joaquin immediately recognized a remarkably vivid and familiar interface in his mind. It resembled the character skill panel from a MOBA game he had often played, with the skill slots meticulously replicated. Among the 4 grayscale boxes, 3 bore plus sign. Was this not the character skill panel from League of Legends? Moreover, it appeared to belong to the demon jester, Sakono. It was indeed Sako's skill panel? Could it be that? Embracing the notion of grasping at straws, Joaquin attempted to summon his willpower to activate the plus sign above the first skill and the box for that skill. Immediately illuminated with a vibrant glow. Illusionary magic. Teleport to a nearby location and enter a state of invisibility. The next attack, while invisible, inflicts additional physical damage. If struck from behind, this attack can deliver a critical hit. Illusionary magic? As Joaquin silently recited the name of this skill in his mind, he felt as if he were being compressed into a rubber tube, only to be forcefully expelled once more. Huh. At last, Joaquin felt the ground beneath him once again, inhaling the not-so-sweet air deeply before he mustered the strength to rise. It was then that he realized he was entirely unclothed, and his physique and complexion appeared transformed, as if he had become an entirely different individual. The bewildering information was overwhelming. Joaquin turned to survey his surroundings, which resembled the chaotic laboratory of a mad scientist, with over a dozen cylindrical glass jars densely positioned around him. Aside from the one closest to him, each seemed to contain a slumbering figure. All right, calm down. Based on my years of indulging in novels and films, this situation can either be a dream or the legendary phenomenon of transmigration. As Joaquin contemplated this, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the glass jar, revealing a visage he had never encountered before, an unfamiliar male with a pale face, exuding an aura of malevolence, and adorned with deep green, disheveled hair standing on end. At this point, Joaquin was almost certain of the reality of his transmigration. Simultaneously, he noticed a small device panel before him, replete with an array of buttons. Was that sound I heard earlier someone tinkering with this? I recall them mentioning something about subjects. Driven by curiosity, Joaquin pressed what appeared to be a switch, hoping to glean information about his current predicament. Ding! Program confirmation complete. Commencing data destruction protocol. What? Upon hearing this, Joaquin sensed something amiss. He observed as the black, murky liquid was simultaneously injected into the dozen glass jars, causing the previously slumbering figures to awaken abruptly, their faces contorted in silent screams as their bodies were swiftly disassembled into fragments, merging into the liquid. Gasp. Joaquin inhaled sharply. This was hardly his fault who would place such a perilous button in such a conspicuous location without any confirmation steps. Was this not an invitation to chaos? Wait, calm down, perhaps they were never truly alive, and thus he hadn't committed murder. Experience gained, 200 points. Personal level has increased to level 2, earning a new skill point. Well, although the mysterious system provided timely assistance, Jacqueline was not left with any psychological scars. After all, based on what he overheard in the glass jar, it seemed that these individuals had little chance of survival, even without any missteps on their part. What mattered more now was to assess the outcomes of the upgrades he had received in this unfamiliar environment. It was his sole reliance. Jacqueline focused intently on the panel in his mind, and indeed, a button appeared above his skills, indicating he could allocate points once more. This time, he chose the second skill, the Frightening Magic Box. Frightening Magic Box creates a box that when enemies approach will pop up and instill a brief state of fear in surrounding foes, causing minor poison damage. With a soft pop, akin to the bursting of bubbles, a small, exquisite box materialized before Jacqueline, becoming invisible within mere seconds. Yet he could sense its presence, waiting for the opportune moment to be triggered. What could be the principle behind this? Optical refraction? Furthermore, its sudden appearance seemed to defy the law of conservation of mass. Just as Jacqueline pondered the mechanics of this skill, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine, as though he were being stalked by a ferocious beast. Upon turning his head, he beheld a dark, abyssal entity descending from the dim ceiling, seemingly capable of devouring light itself. With a thud, Jacqueline found himself forcefully pressed against the ground, the assailant compelling him into an intimate encounter with the cold floor. Don't move. Unless you wish to be harmed. How are you still alive? Chapter 2. Betrayal? Playing such high stakes. With the weight of the brutal force nearly shattering his bones, Jacqueline realized he could not remain passive. With a crack, he activated the skill of deceptive magic once more akin to the effects in the game. He vanished from his original position and teleported ahead. Gone? What kind of trickery is this? Upon hearing the deep, resonant voice and recognizing the man before him clad in a classic, familiar garb, Jacqueline's heart nearly skipped a beat. A form-fitting black suit enveloped a robust physique, complemented by a dark, flowing cape. The most distinctive features were the black pointed ear hood atop his head and the striking bat emblem emblazoned across his chest. Was this not the quintessential attire of Batman? As Batman stood and turned his gaze in Jacqueline's direction, the chilling solemnity of his presence sent a shiver down Jacqueline's spine. However, Batman's gaze quickly swept past him, searching elsewhere, as if he were entirely inconsequential. Jacqueline realized he was currently enveloped by the invisibility effect that accompanied the deceptive magic skill. Yet, based on the game's parameters, this effect would not last long. Seizing the moment while Batman was momentarily oblivious to his presence, Jacqueline stealthily maneuvered behind a nearby glass jar apparatus, striving to remain silent. Who goes? There, upon hearing Batman's fierce shout, accompanied by the whistling sound of a batarang slicing through the air, Joaquin momentarily believed his position had been compromised. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that Batman's projectile was aimed in the opposite direction. Clang, this sound echoed, signaling the batarang being deflected. Emerging from the dimly lit corridor was a figure of immense stature, approaching with heavy footsteps. It seems I shall require additional compensation upon my return. The original agreement only entailed clearing the scene and made no mention of dealing with Batman. The voice, muffled as if coming through several masks, carried a chilling intent. Joaquin observed Batman's fists clenched tightly, his muscles coiled in a state of readiness. Bane, you have the audacity to return to Gotham on your own. I was contemplating how to escort you back to Arkham. Before we engage, tell me who is financing your endeavors and what research is being conducted here. Before him stood an extraordinarily tall and muscular man, his fierce countenance partially obscured by a colossal respirator, with two transparent tubes connecting to metal canisters on his back. Joaquin immediately recognized him as Bane, the iconic supervillain from the DC Comics series. Huh. Bane emitted a harsh, raspy laugh, cracking his knuckles ominously. I will reveal everything to you, Bruce, when you lie in your grave. This seemed to signal the onset of battle, as Bane and Batman charged at one another, engaging in a fierce and agile clash of combat skills. Witnessing this breathtaking confrontation, more intense than anything seen in films, Joaquin's mind raced to connect the dots of his current predicament. Without a doubt, he had traversed into the realm of DC superheroes, specifically into Gotham City, seemingly inhabiting the body of a certain villainous test subject. Although Joaquin had previously fantasized about being transported into a story with a protagonist's powers to ascend to greatness, the reality of his situation brought forth a sense of dread, particularly in the hellish landscape of Gotham City. In this chaotic world, any advantages of a newcomer but extraordinary abilities or extensive knowledge of the narrative were rendered nearly futile, often counterproductive. As a reclusive individual with a fair understanding of DC Comics, Joaquin was acutely aware that in the realm of American comics, narrative discrepancies, alternate realities, and variations in character backgrounds were commonplace. Even the same character could possess multiple iterations and experiences within the official timeline, rendering any reference point virtually meaningless. In this world, the so-called golden finger pales in comparison to the omnipotent deities who traverse the heavens and the earth. Setting aside the omniscient and invincible beings, there are formidable entities such as the Parallax and Darkseid, who casually obliterate stars. Not to mention the likes of the Joker and Dr. Manhattan, who operate on a multiversal scale. The dire predicament is that should one traverse to another realm, one could at least avoid confrontation by steering clear of the protagonist, potentially finding a secure corner to live out one's days. Yet in this world, even if one escapes Gotham, evasion from Earth's impending assault remains impossible. And should one flee the planet, extraterrestrial legions await. If one day the Flash were to whimsically decide to reset the universe, even hiding at the edge of the cosmos would offer no refuge. A sharp crack jolted Joaquin from his reverie. Pondering such distant possibilities was futile. The immediate challenge lay in escaping the clutches of the two figures before him. The duel between Batman and Bane had escalated to its climactic finale. Although Bane's strength appeared superior, Batman had seemingly grasped the means to counter Bane's might. With a deft backflip, he evaded Bane's impending embrace, simultaneously launching a batarang from an unexpected angle, severing one of Bane's venom tubes. Ugh! Bane's body noticeably dulled, and Batman seized the opportunity, swiftly maneuvering to Bane's other side, intent on dismantling the remaining venom supply line. Yet in that fleeting moment, an unforeseen incident transpired. Hee-ha! Hee-ha! At Batman's feet, a small box materialized out of thin air. Its lid sprang open, revealing a comically grotesque clown that emitted a shrill, discordant laughter while spraying venom towards Batman. This is psychological attack. Truly your handiwork, Joker. Joaquin stared in disbelief, observing Batman covering his face, the anguish evident on his chin beneath the mask. Who could have anticipated that Batman would inadvertently trigger the very scarebox he had recently tested? The situation swiftly reversed. Bane seized the opportunity, lunging forward and delivering a fist to Batman's abdomen. Batman's body bent at a painful angle, yet Bane did not permit him to collapse. Instead, he hoisted Batman effortlessly. No matter how many times I attempt this, the sensation of breaking your spine remains exquisitely gratifying. Bane pressed Batman's back against his knee, applying force as Batman's body began to contort at a horrific angle. The malevolent glee in Bane's triangular eyes revealed a cruel delight, while Batman's low, tortured groans, coupled with the sickening sound of cracking bones, resonated like celestial music to Bane. Yet amidst this cacophony, an incongruous sound of a ruptured hose interjected. Batman's body thudded to the ground, while Bane gazed at his hands in disbelief. His muscles rapidly withered in a matter of moments, accompanied by an unsettling chill creeping down his neck. You came here with the intention of eliminating me, so I suppose my act of dispatching you could be considered self-defense, wouldn't it? In the next moment, a sharp blade, stained with crimson blood, erupted from Bane's throat. Chapter 3. The initial encounter with Harley Quinn. Although the tales of Gotham City manifest in myriad versions across different timelines, each with vastly divergent alignments of good and evil, one truth remains clear too. Joaquin, Batman, Bruce Wayne, is undeniably the heart of Gotham City. His untimely demise would incite perilous turmoil. Especially if it were revealed that he bore any connection to Batman's death, it would seem that an early demise might be the only escape, for neither Gotham's legion of Batfans, nor the myriad deities of the Justice League would allow him peace. Thus, in the very instant Bane prepared to execute Batman, Joaquin resolved with unwavering determination. He must prevent Batman's death at all costs. However, he found himself unarmed. Even a surprise attack against a formidable combatant like Bane seemed utterly implausible, if only he possessed a weapon. As this thought flickered through his mind, Joaquin suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his palm. Glancing down, he was astonished to discover a razor-sharp, serrated dagger materializing in his grasp. A jolt of surprise coursed through him, but he swiftly realized this might be one of the abilities bestowed by his system. There was no time for contemplation with a weapon now in hand. His course of action became evident. Joaquin inhaled deeply and sprang into motion. Employing his deception magic, he leapt beside Bane, who was engrossed in the torment of killing Batman and remained oblivious to the presence of an invisible assailant. Just as the glimmer of the blade caught the periphery of Bane's vision, it was already too late. Crack! With a swift motion, Joaquin plunged the dagger, severing one of Bane's venom tubes. Ugh! The effect was immediate and striking. Just as Joaquin had anticipated, Bane appeared significantly weakened the moment his venom supply was interrupted. Yet, Joaquin remained vigilant. He knew from various comic depictions that Bane, even without his venom, was a top-tier assassin. So he swiftly reversed his grip on the dagger and thrust it forcefully into the back of Bane's neck. Mercy must be supported by strength. Joaquin was not foolish enough to engage in a moral high ground with a villain of Bane's caliber. In moments of inadequacy, mercy towards an adversary often translates into cruelty towards oneself. The sharpness of the dagger exceeded Joaquin's expectations, as he distinctly felt it pierce through Bane's skin, muscle, bone, and blood vessels with remarkable ease. As the warm blood flowed over his hand, a cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Legendary target eliminated. Bane earned 200 experience points. Personal level has been upgraded to level 3, earning a new skill point. Acquired title, Bane Terminator, title effect. When equipped with this title, poison resistance is enhanced, and upon ingesting poison, one enters a state of exhilaration, resulting in increased physical capabilities. However, once the intake of poison ceases, one will succumb to a state of weakness, the severity of which correlates with the potency and duration of the poison consumed this side. Effect is alleviated while the title remains effective. The notion of fortifying one's body through the consumption of poison seems reminiscent of a youthful iteration of Bane's abilities, yet Joaquin finds himself bereft of time to meticulously examine this newfound power, given the precariousness of his current situation. With utmost caution, Joaquin first ascertains Batman's condition. The superhero lies incapacitated on the ground, seemingly devoid of consciousness. However, the subtle rise and fall of his chest indicates that he remains alive, at least for the moment. Should he attempt to rouse Batman and leverage this act of goodwill to cultivate a rapport? Yet this option is swiftly discarded by Joaquin. The perils of functioning as a secondary hero in Gotham far outweigh those of a villain. The reckless fanatics who idolize the nefarious would hesitate to slay Batman. Yet they would show no mercy towards those in his proximity. Joaquin is acutely aware that he lacks the allure to enchant both the virtuous and the wicked, unlike the DC Universe's most coveted figure. To befriend Batman would likely result in either severe injury or madness. Moreover, it is paramount to consider that, in Joaquin's understanding, Batman is a staunch adherent of the Noble principle, to the extent of being somewhat obsessive. Even in the act of saving him, the murder of Bane might not earn his approval. After much contemplation, Joaquin resolves that the most prudent course of action is singular. To flee, he steps over Bane's lifeless form, cautiously navigating the corridor from which Bane had come. The good news is that he encounters no one else. The bad news is that as he nears the exit, the distant wail of sirens grows ever closer. Listen up. This is the Gotham Police Department. All individuals, lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. A police car, flashing its brilliant red and blue lights, encircles the factory's exit. A resolute middle-aged man, clad in glasses, brandishes a megaphone to address the situation. Yet the only response is a profound silence, which is to be expected, as the factory now houses one unconscious and one deceased, and Joaquin harbors no intention of surrendering. The notion of capture is ludicrous. He would undoubtedly be imprisoned on charges of murdering Bane, a fate akin to being placed on the butcher's block by the puppet master. However, fortuitously, his newly acquired skills are now poised to come into play. Noticing the absence of any reply, the middle-aged man lowers the megaphone and draws a pistol from his side. "Sheriff Gordon, let's charge in together," a young agent whispers urgently. But Gordon shakes his head, his expression grave as he gazes towards the entrance. "Form a line here and ensure no one escapes. I will go in first to assess the situation." Whoosh! A silver streak slices through the night, penetrating the gaps between the agents, striking the fuel tank of the last police vehicle. Boom! In an instant, the police car erupted in flames. Fortunately, all agents had already disembarked and were poised with their weapons, resulting in no injuries. However, this incident diverted the attention of all agents towards the source of the explosion. Everyone remained vigilant. quickly ascertained the origin of the attack. The agents prepared for battle, their guns raised towards the blazing police vehicle. Yet Gordon furrowed his brow, deep in thought as he observed the ground. These footprints. Barefoot? Wait, were there any prints here moments ago? Gordon's pupils dilated as he suddenly fixed his gaze in the direction opposite the factory. Who has smoke grenades? Throw one in that direction. Hurry! Jay Quinn, concealed in stealth, felt a jolt of panic. It was he who had just employed his newly acquired dual-edged blade technique to hurl a knife at the car's fuel tank, aiming to divert attention, and was attempting to escape using his illusion skills. Yet he had underestimated Sheriff Gordon, a man seasoned by encounters with numerous superhumans, who swiftly detected his movements with his extensive experience. SSH, through the haze of smoke emitted by the grenade, a figure was discernibly fleeing away from them. Bang! 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 Jay Quinn hurriedly took refuge behind a nearby wall, the torrential fire raining down upon him, rendering it impossible to utilize his stealth to escape. This was a dire predicament. He could only hope to persuade Gordon to offer him protection. Boom! Virum! A thunderous roar of an engine erupted from a distance, and with blinding high beams, a large truck barreled towards the officers as if intent on crashing into them. As it passed Jay Quinn, the truck screeched to a halt, leaving a deep gouge in the ground as it skidded and changed direction. Under the force of inertia, the truck's cargo compartment burst open, spilling packages wrapped in black cloth across the ground. It's Harley Quinn. Everyone, cease fire immediately. However, Gordon's command came too late as a stray bullet struck one of the packages. It detonated, releasing a vibrant array of fireworks that scattered in all directions. Boom! Crack! Bang! Whoosh! Other packages subsequently exploded in succession, showering the area with a kaleidoscope of dazzling fireworks, forcing all officers, including Gordon, to seek cover. Before Jay Quinn, the driver's door of the truck swung open, revealing a slender and remarkably fair arm reaching out towards him. Come on in, my dear little pudding. Within the driver's cabin, Jay Quinn beheld a girl with colorful pigtails, clad in a snug t-shirt and denim shorts, her long, pale legs captivatingly exposed. Illuminated by the brilliant, colorful fireworks, her smile adorned with striking red lipstick radiated beauty akin to a fairy from a tale. Chapter 4. The speed of this vehicle is astounding for Joaquin. In the dire circumstance of being pursued by a group of agents while completely unclothed, there was no time to ponder the potential dubiousness of the enchanting woman extending her hand in assistance. Instinctively reaching out, Joaquin was swiftly yanked onto a truck as the girl exhibited an unexpected strength that belied her slender and graceful physique. Gordon, while evading the barrage of fireworks, waved his arms and shouted loudly, "Cease fire, everyone!" Who gave the order to shoot? And you, Harley, cut the engine and get out of the vehicle. I need to speak with you. Not today, Jim. I can't have my boyfriend, who just returned, misinterpret my greetings to Barbara. The girl known as Harley replied, glancing back to mischievously wink at Joaquin, her delicate, fair fingers already shifting the gear. With a roar of the engine, the truck surged forward with a powerful thrust. Wait, Harley! Gordon's voice diminished in the background, quickly drowned out by the cacophony of the engine and the rushing wind. Joaquin gazed at the driver's seat where the smiling girl reveled in her reckless speed, and from their earlier exchange, he had surmised her identity. Harley Quinn, you are Harley Quinn, aren't you? Upon hearing Joaquin's words, Harley turned her gaze toward him, her heavily shadowed eyes sparkling with delight. Of course not, darling. Even while speeding, Harley removed her hands from the steering wheel and leaned closer to Joaquin, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, sending shivers down his spine. You should call me sweetheart, my dearest Mr. Jade. Though Harley's voice dripped with sweetness akin to thick honey, Joaquin felt no romantic ambience after all. He was in a speeding truck, and the female driver flirting with him, while neglecting the wheel, was a scenario one might describe as horrifying. Sorry to interrupt, but please focus on driving, for the love of all that is good. Just as the truck was about to collide with a telephone pole, Harley reluctantly pulled away from Joaquin's ear, deftly steering the vehicle with a slight tug of the wheel, narrowly averting disaster. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Joaquin realized in that fleeting moment that this woman was indeed Harley Quinn. There could be no other girl in Gotham as wildly unpredictable as she. From his knowledge gleaned from various comics and adaptations, Harley Quinn was drawn to the Joker, becoming his accomplice in mischief. Her fervent love for him and her enigmatic nature were hallmarks of her character. Of course, Joaquin understood that in different narratives, Harley Quinn possessed various interpretations, making it unwise to hastily label her, especially since she was his savior, albeit one who had nearly turned into his executioner moments before. Harley Miss Harley Quinn, it seems those agents are no longer in pursuit. Perhaps we should reduce our speed a little and prioritize safety. Joaquin felt as though riding in the truck was akin to a roller coaster. Harley's accelerator seemed perpetually pressed to the floor. Joaquin suspected that the engine must have been modified, for it was inconceivable that it could sustain speeds nearing 200 km/h otherwise. Harley pouted in dissatisfaction, her delicate brows furrowing as she glanced at Joaquin. The silver lining was that this time, she was indeed gripping the steering wheel. Honestly, do you not trust my driving skills, little pudding? Seeing you without your seatbelt fastened, I thought you had faith in me. Seatbelt? A chill ran down Joaquin's spine as he realized he was in an extremely perilous situation. If Harley were to slam on the brakes or swerve at this moment. Wait a moment, Miss Harley, slow down. No, maintain the speed while I fasten my seatbelt. However, it seemed too late. As the truck crested a hill, a dilapidated warehouse came into view. Welcome back, my beloved little pudding. This is our love nest and your base. Bang. Joaquin could no longer hear Harley's subsequent words, for as she abruptly braked, his forehead collided uncontrollably with the windshield. Indeed, Harley Quinn was an exceedingly dangerous woman. This was Joaquin's final thought before losing consciousness. Sheriff Gordon, should we pursue Harley Quinn? Upon hearing his subordinate's query, Gordon, whose clothes bore several scorch marks from fireworks, shook his head solemnly. I know. I will devise a plan for her later. For now, let's address the situation here. Gordon sighed, casting a glance at the old factory, surrounded by agents, which had fallen into an unsettling silence. Everyone remain on guard outside, only enter upon my command. After issuing orders to his subordinates, Gordon ventured inside alone, traversing the dim corridor while cautiously raising his firearm to explore the interior. Upon entering a deeper chamber and discovering two bodies lying on the ground, his heart seized in sudden alarm, and he rushed forward in haste. There's still a pulse. Wake up, Batman. Are you all right? At Gordon's call, Batman slowly opened his eyes. He struggled to rise, but as soon as he moved, a low groan of pain escaped his lips. Seeing the concern etched on Gordon's face, Batman waved a hand dismissively, speaking in a subdued tone. Do not worry, it's merely a slight fracture of the spine and a muscle strain. It is not as severe as the last time. Though Batman reassured him, Gordon's expression remained grave. He understood that such injuries required prolonged rest for recovery. Yet rest was not a luxury afforded to the man before him. Oh, not concern yourself with me for now. Have you seen Bane? Gordon silently gestured to the side. Following his gesture, Batman's gaze fell upon Bane's lifeless body amid a pool of blood, the intensity in his eyes growing ever sharper beneath the cowl. Although, I find it highly unlikely, it cannot be you. It is not me. Upon hearing Batman's resolute response, Gordon let out a sigh of relief and assisted Batman to his feet. But if it is not you, then who could possibly have done it? The one capable of vanquishing Bane is no ordinary foe. Batman pressed his lips together, seemingly deep in thought, before murmuring softly after a moment. Before I confronted Bane, I encountered an individual who should not have been here. However, there are too many uncertainties. First, he should lack any superhuman abilities, yet that person evidently employed some form of power to escape from my grasp. Moreover, if it were indeed him, he would not have so carelessly abandoned me. He then lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a torrent of complex emotions. More importantly, he was unequivocally deceased. Both you and I confirm this, Gordon. Without a doubt, he perished 3 years ago, and I was the one who ended his life. Gordon's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Batman. Are you suggesting that the man has returned from the dead? Such a thing is unfathomable. Batman hesitated for a moment before gently shaking his head. It cannot be confirmed at this juncture. But we must prepare ourselves, Gordon. The nights in Gotham may be on the verge of becoming tumultuous once again. Chapter 5. Awakening on Harley's sofa. As Joaquin reopened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a low and unfamiliar ceiling. Where am I now? Still somewhat disoriented from his slumber, Joaquin's first instinct was to check his abdomen, relieved to find it intact. However, he soon felt a lingering pain in another area, and when his hand brushed against the bandage on his forehead, memories of his injuries rushed back to him. Startled, Joaquin bolted upright, surveying his surroundings to ascertain his condition. It appeared to be a cramped and low-ceilinged room, with nothing but the peeling, aged walls surrounding him, accompanied by a few doors and no windows. A rudimentary, high-wage light bulb hung from the ceiling, with a conspicuous section patched up with wooden boards. He had been lying on a vividly colored large sofa, and as he sat up, a thin blanket slipped from his body, revealing that he wore no clothing at all. At that moment, he could hear the sound of water flowing from a shower behind a nearby door, accompanied by the faint melody of a humming tune. Taking a deep breath, Joaquin resolved to search for something to cover his body, for remaining in such a state was far too disruptive to the decorum of society. However, the only item connected to clothing in the vicinity appeared to be a pair of black stockings, haphazardly mixed with various cosmetics on a small table beside the sofa. Yet beside the stockings, an object resembling a card caught Joaquin's attention. That Dr. Harley Quinn, the attending psychiatrist at Arkham Asylum, held a staff identification card that confirmed for Joaquin that he had just been rescued by none other than Harley Quinn. This place was likely her abode. "Darling, could you please pass me the stockings you have?" A sweet and enchanting voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him. Joaquin swiftly turned around, momentarily entranced by the sight before him. A live figure stood in front of him, modestly draped in a white bath towel, her porcelain skin glistening with a faint sheen from a recent bath. Beneath her damp, cascading golden locks was a delicate and refined visage compared to the heavily made-up appearance he had previously encountered. She now exuded a more ethereal charm, less flamboyant, yet irresistibly adorable. "What's the matter, Pudding? Still feeling a bit dazed from a collision?" Harley Quinn flashed a radiant smile as she took the stockings from Joaquin's grasp. Where her slender, alabaster arm reached out, he caught a whiff of a subtle, refreshing fragrance. "My apologies, Miss Harley, I merely have a few inquiries I wish to pose." "Pardon me." Before Joaquin could finish his sentence, he saw Harley casually release her grip on the towel, which cascaded down like a waterfall. He quickly turned his head away. Was the atmosphere in Gotham, or indeed in this land of the free, so liberal? Although Joaquin was not a naive youth, having lived through over 2 decades of traditional education, he remained rather conservative in his views. "Inquiries? We undoubtedly have many questions for one another. Darling, that I wish to know where you've been hiding for the past 3 years, how you managed to escape, and I suppose you are curious about why." Harley's voice trailed off, growing somber, yet she chose not to elaborate further. An awkward silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of fabric rustling, which piqued Joaquin's curiosity. "What are you, dear sister? The Joker or the Riddler, speaking in half-truths?" Noticing the sound of her dressing had ceased, Joaquin turned back, eager to pursue his questions, only to be taken aback once more by Harley's transformed appearance. She now donned a simple, casual outfit, a modest, elegant long skirt that reached her knees, her golden hair neatly styled into a bun at the back of her head. She appeared as an ordinary woman, unremarkable and relatable, a stark contrast to the striking persona of the Joker he had previously encountered. Seeing Joaquin's astonished expression, Harley playfully winked and retrieved a pair of glasses and a leather handbag from the clutter on the table. Once she adorned the glasses, she became almost unrecognizable from the vibrant Harley Quinn he had known before. "I am sorry, darling. Although I would love to share and confide in you, it's time for me to begin my work. Let's save our inquiries and sweet nothings for this evening when I return, shall we? Work? In the evening? So, it is actually daytime now." Harley removed a leather satchel from the hook on the wall, casting a lingering kiss towards the somewhat bewildered Joaquin before she began to stride towards an iron door. "Wait, Miss Harley, give me a moment." Joaquin was certainly not inclined to let Harley Quinn depart so easily. He had a multitude of questions awaiting answers. Hastily, he wrapped a bedsheet around his waist to cover his modesty and pursued Harley Quinn. "Woof! Woof!" However, the instant Harley opened the door, 2 resounding barks erupted, startling Joaquin. Behind the iron door stood a robust and fierce dog, more accurately, a hyena snarling at him with a savage glint in its eyes. "Easy, bud, no fuss now. He's not breakfast, he's your master's boyfriend," Harley cooed, stroking the hyena's back as one might soothe a kitten. Then she turned to Joaquin with a playful smile. "Bud seems to have forgotten you after not seeing you for so long. So, darling, don't just open doors, especially not while you're in your current state." At this, Harley's gaze flicked mischievously towards the area concealed by the bedsheet. "Bud is quite fond of eggs and sausages." Joaquin felt a chill run down his spine before he could process the implication. With a loud bang, Harley forcefully shut the iron door, followed by the unmistakable sound of it being locked. Was this situation tantamount to illegal confinement? With a sigh, Joaquin realized that whatever questions he had would have to wait for Harley Quinn's return. Not to mention the securely locked iron door and the fierce hyena lurking behind it. His current appearance certainly precluded any notion of wandering the streets. Gurgle. Joaquin's stomach emitted a low growl, and it dawned on him that since arriving in this world, he hadn't consumed a single morsel. He should have at least asked Harley Quinn for some food. Driven by hunger, Joaquin began to search the room, and fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a recently opened bag of chips in the corner of the table, its softness indicating it hadn't been there long. Next to it lay a thick notebook. "What is this, a scrapbook?" As he munched on the chips, Joaquin flipped open the notebook. It appeared to be filled with clippings from various newspapers, occasionally accompanied by some elegantly handwritten notes. On the first page of clippings, a sensational headline caught his eye: Revelation. The truth behind the death of the clown prince of crime at the hands of Batman. The real heroine is Harley Quinn. Chapter 6. What on earth is this alternate reality? The date on the newspaper was 3 years prior to the date displayed on the wall calendar. 3 years ago, the conflict between Batman and the Joker had escalated dramatically. Although Batman had repeatedly apprehended the Joker and confined him to Arkham Asylum, the Joker consistently managed to escape and return with a vengeance. The Joker appears to have grown discontent with the perpetual game he plays with Batman. Expanding the scope of his war, he has not only ensnared other villainous factions of Gotham City, but has also begun to target more innocent citizens and those close to Batman. Finally, after a series of egregious events, something occurred that shattered Batman's threshold of patience. The first incident involved the kidnapping of Commissioner Gordon's daughter, who, upon rescue, was found paralyzed and left disabled. Subsequently, a body was discovered in a derelict factory, brutally abused to death, which, judging by its size and attire, bore a striking resemblance to Batman's aide, Robin. It seems the Joker has finally provoked Batman's wrath. The culmination of these events led Batman to locate the Joker's hideout, ultimately resulting in the latter's demise, with Batman delivering the Joker's lifeless body to the Gotham Police Department. While the world was taken aback by Batman's unprecedented breach of his noble principle, most refrained from condemning him, recognizing that this was the sole means of safeguarding countless lives from the Joker's menace. The ramifications of this incident were profound for Gotham City in the fierce battle between the Joker and Batman. A significant number of the city's villains were apprehended, and their respective factions disbanded. More importantly, this incident instilled a sense of dread among those villains who had previously believed Batman would never resort to lethal measures, fostering a false sense of security. They came to realize that Batman, too, was merely human, and should he be genuinely provoked, the consequences could be dire. In summary, following this incident, Gotham City has experienced an unprecedented tranquility, with nearly 3 years passing without any major violent occurrences. In fact, it recently earned a spot on the list of the most virtuous cities in the Lighthouse Nation, a silver lining amidst the chaos. However, these details merely serve as a prelude to the more significant revelations contained within the author's internal intelligence. Allegedly, the reason the Joker's whereabouts were uncovered was due to his assistant, Harley Quinn, abandoning the darkness and willingly collaborating with Commissioner Gordon to divulge information. The evidence lies in the fact that, following the Joker's demise, Harley Quinn was not pursued for her crimes, undoubtedly a special privilege granted for her betrayal of the Joker. Upon reading this, Joaquin took a deep breath, deciding to gather his thoughts. What kind of altered world line is this? While some events align with the comic narratives he had previously encountered, such as the death of the second Robin and Barbara's injury, the most striking divergence is that in this world, Batman has forsaken his noble mandate, with the Joker as his target. However, judging by Batman's current state, he seems to be maintaining his sanity, mercifully avoiding the descent into the Laughing Bat timeline. Even more astonishing to Joaquin is the fact that, following the Joker's demise, other villains have seemingly vanished as well in the once unassuming Gotham City. This is far more outrageous than Batman relinquishing his noble principle. As for the latter part of the report regarding Harley Quinn's betrayal of the Joker, Joaquin furrowed his brow and scrutinized it once more. To speak candidly, Joaquin harbored reservations regarding the veracity of the content within this clipping, for the reliability of the media in the land of the Lighthouse is notoriously uncertain. However, the section concerning Harley appeared to possess a semblance of authenticity, seemingly devoid of the journalist's embellishments. The evidence lay adjacent to this particular clipping, where a hasty inscription made with a felt-tip pen read, "I'm sorry, I had no other choice." It was readily apparent who penned this note, given that it belonged to Harley Quinn, and the individual in question had personally affirmed its origin, thus bestowing this segment with a modicum of credibility. Joaquin casually perused the clippings at the back of his notebook, most of which were devoted to reports of the Joker's suspected reemergence, only to be swiftly apprehended by the Gotham police or Batman, and subsequently identified as an imposter. Upon closing the notebook, Joaquin endeavored to weave together all the intelligence and information he had acquired since his arrival in this realm. 3 years prior, due to Harley Quinn's treachery and the Joker's demise at the hands of Batman, Gotham had enjoyed a rare tranquility. Now, 3 years later, individuals were conducting perilous experiments in a dilapidated factory, seemingly linked to the creation of clones of the Joker. The experiments had failed, at least that was the belief of those involved. They intended to eliminate the experimental subjects to erase any evidence, however. One subject, having been possessed by Joaquin upon his arrival, had survived. What followed was, as Joaquin had come to know, a series of fortuitous coincidences led him to slay Bane, who was then rescued by Harley Quinn from the clutches of the Gotham police and brought to this location. Yet two critical questions arose, intimately connected to his current predicament. Why did Harley Quinn appear so fortuitously at that location? And why, having once betrayed the Joker, did she choose to save someone bearing such resemblance to him, treating him as if he were the Joker himself? Although she had just rescued him and provided him with a feast for the eyes, Joaquin was not so naive as to be entirely unguarded around Harley Quinn. He was well aware of the adage that the more exquisite a woman, the more likely she is to deceive. Nevertheless, these inquiries would have to await Harley's return for clarification. There were no windows, and the entrance was guarded by a menacing hyena, leaving him utterly vulnerable and unable to escape and investigate a present. The crux of the matter lay in Joaquin's determination to contemplate his future. Despite having traversed into a world once beloved in DC Comics, he was not disheartened by being labeled a dilettante enamored with dragons. Deep down, he felt a profound aversion to living in a realm dominated by superheroes and supervillains. After all, when deities clash, it is the mortals who suffer. No one relishes a life where, instead of enjoying their mundane existence, they are besieged by alien invasions or dirty bombs detonating in the heart of the city. Of course, strictly speaking, he was no longer an ordinary mortal, possessing abilities akin to those of the demonic Joker from League of Legends. This granted him a modest advantage, yet, in truth, when compared to other superheroes, his prowess was rather lacking. He could easily intimidate petty criminals, but when faced with true heroes or villains, he could only hope for an opportunity akin to that presented by a weakened Bane. Most importantly, Joaquin had been a lethargic dog in his previous life, content with merely clocking in and out of work while indulging in games. Had he possessed the determination and willpower to become a supervillain or a superhero, he would have surely achieved prominence or lived off the state long ago. Merely donning a new guise and receiving a slight enhancement does not suffice to alter one's character. The notion of an underachiever suddenly awakening to turn their fortunes around is implausible, given that Gotham City now enjoys an unprecedented tranquility. As claimed by the media, Joaquin's intentions have become abundantly clear. Although he bears a resemblance to a villain, in a world where a mere pair of glasses can serve as an impeccable disguise, this hardly poses a significant issue. I, Joaquin, simply yearn to lead a peaceful, ordinary life in Gotham City. Chapter 7. Misunderstandings are ever so difficult to resolve. How perfectly it fits, my dear. Indeed, your size remains exactly as I remember. Upon her return, Harley Quinn presented Joaquin with a new outfit, allowing him to finally dress neatly for the first time since his arrival in this world, bringing him a sense of calm. The clothing fit surprisingly well, although it resembled that of a stand-up comedian. Joaquin found little to critique. As he emerged from the restroom, dressed and ready, he discovered that Harley had reverted to the style she wore when they first met, a vibrant tank top and hot pants while applying heavy makeup in front of a small mirror. I brought you pizza. I must step out again shortly, but when I return, we can enjoy some quality time together, my little pudding. Realizing that Harley had no intention of letting him go, Joaquin felt a heaviness in his heart and resolved to address the matter directly, without pretense. Miss Harley Quinn, I shall be frank. My name is Joaquin, not the Joker, you know. While I'm grateful for your rescue last night, I must take my leave. Harley paused, pouting as she turned to Joaquin, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Joaquin Jail. My dear, why utter such callous words? I have never forgotten your visage the moment I laid eyes on you. I knew you had returned. I have seen your scrapbook. It clearly states that the Joker was slain by Batman, and you are aware, Miss Harley, that I am not the Joker. Joaquin interrupted Harley, raising the scrapbook in his hand. In an instant, Harley's expression shifted dramatically as she lunged forward, snatching the scrapbook back and clutching it tightly to her chest, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing utterly pitiable. Indeed, you still have not forgiven me, dear. 3 years ago, I too was deceived by Gordon and that wretched Bat. Yet I knew they could deceive me once. They could deceive me again. They lied when they said you were dead. The evidence lies in your very existence before me now. Harley's sorrowful demeanor appeared genuine, as if she sincerely regarded herself. as a resurrected jester. Seeing this, Joaquin felt a pang of compassion, and his tone softened considerably. I bear a resemblance to the jester. This is likely due to other reasons, but I can assure you, I am not the jester. I apologize for disappointing you, Miss Harley Quinn. Upon hearing Joaquin's words, Harley lowered her head and rubbed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought. I understand now, Mr. Joaquin, you are not the jester, merely a clone that bears an uncanny likeness to him, correct? A gleam of joy illuminated Joaquin's face as he eagerly nodded in affirmation. Exactly. It is wonderful that you comprehend, Miss Harley. Yet, this disguise is insufficient, my dear. You must also clarify why, as a clone, you possess the same intelligence and knowledge as an ordinary person from the moment of your inception. Perhaps you could cite a learning apparatus as your reason? That explanation seems rather flimsy. Or would it be more fitting to claim that you are possessed by a soul from another realm? That notion, however, seems excessively fantastical. Joaquin found himself momentarily speechless, gazing at Harley, who playfully winked at him. I grasp your intention. You wish to return to Gotham under a brand new identity, akin to how you once adopted the aliases Jack Napier and Arthur Fleck. Harley tossed aside her scrapbook, swiftly approached Joaquin, seized his hand, and gazed up at him with sparkling eyes. Regardless of whether your new identity is the jester or Joaquin Joe, one truth remains. You will always be the person I cherish most. So, please do not abandon me, my dear. At last, Joaquin comprehended that this woman had firmly equated him with the jester, rendering any explanation futile. With a gentle sigh, he extricated his hand from Harley's grasp and began to move toward the door. Very well, how you perceive this is your prerogative, Harley, but I must take my leave. I simply wish for a tranquil life, free from entanglements with perilous matters. Suddenly, Joaquin felt delicate fingers grasping the nape of his neck, and before he could react, he was forcefully yanked backward and landed heavily on the sofa. Cough, cough, what on earth? Before Joaquin could fully grasp the situation, he felt a substantial weight pressing down on him, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance. No, my dear, you absolutely cannot leave this place, not even a step. I will acquiesce to any request you make, but you must remain here for the time being. Harley Quinn's resolute tone sharply contrasted with her soft form atop Joaquin, and the gaze she directed at him was filled with undeniable insistence and a hint of pleading. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a loud knocking echoed at the door, accompanied by the sounds of growling hyenas. Hey, don't bite me. Hey, at least don't bite here. Boss, most of the people have arrived. The meeting can commence. A voice echoed from outside the door. Harley quickly pressed her soft palm against Joaquin's mouth to stifle any sound. Then, while maintaining her hold, she responded loudly. All right, it'll be out shortly. Dana seems to be at the nearby dessert shop. Could you please go fetch her for me? Once the person outside appeared to have departed, Harley released her grip on Joaquin's mouth, looking apologetically at him. I'm sorry, darling, but I can't let anyone know you're here. However, soon enough, once I deal with that bastard, you'll be free. Murder? Joaquin furrowed his brow, about to inquire further when a sudden clanking sound caught his attention, and he felt the cold touch of metal on his wrist. Turning his head, he discovered that Harley had secured his hand with metal handcuffs to the leg of the table. Harley stood up from beside Joaquin, swaying her alluring figure towards the door, casually grabbing the baseball bat leaning against the wall. Wait, Harley, what's this about murder? And let me go first. Yet Harley Quinn offered no further reply, blowing him a kiss before opening the iron door and exiting the room, the sound of the key locking the door echoing behind her. Joaquin lay back on the sofa, releasing a long sigh. He had initially thought that many of his questions would be resolved upon Harley's return, but the situation had only grown more convoluted. Most importantly, Harley had just mentioned murder in relation to him. Such words, spoken by the Joker's assistant, felt far from jest. Despite the murky circumstances, Joaquin was acutely aware that if Harley were to commit murder, he, residing under her roof, would undoubtedly be implicated. Focusing intently, in the next instant, he vanished from the sofa, reappearing beneath the section of the ceiling secured with wooden planks, having freed himself from metal cuffs. Joaquin looked up, silently observing the area where the planks were fastened, and with a subtle flick of his hand, a gleaming, sharp dagger materialized. I am sorry, Harley, but I must leave this room now. Chapter 8. Surprises awaiting after the escape room. During the period of waiting for Harley Quinn's return, Joaquin was certainly not idly passing the time. He seized this opportunity to thoroughly explore the unique abilities he acquired during his traversal, specifically the functionalities of the Demon Jester skills. Although these abilities bore a resemblance to those in the games he had played in his previous life, the distinctions between reality and gaming rendered certain details markedly different. Primarily, the skill of deceptive magic proved to be a divine gift for Joaquin, who yearned for a peaceful existence devoid of conflict. Through his experimentation, he discovered that its effects included short-range, instantaneous teleportation and a temporary optical invisibility lasting approximately 30 seconds, with a cooldown period of about 1 minute. Notably, the teleportation and invisibility effects enveloped his clothing but did not extend to other living beings or larger objects. For instance, Batman and a table did not accompany him during his teleportation. This skill initially enabled Joaquin to escape from Batman's grasp and later assisted him in vanquishing Bane, making it a versatile asset for both offense and defense. However, this ability was not without limitations. Joaquin could only teleport to a location within roughly 5 meters, and the destination had to be visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, while cloaked in invisibility, he remained audible, producing footsteps and other sounds that could easily betray his presence in this world teeming with superhuman auditory perception. Even seasoned individuals like Gordon could swiftly pinpoint his concealed position. The second skill, the Scarebox, proved to be considerably more challenging to utilize. Its effects allowed Joaquin to conjure a small magical box on the ground, which would dissipate after 5 minutes, with a cooldown period of 1 minute, thus permitting a maximum of 4 boxes to exist simultaneously. Since Joaquin was unable to trigger the box himself, he could not conduct precise tests on its efficacy. However, from the unfortunate experiences of Batman when confronted with the box, it appeared that triggering it inflicted minor damage and caused significant mental disruption to surrounding beings. Even the resolute Batman found himself at a disadvantage when caught off guard. The third skill, known as the twin-edged Venom Blade, enabled Joaquin to strike his target by hurling a dagger. Intriguingly, despite having never learned the art of knife throwing, as long as he visually locked onto a target, his thrown dagger would invariably hit its mark, akin to the legendary precision of a master thrower. The targets were not limited to living beings. Joaquin had previously employed this skill by throwing a dagger at a police car's fuel tank to divert the attention of Gotham's officers, showcasing its flexible application. Moreover, as implied by its name, this ability seemingly endowed the daggers with a toxic effect, although Joaquin had yet to verify this, as he was not foolish enough to taste the poison blade for the sake of theatrics. In addition to these 3 skills, he possessed a passive ability known as backstab. According to the description in his mind, this skill enables him to inflict additional damage when attacking others from behind. Perhaps it is this very reason that he could so effortlessly pierce Bane's throat from the back of his neck. As for another concealed ability, although the mental panel does not specify, Joaquin can conjure a sharp dagger in his hand simply by concentrating. This dagger vanishes after 5 minutes or upon the creation of a second one. It is not difficult to comprehend, after all. His passive skills and the dual poison blade technique are both related to daggers, which can be considered a supplementary effect. Here in the realm of comics, extracting various objects from a fourth-dimensional space is hardly an extraordinary talent. In addition, there is the tidal ability acquired from slaying Bane. However, this tidal can only take effect after inhaling poison, and Joaquin cannot simply search for a toxic substance in Harley Quinn's abode and wager his own life. In summary, these are all the special abilities Joaquin currently possesses. Frankly, while they are remarkable skills, they seem somewhat paltry compared to the celestial beings who wage battles across realms. Nonetheless, for Joaquin, who merely wishes to live a life of tranquility, these capabilities are sufficient to facilitate his escape from Harley Quinn's unlawful confinement. Creaking, Joaquin stood atop a stool, prying the nails from the peculiar wooden panels in the ceiling with the dagger in hand. Once he removed the panels, he beheld the reflection of glass behind them. A surge of joy filled him. He realized his conjecture was indeed correct. A typical dwelling could not possibly lack windows entirely. The only plausible explanation was that this place was, in fact, a basement. Given the presence of a restroom, it was clear that this basement was designed for habitation. For such a space, one essential feature must exist: a light well. After all, no architect would prioritize concealment over comfort when designing a habitable underground space. There would undoubtedly be a skylight design incorporated for illumination. Perhaps Harley Quinn had sealed it for the sake of discretion. Crash! The glass shattered as Joaquin struck it. Yet the other end of the light well remained shrouded in darkness, indicating that the surface above was also blocked. Joaquin juggled the small knife in his hand, took a deep breath, and hurled the dagger forcefully upwards. Whoosh! Crash! The blade seemed to penetrate the glass at the bottom of the light well, as well as the wooden board sealing it. Focusing intently, another small knife materialized in his hand, while the previous one faded away. A wisp of frosty moonlight filtered through the punctured hole, casting a coin-sized patch of light onto the floor of the room. Joaquin knew he had succeeded. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to escape through a hole barely a centimeter wide and several meters high, but for Joaquin, it posed no challenge at all. Joaquin donned the duckbill cap he had discovered in Harley's wardrobe, then ascended a stool, measuring the distance between himself and the small aperture at the top of the light shaft. The sensation was peculiar, akin to being forcibly squeezed through a rubber tube, only to be expelled with great force. In the next instant, Joaquin found himself sprawled upon the earthy grass, inhaling the fresh air that was a stark contrast to the musty basement. Farewell, prison, and goodbye, Harley Quinn. I shall seek a tranquil life far removed from both superheroes and supervillains. As Joaquin momentarily reveled in the joy of his escape and prepared to rise, a sudden, overwhelming force pressed his head back to the ground. What now, Miss Dinah? Surely, you do not desire to procure yet another dessert, for if we are late, it will be I who bears Harley's ire. It seemed he had stepped upon something peculiar. The weight atop his head finally lifted, and Joaquin instinctively raised it. In that moment, he discovered an unusual ability. His eyes appeared capable of discerning details even in the dark. The first sight that met his gaze was a pair of taut, youthful thighs, revealing a view beneath a skirt from his vantage point. Ah, white. This was the last thought that flickered through Joaquin's mind before his neck was ensnared, choking him. Chapter 9. Is this young lady the Black Canary? Cough. Cough, I'm going to die. Please, release me, help. Joaquin felt as though his neck were clamped in an enormous iron vice, the pressure rendering him disoriented to the point where even his native tongue slipped away. Struggling for breath, he could barely grip his dagger, let alone retaliate. He had initially thought he had stepped in dog excrement, but it turned out he was merely a pervert, peering up a girl's skirt, though, in truth, there was little distinction between the two. Having engaged in such lecherous behavior, he had little room to complain about the prospect of having his neck snapped. Although the voice that emerged was crisp and ethereal, akin to that of a skilled voice actor, to Joaquin it resonated like a whisper from the Grim Reaper. Wait. Miss Dinah, this cannot continue. He was on the verge of death. To kill a man for the transgression of peeking beneath a skirt was utterly irrational. Tears welled in Joaquin's starry eyes upon hearing the man's voice. How rare it was to finally encounter a semblance of normalcy in this world after his traversal. It was imperative that this scoundrel not sully the lady's hands. He ought to be fed to Harley's hyenas to eradicate all traces of his misdeeds. Very well, I apologize. It seems I, the only sane being, am utterly out of place in this world. Farewell, I shall seek a different realm to lead a serene existence. Yet, despite Joaquin's readiness for another journey, the persuasion of another appeared to have an effect, and he felt the legs that had locked his neck finally relent. However, Joaquin had scarcely breathed in the fresh air for long when he felt someone forcefully clasp his hands behind his back, rendering him entirely immobile. It appeared that although his life had been spared, his captor had no intention of allowing him to escape. Wait, could it be that this was the terrified Joaquin, suddenly feeling a chill creeping up his spine? Compared to the earlier taunts about feeding him to the dogs, the latter part of the conversation filled him with dread, for he had discerned that the voice belonged to the very man who had knocked on the door moments ago. If he was indeed Harley's right-hand man, a high-ranking member of the Joker's gang, he would surely recognize Joaquin's appearance, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Joker. In such a case, Joaquin's escape plan would be utterly thwarted. Joaquin remained silent, his mind racing with anxiety as he calculated the cool-down time for his sleight-of-hand trick. Regrettably, he had just employed that skill, meaning he would need to wait a while before using it again. This typical jester's attire. Could it be that he too was a former member of the Joker's gang summoned by Sister Harley? Upon hearing this thought, Joaquin boldly lifted his gaze towards the pair before him. The man, who was currently restraining him with a joint lock, appeared to be around 30 years old, rather handsome, and was observing him with keen interest. The other was likely the girl who had nearly strangled him moments earlier. She possessed a slender figure, clad in a black leather jacket and a short skirt, with legs that were long and fair, resembling a work of art in their muscular elegance. Yet, the blonde girl, seemingly around 15 or 16, wore a face that unabashedly displayed her disdain for Joaquin. Is this the sort of ruffian the Joker's gang recruits? Honestly, shouldn't Sister Harley be more discerning? Well, we're not exactly a legitimate organization, are we? Although we've ceased those activities, we were once notorious for our nefarious deeds. The young man loosened his grip on Joaquin, amiably brushing the dust off his shoulder. It's all good since you're one of us. Ah, I see, it's all a misunderstanding. The young man wore an expression of sudden enlightenment, flashing Joaquin a knowing smile. Joaquin awkwardly returned the grin, feeling utterly perplexed. No, brother, what do you understand? I'm still utterly bewildered. The young man, now overly familiar, draped an arm around Joaquin's shoulder and leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. Brother, you've heard about Sister Harley's plan and thought it too fantastical. Wanting to sneak away, right? That's perfectly understandable. I felt the same when I first heard Harley's intentions, thinking she was contemplating suicide. Oh, yes, exactly. I didn't expect you to discover that. Faced with the blonde girl's hostile gaze, Joaquin, though still in a haze, resolved to play along with the young man's narrative for the sake of his own safety. But fret not. You'd never guess who Sister Harley has enlisted to assist. With this individual's help, this operation is bound to succeed. A young man gently patted Joaquin on the shoulder and then gestured towards the blonde girl before him. Allow me to introduce you. This young lady is none other than Dinah Lance, the famed Black Canary Walker. Haven't I already told you not to speak of my affairs so casually? The girl, referred to as Dinah, interrupted the young man's words, her brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. Joaquin, however, felt his pupils constrict as he gazed at the blonde girl before him in disbelief, involuntarily exclaiming, Dinah, the Black Canary? Are you the one associated with Green Arrow? Upon hearing Joaquin's words, Dinah's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly closed the distance, gripping his collar with force, her serious gaze boring into him as she menacingly inquired, Do you know Green Arrow? Well, to be fair, I do know him, but he does not know me. Dinah then relaxed her grip on his collar, seemingly relieved. Indeed, it would be peculiar if one were to claim ignorance of such a renowned figure. As Joaquin pondered the information he had gathered regarding the Black Canary from his previous life, he began to connect the dots with the blonde girl standing before him. From his comic book knowledge, the Black Canary was indeed a well-known female superhero. Although there had been two iterations of the Black Canary, both named Dinah, the more frequently featured was the second generation, who also held the unique identity of being the wife of the superhero Green Arrow. From the comics, it was evident that the Black Canary possessed formidable abilities, including a sonic attack known as the Canary Cry, and was highly skilled in martial arts, particularly with her legs. Just moments ago, she had nearly throttled him effortlessly with her petite frame, perfectly aligning with that portrayal. However, what astonished Joaquin was the apparent connection between this world's Black Canary and Green Arrow, particularly her name, Dinah Lance. It was common knowledge that Green Arrow's true identity was Oliver Queen, and in Western culture, it was not uncommon for women to adopt their husband's surname upon marriage. Yet, the blonde girl before him, despite her somewhat mature and daring attire, appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years of age. In light of this revelation, it seemed that in this world, the wealthy gentleman known for his archery skills in green attire presented a rather peculiar predicament. Chapter 10. Harley Quinn's passionate oration. Dinah. My sweet darling, I was beginning to worry about you. I thought you might have encountered some misfortune. What is there to worry about, Harley? Are you not aware of my prowess? In Gotham, there are hardly a handful of individuals who could match my strength, Dinah retorted as she embraced Harley Quinn affectionately. Meanwhile, Joaquin, who had been forcefully brought along by Dinah and the man called Walker, endeavored to lower his cap while subtly inching towards the door. This was a disaster. He had inadvertently circled back to Harley Quinn's side. It appeared he had emerged from the basement only to find himself in a vast, dilapidated warehouse above. Beneath the glaring overhead lights, the place radiated as brightly as day. Dozens of peculiar figures clad in bizarre clown attire were scattered before Harley Quinn. Well, since everyone is gathered, let us not squander any time. Harley cleared her throat, ascended a large metal barrel, and grasped a megaphone, her voice resonating throughout the dilapidated warehouse. Firstly, after such a prolonged interval, it is astonishing to witness so many comrades responding to the call of the Joker's gang. Truly, you are remarkable. My cherished companions who once labored under my beloved Mr. Joker's banner. The clowns began to cheer, their cacophony a blend of eerie shrieks and jubilant roars, interspersed with shouts of "Long live the Prince of Crime." And Harley Quinn, I adore you. Observing this spectacle, Harley contentedly gestured for silence, and the raucous noise gradually subsided. I can already sense the fervor in this gathering. Tonight, I have convened you all because some rather disconcerting events have transpired in our territory. Once, this old factory district flourished under our stewardship, providing us with joy. However, recent disturbances caused by some nefarious rogues, nay, old scoundrels, have emerged, brazenly occupying our domain and pilfering Mr. Joker's illustrious inventions, tarnishing our reputation. Mr. Joker has merely been away for a spell. What would happen if he returned to find our territory in such disarray? He would undoubtedly be heartbroken and disappointed. Can we permit this to happen? Thus, we must take action. Let us unite to eradicate these audacious interlopers and restore the sanctity of our domain. Tonight, We shall storm the lair of Black Mask and capture this old rogue along with his minions. Black Mask? Joaquin furrowed his brow. This name, too, belonged to a notorious villain in the original comics. Though devoid of any extraordinary superpowers, he wielded immense financial resources and an underground network, committing heinous acts without remorse. And his physical prowess was formidable as well. If Joaquin recalled correctly, he had read in Harley's clippings that Black Mask's organization had been vanquished by Batman and subsequently incarcerated in Blackgate Prison. It seemed he had once again utilized his wealth to escape. Could it be that the individual Harley mentioned intending to kill was Black Mask? However, from her earlier rallying speech, it appeared to be merely a matter of personal vendetta. Regardless, Joaquin was reluctant to become entangled in a struggle for territory among such illicit forces. Throughout his previous life and this one, he had always aspired to be a law-abiding citizen. Woof, woof. As Joaquin approached the entrance, the jarring sound of barking startled him. Easy, boy, he is not an enemy. Easy now. Standing in the shadows by the door was Walker, the young man he had encountered earlier, struggling to restrain a hyena that was lunging towards Joaquin, his eyes lighting up upon spotting him. Ah, it appears you, too, sought refuge from that fervent cadre of clown aficionados, yearning for tranquility. It is hardly surprising, for those individuals do exhibit signs of instability, and I can indeed comprehend why Harley Quinn sees summoning them following the demise of the Joker. Has she not gathered them since his passing? Yet, just moments ago, Harley proclaimed that this vicinity remains their territory, perhaps sensing the confusion upon Joaquin's countenance. Walker smoothed the fur along the back of his hyena, calming it slightly before leaning closer to Joaquin and speaking in hushed tones. This is merely Harley's assertion. In truth, the so-called Joker's gang has long since faded into obscurity following his death. At most, the leader takes a handful of spirited young men and women to deface walls with graffiti, and Gordon turns a blind eye to such innocuous antics. Joaquin discerned that this Walker fellow was quite loquacious, eagerly launching into an extensive monologue. Indeed, not only the Joker's gang, but over the past 3 years, nearly all underground factions in Gotham have been purged by Batman and Gordon. Recently, the newly released Black Mask has begun to stir trouble. Yet having offended both the leader and Dinah, his days of revelry are surely numbered. Joaquin, distracted and indifferent, offered perfunctory responses, his mind consumed with thoughts of escape. However, bolting in front of Walker was not an option, nor could he rely on his illusionary tricks, for even cloaked in invisibility, the keen senses of the hyena would surely detect him. Time was of the essence, as Harley Quinn's rallying cry drew to a close. Yet Joaquin keenly observed something peculiar. As moments passed, an increasing number of former Joker gang members seemed to gaze toward the entrance, whether intentionally or not. These individuals likely shared the same trepidation about confronting Black Mask, an understandable sentiment. Although they could proceed without them, it was imperative to prevent any premature departures to avoid leaks. Thus, the reason for me and Bader's vigilance at the door. A sense of unease washed over Joaquin. He realized that, as the one eager to escape, he understood that the gazes of the former gang members were not indicative of a desire to leave, but rather an anticipation of something approaching. With this thought, he inadvertently peered through the crack of the door, and in the inky darkness of the night, he discerned a bright light hurtling toward them at an alarming speed. This is not good. Danger. As the roar of an engine filled the air, Joaquin instinctively yanked Walker away from the doorway. With a thunderous crash, the iron door was violently flung open, and a large truck barreled into the warehouse with reckless abandon. The force of the impact sent Joaquin tumbling to the ground, where he recognized the vehicle with unsettling familiarity. A harsh screech of brakes echoed, yet the truck miraculously halted without colliding with anyone. A moment later, from the open door of the truck's cabin, a tall, robust man clad in a sharply tailored black and white striped suit descended. What drew even more attention was the sinister black skull mask adorning his face. I hear you're looking to cause me trouble, Harley Quinn? Well, it just so happens that I wish to settle the matter of your debts with you. Chapter 11. Reasoning is based on numbers, and more importantly, on strength. It appears things are quite lively here, Harley. Do you recall this truck? I lent it to you, and even provided you with ample funds to procure fireworks. More importantly, I supplied you with crucial intelligence regarding his return. Enough. Black Mask. Harley interrupted loudly, her expression dark as she brandished a baseball bat and approached him. We intended to seek you out, but lo and behold, you've come knocking at our door. How fortuitous. He let out a harsh, rasping laugh, one that Joaquin had only ever encountered in online fiction, yet here was Black Mask, embodying that archetypal villainous cackle. This truly pains me, Miss Harley Quinn. As a businessman, I value integrity above all else. We had an agreement. Regardless of what you brought back, you were to report to me and repay your debts. Yet, you audaciously defaulted. In light of this, I must insist on recovering a substantial penalty for your breach of contract. Harley furrowed her brow, letting out a derisive snort. You provided me with false information. I found nothing at that location. Furthermore, you've now damaged the gate to our base, which I have yet to address with you. As she spoke, Harley surveyed her surroundings and noticed the men in clown attire closing in menacingly, prompting a confident, radiant smile to emerge on her face. We live in a democratic society, Mr. Roman Sionis. I believe that the truth should be determined by the side with the greater numbers. Does that sound reasonable? If you believe this masked individual deserves his fate, please raise your hand. Harley and her companion, Dinah, raised their hands with unwavering confidence, only for their smiles to falter almost instantaneously. They quickly realized that none of the nearby clowns raised their hands. Instead, they surveyed the two women with unsettling gazes, their faces twisting into wicked grins. The ones surrounded were, unexpectedly, them. Clap, clap, clap. Black Mask applauded vigorously before striding over to a nearby member of the Joker's gang, draping a friendly arm over his shoulder. Well said, Miss Harley Quinn. As you pointed out, it appears that the side with greater numbers should indeed prevail. However, it seems I am currently favored in that regard. Harley's brow furrowed, her piercing and furious gaze sweeping over the members of the Joker's gang. Have you all been bought off by Black Mask betraying me? No, betraying your former leader, the Joker? TSK, TSK, TSK. That's quite a harsh accusation, he replied. What is the meaning of bribery and betrayal? Compared to you, a mere frivolous ornament indulging in childish games, they can clearly discern that I, Roman Sionis, am the true heir to the throne of Gotham's criminal underworld. As Black Mask spoke, the former Joker gang members around him began to draw knives and iron rods, advancing step by step towards Harley Quinn and Dinah. Faced with the encroaching gang members, Dinah wore a confident smile, and her striking blue eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Harley, is it all right if I go all out against these guys? Of course, my dear. Since the voting numbers seem somewhat unfavorable, let us take matters into our own hands and level the playing field. Observing the composure of the two women, a chill flickered in Black Mask's eyes as he raised his hand, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a bark echoed from behind him. Ah, this bastard. Let me go? Harley's pet hyena, Bud, lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Black Mask's leg. At that instant, as the attention of the other gang members was momentarily diverted, Harley and Dinah sprang into action simultaneously. Bang, bang, clatter. Each swing of Harley's bat was powerful, targeting either the head or the most vulnerable areas of the men, knocking several burly foes to the ground in an instant. Dinah's fighting style was even more graceful and decisive. She evaded every attack aimed at her, countering with a deft grip on her assailant's arm, resulting in the sound of cracking bones as they writhed in pain on the ground. Forget about them. Come back and help me deal with this beast. Black Mask's supposedly high-end trousers were drenched in blood from Bud's bite, and the hyena, displaying remarkable instinct, released its grip and darted between the legs of the approaching gang members, returning to Harley's side. You did wonderfully, good boy. I'll make sure you get extra treats tonight. Harley affectionately patted the hyena's head before standing up and casting a radiant smile at Black Mask and the panicked gang members surrounding him. Originally, about 20 traitorous gang members had been reduced to just 10, all encircling the limping Black Mask within less than a minute of combat, as Harley and Dinah had dispatched over a dozen of them. From a distance, Joaquin, who lay low observing the scene, was taken aback. Was this the disparity between superhero villains and ordinary individuals in this world? Moreover, Harley Quinn and Dinah had yet to employ any superpowers. Their physical prowess alone was sufficient to overpower mere mortals. It appeared that his demonic Joker abilities were, to be frank, somewhat lacking in stature. It seemed evident that the victors of this battle would be Harley Quinn and Dinah. Upon this realization, Joaquin began to quietly crawl toward the exit, ever ready to employ his deception magic should he be discovered. You esteemed individuals may indulge yourselves at your leisure. As a mere ordinary soul yearning for a tranquil existence, I shall refrain from interjecting. Meanwhile, no one has taken note of the masked figure's actions, who, gasping for breath due to the grievous wounds on his legs, cast a furtive glance over the two proud women and the disheveled members of the former clown gang beside them, before suddenly emitting two chilling chuckles. Indeed, it is no surprise that the former companion of the clown possesses considerable prowess, and I have come well prepared for this encounter. As soon as the masked figure concluded his statement, he reached inside his suit jacket, a gesture mirrored by the other former clown gang members, who exchanged glances before similarly reaching into their pockets or behind them. Observing this, Harley and Dinah adopted a serious demeanor, preparing themselves for imminent confrontation. However, what the masked figure and his subordinates produced was not weaponry, but rather a compact respiratory filter. Ah, Harley, were you not just lamenting my appropriation of the clown-s toxin formula, seeking to reclaim the patent fees? Upon hearing the masked figure's words, Harley's pupils constricted, her expression shifting dramatically. This is dire, Dinah. We must locate and escape immediately. Then allow me to introduce you to the new toxin I have developed. It is far from the child's play of the clown. Hissing ominously, as the masked figure spoke, several openings suddenly appeared on both sides of the truck's cargo compartment, unleashing a torrent of pungent green gas that rapidly filled the dilapidated warehouse. Chapter 12. There is but one task at hand. The green gas swiftly permeated every corner of the forsaken warehouse. The masked figure and his accomplices donned air filtration masks, appearing unaffected by the noxious fumes. In stark contrast, Harley Quinn and Dinah were far less fortunate. They clutched their mouths and noses, their brows furrowing as their steps wavered unsteadily. Joaquin, positioned near the exit, a path inevitably traversed by the toxic gas, was struck by the acrid scent, a sharp burning sensation igniting in his lungs, prompting a dire realization. This is disastrous. If even Harley and Dinah cannot withstand the venom, how could I hope to survive? Yet, the discomfort inflicted by the gas upon Joaquin's body swiftly diminished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of comfort coursing through him. Simultaneously, he felt an inexhaustible surge of power erupting from within, his mind racing as if he had consumed 30 cans of energy drink. Joaquin swiftly discerned the cause. The unique title he had acquired upon vanquishing Bane granted him the ability to mitigate the effects of poisons and convert them into enhancements. Splendid. It seems the injury sustained when the truck crashed through the door has vanished entirely, and concealed by the green gas. No one has noticed Joaquin's movements. Yet, curiously, despite having previously racked his brain to escape this battlefield and lead a peaceful life away from superheroes and supervillains, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity now lay before him. Yet his steps grew heavy. Is the choice to abandon Harley Quinn and Dinah truly justified? Setting aside the turmoil surrounding Joker, once Black Mask confirmed that Harley and Dinah were incapacitated, he commenced his malicious intentions. Step aside. These ladies appear to be in distress. It seems that, as a gentleman, I must extend my assistance. The former members of the Joker's gang parted ways, allowing Black Mask to approach the two coughing women, his sinister laughter echoing in the air. Woof woof. Harley's pet hyena, Bud, attempted to leap to her defense, but it too seemed afflicted by the noxious gas. With an impatient wave of his hand, Black Mask sent the sluggish creature flying through the air. Stay down, beast. You will find yourself in my pot later. For now, your mistress must repay the debt for your earlier bite. Black Mask growled menacingly, his eyes beneath the mask scanning Harley and Dinah with malevolent intent. The only beast I see here is you. Although Dinah swayed unsteadily, she positioned herself protectively in front of Harley and delivered a fierce kick aimed at Black Mask's face. However, her strike lacked its previous ferocity, and Black Mask easily seized her ankle mid-kick. What exquisite legs you possess. Though you may be a tad young, I assure you, there are plenty of patrons who appreciate this particular taste. Come, little beauty, accompany me back. Dinah gritted her teeth in response to Black Mask's lewd gaze and vulgar remarks. Yet, despite her utmost efforts, she could not break free. Cough cough, if this is the case, I have no choice but to resort to that move. Suddenly, Dinah opened her mouth as if to unleash a secret weapon, but inhaled a deep breath of toxic gas instead, succumbing to a fit of violent coughing that betrayed her agony. Enough playing, we must attend to business. Black Mask struck Dinah's abdomen with a powerful fist, casually pushing her aside. Her body curled on the ground, writhing in pain, seemingly unable to rise. Harley fared little better. The toxic fumes had rendered her incapable of standing, and she collapsed weakly to the ground. Black Mask rudely seized Harley's hair, yanking her face upward as if to admire a piece of art, surveying her contorted features with delight. I revel in this expression of yours, Harley Quinn. However, there will be ample opportunities to torment you further. For now, answer me truthfully. Where is the clone of that jester hidden? I don't know, Harley gasped. With a merciless slap, Black Mask struck her, causing her cheek to swell instantly, crimson blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Do not waste my time, Harley Quinn. I have countless methods to extract the truth from you, but saving time will spare you some suffering, which benefits us both. Besides, it's merely a counterfeit clone. You need not go to such lengths for it. Harley gasped for breath, her makeup a chaotic blend of blood and tears. Yet she managed to force a smile that was even more grotesque than her tears. Yes, He was merely a clone, and upon realizing this, I had him killed and discarded into the river. Did you think I would allow a counterfeit to replace my beloved? The Black Mask struck her again, his voice tinged with impatience and fury. Do not feign ignorance, or else you and this girl shall endure a fate worse than death. Their conversation was perfectly audible to Joaquin from a distance. It seemed the enhancement effects of the title he bore amplified his senses, including his hearing. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The turmoil that had previously plagued Joaquin's mind vanished entirely upon hearing Harley's words. From their dialogue, it was clear that the Black Mask had provided Harley with information to locate him, yet she had not surrendered Joaquin afterward. Instead, she concealed him and sought to defeat the Black Mask to ensure his safety. Moreover, she was aware of her identity as a clone rather than the Joker himself. Although her true feelings remained a mystery, it was evident that every action Harley took was to safeguard herself. Joaquin, despite his yearning for a tranquil life and his self-awareness of his cowardice, was not devoid of compassion, especially for someone who had saved his life. True tranquility resides within the heart. Should he abandon Harley and flee, Joaquin knew he would carry that guilt for the rest of his days. Thus, there was but one course of action left. This is your final ultimatum, Harley Quinn. If you do not disclose his whereabouts, your exquisite beauty may suffer irreversible consequences. The Black Mask raised his hand ominously. While Harley's response was simple, she spat a mouthful of blood onto his suit, seeking death. Just as the Black Mask prepared to continue his assault on Harley Quinn, this seasoned villain keenly detected the sound of metal slicing through the air. Instinctively pivoting to evade the impending threat, a sharp dagger plunged deep into the Black Mask's right shoulder, forcing him to release Harley's hair as pain surged through him. His gaze filled with fury directed at the source of the projectile. Through the swirling green mist, a figure adorned in a devilish grin and clad in jester-like attire emerged slowly. Regardless of whether I abandon my savior or am pursued by nefarious forces, I shall find no peace. Therefore, for the sake of my future slumber, might I trouble you to perish here, Mr. Roman Siones? Chapter 13. Let us have a chat while my skills cool down. What a fortunate turn of events. As if I had been searching relentlessly only to find my quarry without effort. Since you have come to me, it could not be more fortuitous. The Black Mask, despite being the head of an underground empire, bore the hallmarks of a scion from a wealthy family, effortlessly recalling the wisdom of Eastern proverbs. With a mere wave of his hand, his subordinates swiftly approached Joaquin, encircling him with an imposing demeanor. Joaquin cast a glance at the menacing members of the Joker's gang surrounding him, revealing a faint, inscrutable smile, exuding an air of calmness, or at least, it appeared so. What a predicament! What should I do now? Stay composed, stay composed. First, I must feign confidence to buy time for my skills to cool down. Yet, deep within, Joaquin's thoughts were a chaotic mess. He was acutely aware that he was no cold-blooded killer or super soldier. Although he yearned to save others, the ordinary man he once was never anticipated engaging in a confrontation with these vicious lunatics. His plan was simple: approach stealthily with deceptive tricks, find the perfect angle, and then use his double-edged poison daggers to eliminate the Black Mask in a flash. He envisioned escaping in the ensuing chaos as Black Mask's underlings panicked at their leader's demise. However, reality served a harsh lesson to this once ordinary recluse. One must never underestimate their opponents. Black Mask, relying solely on instinct and the sound of the dagger slicing through the air, instinctively defended himself, preventing the dagger from striking a vital point. This unforeseen agility took Joaquin by surprise. Although his throwing knives were impeccably accurate, they seemed only effective against stationary targets. It dawned on him that while Black Mask was ostensibly an ordinary human, he was also a formidable fighter capable of holding his own against the likes of Batman, Nightwing, and Robin. The naive belief that a mere ambush could assure a swift victory was a grave miscalculation. Nevertheless, Joaquin forced himself to maintain an air of nonchalance, jesting that while he was not skilled in combat, he had long mastered the art of pretense as a seasoned office worker. Regardless, he needed to stall for the cooldown of his two skills. To go to such lengths to capture a single individual is rather excessive, don't you think, Mr. Black Mask? Aren't you concerned that Batman and Gordon might take notice of this grand display? Joaquin spoke leisurely, all the while mentally counting down the cooldown of his abilities. Ha! Black Mask erupted in a boisterous laugh, surveying Joaquin with keen interest. Now I understand why that person insisted on having me retrieve you, and why Harley Quinn wishes to keep you hidden. You are indeed unlike the other clones. Those failed specimens appear utterly dull-witted, incapable of coherent speech. Encountering someone as articulate as you almost led me to believe the Joker had truly returned. That person? Joaquin pondered, realizing that Black Mask was connected to the entity responsible for his very existence. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he maintained a mysterious smile, choosing silence over inquiry. He understood that even if he posed questions now, Black Mask would not divulge any information willingly. It was wiser to feign mastery and prolong the encounter. However, you and the Joker exhibit a stark contrast. The simplest point being, if you were the genuine Joker, you would undoubtedly seize this moment to rescue Harley Quinn, rather than simply plow through with a truck, colliding into both of us. You lack the Joker's peculiar, chaotic essence. Upon meeting Black Mask's piercing gaze, Joaquin's brow furrowed momentarily before smoothing out, maintaining an outward demeanor of composure. You are correct. I am indeed not the jester you are familiar with. However, I take great pleasure in recognizing the distinctions between myself and him, and I have no intention of masquerading as a mere imitation. It is indeed possible for a counterfeit to surpass an original. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Romantian? Oh, how intriguing it is that a mere clone could articulate such thoughts. Yet, it is unfortunate. The ultimatum I received from that gentleman dictates that I must return you to him, regardless of your fate. The words of the dark-masked figure grew increasingly cold, and as he finished speaking, the members of the former jester gang, who had been surrounding Joaquin, surged toward him in unison. The time for idle chatter had reached its limit. However, the cooldown for his deceptive magic and dual-edged blades still required nearly a minute to reset. Seeing the armed men charging at him with murderous intent, Joaquin took a deep breath, mentally preparing for the imminent injuries. Despite his enhanced physical capabilities, he was still outnumbered nearly 10-1. Yet, in that moment, he sensed the world around him slow down, as if time itself had decelerated. The trajectories of the iron rods and knives becoming starkly visible. What is happening? Have I awakened a new external ability of incredible speed? He swiftly dismissed that notion, realizing that it was not his movements that had quickened, but rather his consciousness that had accelerated. Bullet time. This term immediately sprang to mind, and he comprehended the reason for entering this state. His deep inhalation had momentarily increased the intake of poison, thereby enhancing his reflexes. Given this, engaging with these mere lackeys did not seem a daunting task. Joaquin moved with a ghostly swiftness, evading every strike from the former jester gang members and easily slipping through their encirclement to arrive behind them. With a swift motion, he mimicked a scene from a film he had once watched, executing a swift chop with his hands, delivering decisive blows to the napes of two former jester gang members. The fallen members crumpled to the ground, and just as Joaquin intended to pursue further, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to falter. Was this the after effect of the prior deep breath and increased poison intake? Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. This bullet time state comes at a cost. Fortunately, as his breathing stabilized, the brief after effects quickly subsided. To Joaquin's astonishment, during the moment he had exposed himself, he had not been attacked by the others. He lifted his gaze to find the remaining members of the former jester gang staring at him in terror, cautiously distancing themselves. Following their fearful gazes to the ground, he quickly discerned the reason for their fright. Goodness, one must not frivolously mimic dangerous stunts from films, lest it lead to dire consequences, even if it was the unfortunate souls he had struck who bore the brunt of it. The two individuals struck by Joaquin's lethal blow lay on the ground, their necks contorted at unnatural angles, frothing at the mouth, clearly beyond salvation. It appears I must learn the principles of restraint and the art of disarming. Alas, I am not yet worthy of such mastery. Yet, do not fault me, for this was undoubtedly an act of urgent self-defense. Joaquin paused for a moment, offering a silent tribute, and then surveyed the other former members of the Joker's gang, who hesitated, daunted by the unfolding scene. This hesitation is quite understandable. After all, even though Dana and Harley had dealt harsh blows, they had not so swiftly extinguished lives. The grim sight of those two meeting their end, coupled with Joaquin's ruthlessness, left them in a state of trepidation. Observing their reluctance, a smirk began to curl at the corners of Joaquin's mouth. Come now, those willing to gamble with their lives may approach. You were once the Joker's subordinates, familiar with his terror. Regardless of whether I am indeed the Joker, I can assure you that I can evoke memories of his dread, provided, of course, you survive. Chapter 14. The Demonic Man. These former members of the Joker's gang, having betrayed Harley Quinn to serve Black Mask, were not driven by ideals or loyalty, but rather by sheer self-interest. In moments of advantage, they might have rushed forward, eager to claim the spoils. Yet, faced with Joaquin's blatant threat of death, they faltered. Though two fists cannot contend against four hands, if one were to hold Joaquin, the others could strike from behind. However, none wished to be the sacrificial lamb. Falling to Joaquin's wrath, and serving as a mere stepping stone for their comrades. Joaquin breathed a sigh of relief as he witnessed the hesitation of the gang members, each retreating cautiously, confirming the effectiveness of his intimidation. Enough. Black Mask's gravelly voice echoed through the dilapidated warehouse. The reason you reveal yourself is to save this woman. Am I correct? Then stand down, or else this delightful head of hers shall be missing a few components, perhaps an ear, a nose, or an eye. With that, Black Mask roughly seized Harley Quinn by her hair, his other hand withdrawing the dagger Joaquin had embedded in his shoulder, pressing it against Harley's cheek. Joaquin remained silent, staring at Black Mask, mentally counting down. Seeing Joaquin's demeanor, Black Mask assumed he had capitulated, a glimmer of joy sparking in his masked eyes. Quickly, seize him now, he commanded. Hesitant for a moment, two audacious members of the former Joker's gang approached Joaquin from either side. Ah, the cooldown period is finally over, Joaquin murmured softly. And in the next instant, he sprang into action. Swish, swish. The silvery gleam of the blade flickered as those who had intended to restrain him clutched their throats. Faces contorted in terror and despair, crimson blood seeping through their fingers. I have warned you. If you must lay blame, direct it towards your own insatiable greed. Joaquin flicked the blood from his dagger and took a deep breath, launching himself at the Black Mask with all his might. What? Are you not afraid of this woman's knife? The Black Mask stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at his empty palm in incredulity. He could not comprehend how the dagger, which had so recently rested in his hand, had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, a chill creeping into his heart, for Joaquin, who had charged towards him moments ago, had likewise disappeared. This uncanny ability to appear and vanish, was he truly a clone of the Joker, rather than merely a phantom of him? The thought flitted through the Black Mask's mind. A faint sound of footsteps seemed to materialize behind him, and in that instant, the Black Mask instinctively reacted. He released Harley Quinn and swiftly turned to defend himself. Clang! Joaquin's dagger, aimed at the Black Mask's throat, was deflected by the latter's arm just in time, the blade striking the mask with a resounding metallic clash. Ah! The Black Mask let out a piercing scream. Though he had narrowly escaped being fatally stabbed, the dagger had lodged itself partially in the mask, piercing through to the area of his left eye. Joaquin gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to drive the dagger deeper. He knew he could not afford to give the Black Mask a moment to breathe, for he had no confidence in defeating such a master of combat in close quarters. Bang! Yet, the sound of a gunshot shattered Joaquin's plans. What the hell? You have a gun, and you only pull it out now? Are you insane? Joaquin clutched his abdomen where he had been shot, collapsing weakly to his knees, utterly unprepared for the Black Mask to draw such a deadly weapon at that moment. He realized then how absurd the cinematic portrayals of individuals sustaining numerous gunshot wounds and fighting on were. The force and pain of the bullet striking his flesh nearly rendered him unconscious, leaving him incapable of any further action. Coupled with the after effects of inhaling the toxic mist to temporarily enhance his combat prowess, Joaquin found himself utterly at the mercy of his adversary. Meanwhile, the Black Mask, having narrowly escaped death, panted heavily, his wrist trembling slightly as he held the gun, a wave of fear washing over him. He had always carried a handgun for emergencies. However, he had refrained from using it earlier, believing his numerical advantage would guarantee victory. Additionally, he wished to avoid attracting too much attention from the Gotham Police Department, as brawls among thugs were one thing, but incidents involving firearms carried a different weight altogether. Yet, his moment of carelessness had nearly cost him his life and left him with the loss of an eye. With his remaining eye filled with hatred, the Black Mask glared at Joaquin and aimed the gun at his forehead, his fingers slowly resting on the trigger. At long last, it has come to an end. Whether one is a clone, a specter, or a demon, there is no escape. A cacophony of harsh, piercing laughter erupted suddenly at the feet of the masked figure, as a peculiar box materialized from thin air and opened. From within, a bizarre clown doll sprang forth, unleashing a stream of mildly corrosive venom towards the masked figure. What on earth is this? Ah, my head. The masked figure frantically shielded his face, his hand, clutching the firearm, flailed about as if warding off an unseen menace. Seizing this invaluable opportunity, Joaquin, despite the agony in his abdomen, forcefully knocked the already unsteady gun from the masked figure's grasp. Retreat! Retreat! We must leave this place at once. The masked figure had completely abandoned any intention of reclaiming his weapon to continue the fight. Joaquin's string of uncanny abilities had utterly shattered his mental fortitude. Not to mention the terror induced by the cursed box and the inhalation of a small amount of toxic gas due to the damage to his mask. Under this dual strain, the only thought occupying the masked figure's mind was to flee from this enigmatic man. supported by the remaining few members of the Joker's gang. The masked figure returned to the truck, too frightened to cast another glance at Joaquin, for they were unaware of the cooldown of his powers, fearing he might reappear out of nowhere to claim their lives. A hum. The engine roared to life. The truck, trailing a continuous stream of toxic gas, vanished into the pitch-black night at a breakneck pace. At last, it is over. Joaquin exhaled a sigh of relief, clutching his gunshot wound, and staggered to his feet. Now that he had saved the people, it was time to leave this place and seek refuge. However, his consciousness began to blur. The dual repercussions of excessive blood loss and the diminishing concentration of the gas compounded, and after merely 2 steps, his legs gave way, and he toppled backward. Thud. Yet, Joaquin did not crash onto the unforgiving ground. He felt something soft and warm catch him from behind. Indeed, I was not mistaken. You are he. No, rather. You have the potential to become him. A gentle and sweet voice echoed in his ear, but Joaquin was already losing his capacity for rational thought, gradually slipping into unconsciousness. I will not yield, no matter how long it takes. Just as he transformed me from Harley Quinn into Harley Quinn, I shall mold you into the clown of my dreams, my ideal hero. It seemed something moist and soft pressed against his lips. This was the last sensation Joaquin experienced before succumbing to darkness. Chapter 15. Midnight Communication in the Batcave. Alfred, how is my spine faring? In a spacious underground chamber, Bruce Wayne, Gotham City's affluent heir, and the man who transforms into the superhero known as Batman, reclined on a medical bed surrounded by an array of advanced technological apparatus. This sanctuary, known as the Batcave, served as both his hideout as Batman and one of the safest havens in Gotham City. Standing beside his hospital bed was a man with graying hair, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. He was none other than his most trusted butler, Alfred Pennyworth. To be frank, the prognosis was not optimistic. Master Bruce, it appears you may be unable to don the mantle of Batman for quite some time, Alfred stated gravely. Setting down the light panel and letting out a soft sigh, Bruce furrowed his brow but maintained a composed demeanor as he took the light panel from Alfred's hands, casually flipping through it before responding lightly. However, if we were to utilize the new nanomedical technology employed in Miss Barbara's treatment, your situation is entirely different, Master Bruce. Alfred interjected, his gaze stern and his tone resolute. This is not the first time your spine has been injured. If this is not handled with utmost care, you risk developing habitual fractures. Given the intensity of your usual activities, such a scenario could prove fatal. Bruce sighed softly. Only Alfred would speak to him in such a stern manner, yet he felt no anger, for he understood that Alfred's words were always out of concern for his well-being. Let us be candid, Alfred. How long do you anticipate I must refrain from wearing the suit? If I may suggest, it would be best if you never touched that suit again for the remainder of your life. Alfred's expression was serious. In truth, Gotham has improved significantly compared to a few years ago. You might consider attempting to return to a normal life. Absolutely not. Bruce resolutely rejected the idea, shaking his head in response to Alfred's worried yet hopeful gaze. The recent tranquility seems to conceal an undercurrent of unrest. If I were to vanish entirely, many who had previously hidden in fear would undoubtedly stir. This incident serves as a stark reminder of the peril of complacency. Seeing Bruce's unwavering expression, Alfred shrugged helplessly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Then, in a low, indomitable voice, he stated, the minimum recovery period will be 6 months. During this time, Master Bruce, you must not engage in any vigorous activity. Otherwise, whether you wish it or not, you will be compelled to bid farewell to your second identity. Upon hearing Alfred's words, Bruce's face betrayed a hint of distress, yet he understood that Alfred was neither jesting nor exaggerating. Given the timeline he had provided, there was no room for negotiation. Lost in thought, Bruce gently rested his chin on his hand, murmuring to himself, Gotham cannot be without a guardian for these 6 months. Commissioner Gordon cannot shoulder this burden alone, and he stands for the light. Someone must remain in the shadows. Nightwing and Red Robin are not options. They have their own commitments. The Justice League is already stretched thin with issues in Metropolis and Coast City. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted his contemplation. The crisp and urgent ringing of a bell interrupted Bruce's contemplation. Oracle is requesting a communication connection. Do you wish to proceed? Upon hearing the mechanical voice emanating from the large screen, Bruce and Alfred exchanged a grave glance. It was the early hours of the morning, and such a late communication was unlikely to be merely a social call. Let us connect. After a brief crackle of electricity, a clear and magnetic female voice reverberated through the Batcave. Good evening, Batman. I hope I am not disturbing your recuperation. Do not worry, Oracle, my injuries are not severe. Bruce replied, sensing Alfred's piercing gaze beside him. He cleared his throat and steadied his voice. What has prompted this late-night communication? The voice known as Oracle paused momentarily before continuing with a serious tone. An hour ago, the police received a report from Gotham's Old Town about gunfire and a vehicle leaking toxic gas. Upon their arrival, they discovered 10 disoriented men and 4 corpses at a recycling station. Bruce's pupils constricted as his voice deepened. Have their identities been determined? Comparative analysis reveals that both the injured and the deceased were former members of the Joker's gang from 3 years ago. After the Joker's demise, they allied with other underground factions, each one drenched in blood, truly unworthy of sympathy. Noticing the tremor of agitation in her voice, Bruce furrowed his brow. Oracle, they previously evaded incarceration due to insufficient evidence and lawyer bribery. They are scum that deserve death 1,000 times over. Barbara. Bruce's stern exclamation finally brought Oracle, or rather Barbara Gordon, back to a semblance of composure. I apologize, Batman. I became a bit too emotional. It's all right, Oracle. I understand your animosity towards them, but do not allow it to cloud your judgment. Is there any other crucial information? Oracle's voice fell into a momentary silence before she resumed, laced with uncertainty. The injured appeared to have inhaled an excessive amount of a certain toxin, resulting in severe mental impairment. Their testimonies are fragmented and lack coherence. Yet they all consistently state one thing. The Joker's ghost has returned from hell, possessing demonic powers. At that moment, although Bruce's face remained impassive, the whiteness of his knuckles as he clenched his fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he spoke in a measured tone. I understand, Oracle. Please send over the autopsy reports and testimonies shortly. I will discuss our course of action with Gordon. Your injuries will not heal swiftly. Perhaps I must take action. My wounds have nearly healed, and I can personally investigate the truth behind the events in the old district. No, Bruce firmly interrupted the Oracle's words. Your injuries have only just begun to mend, and I am well aware that the rehabilitation process following such prolonged paralysis is extensive. It is far too perilous for you to undertake missions at this time. Bruce feigned ignorance of Alfred's knowing glance and continued in a low voice. For now, let us entrust this matter to the Gotham Police Department. Have faith in Gordon and trust in your father, Barbara. He will surely uncover the truth. Chapter 16. Awakening in Gotham without a kidney? Joaquin groggily opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed being the wooden boards hastily nailed over the skylight. Alas, it seems he has once again found himself in Harley Quinn's basement, rendering his previous efforts futile. The sound of running water emanated from the restroom, and this scene felt hauntingly familiar. Perhaps it was a twist of fate. Joaquin felt a twinge of nostalgia. To be honest, although he had not managed to escape and live a tranquil life, his perspective had shifted somewhat. After confirming that Harley Quinn had been safeguarding his safety, he could not bring himself to harbor any resentment towards her. Reflecting on the first time he awoke in this place, disoriented and almost convinced he had been abducted by nefarious individuals, he had even worried about the state of his kidneys. This thought brought a wry smile to his face. However, that smile quickly faded as he felt a dull ache in his side, his hand brushing against thick bandages. My kidney. A piercing scream echoed through the basement, and at that moment, the bathroom door was flung open with great force, revealing a figure wrapped in a towel. Rushing out in a flurry. What happened? What is going on? Joaquin, still reeling from the shock of losing his kidney, instinctively averted his gaze, only to notice, wait, is Harley Quinn's leg hair really that thick? No, that voice was clearly male. Joaquin's gaze slowly rose, and he was met with the slightly roguish face of Walker, one of Harley Quinn's associates. Walker surveyed the room, confirming that he and Joaquin were alone in the basement, before letting out a sigh of relief. You scared me. Stop shouting like that. I thought the Gotham City police had barged in. As Walker relaxed, the towel enveloping him fell away, revealing an unspeakable sight to Joaquin. Hurry back inside and get dressed. My eyes. Oh, and my kidney. Moments later, Walker finally emerged from the bathroom, fully clothed, while Joaquin lay on the couch, enduring the dual torment of mental and physical distress. Please refrain from regarding me with such a gaze. After all, I was the one who tidied up the chaotic scene, disposing of both the deceased and the barely alive, and even assisted the elder sister by performing a nephrectomy. Upon hearing this, Joaquin's face turned ashen, his trembling finger pointing at the thick bandages wrapped around his side. So this isn't a jest. My kidney has indeed been removed. Walker shrugged, casually opening a can of beer from the table. What jest could there be? Surely you Haven T lost your memory. The close-range gunfire from the masked figure ruptured your right kidney. Had the damaged organ not been promptly excised, your very life would have been at stake. Nevertheless, you are fortunate. After all, one can survive with a single kidney, but had it been another vital organ, I doubt I could have saved you. Joaquin was nearly in tears, lamenting the disparity between reality and the fictional portrayals of heroes who, after sustaining multiple gunshot wounds, merely require a bandage and a few days to bounce back. Yet here he was, inexplicably missing a part of himself after a single gunshot. Despite this, Joaquin took a deep breath and quickly reconciled with the grim reality, recalling vividly the perilous circumstances he had faced. His brazen challenge against the masked figure had indeed been reckless. As one of the classic antagonists from the original comics, Joaquin knew that had the masked figure not underestimated his abilities, victory would have been unattainable. However, if placed in the same situation again, Joaquin would likely act as he did before. He could not bear to witness his savior, Harley, being tormented by the masked figure without intervening. With this thought, Joaquin glanced at Walker, who was leisurely sipping his beer, narrowing his eyes slightly. By the way, where were you when the masked figure crashed in with the truck? Even the hyena, Bud, charged at him, and I thought you had been knocked unconscious by the impact. Upon hearing Joaquin's inquiry, Walker appeared sheepish, scratching his head. At that moment, upon seeing the truck arrive, I sensed trouble brewing. The masked figure had clearly orchestrated this, so I promptly slipped out the door. Oh, and I almost forgot to thank you for lending me a hand back then. You escaped. Good heavens, you evidently fled faster than I did. Joaquin regarded Walker with a hint of disdain, to which Walker quickly offered a wry smile and waved his hand dismissively. Please don't look at me like that. Even if I had attempted a barehanded ambush, I likely would have been no match for the masked figure. In such circumstances, isn't it foolish to act bravely? Well, I must admit, I feel somewhat offended. Walker, oblivious to Joaquin's rigid expression, continued to speak with ease. Moreover, I was not fleeing. I intended to return home, don my combat gear, and then rejoin the fray, although adjusting the size due to my recent weight gain did take a bit of time. As I returned, I caught sight of the black masked truck making its escape, while the warehouse lay in utter disarray. Nonetheless, donning the battle attire proved not to be without merit. Subsequently, I soared for 2 kilometers, casting that group of ruffians into the refuse disposal area, thereby ensuring they could not trace us. Wait, battle attire? It can fly? Joaquin interrupted Walker's discourse, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the scruffy middle-aged man. Could it be that you are not merely an ordinary thug? A faint smile played upon Walker's lips, a mysterious aura enveloping him as he transformed in presence. It appears you have taken note. Thus, there is no need for me to conceal the truth. 3 years ago, in my youthful arrogance, I squandered my vast fortune to craft my own equipment, hoping to combat Batman, only to face a dismal defeat. Upon hearing this, you should recognize who I am. Joaquin's expression turned grave. Indeed, Gotham is teeming with talent. To think that a mere acquaintance could be a supervillain. If we are to consider such criteria, you must be the fabled Silence, correct? Walker's smile faltered, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. From his demeanor, Joaquin swiftly discerned his misjudgment. Night Owl? Much better, at least it can fly. But wait, Scarecrow? Riddler? Roman? Firefly? Killer Croc? My friend, are you merely listing names? None of these are even remotely relevant. The last one, however, bears some resemblance. Very well. I shall be candid. I was once known by the moniker Mothman. Now you recall, do you not? Mothman. Joaquin vaguely recalled such a character. How many tiers of villainy does he belong to? Yet, believing himself quite astute, Joaquin resolved to spare Walker's pride by refraining from further inquiry. Simultaneously, a perplexed furrow creased Joaquin's brow as he regarded Walker with an unusual gaze. Mothman, right? I remember now. However, even if it is a matter of the past, are you truly comfortable revealing your secret identity to me? As far as I know, this is a highly significant secret. It is indeed Mothman. Sigh. Am I truly so obscure? Regarding your question, it is of little concern, for Sister Harley has already informed me. Walker leaned in closer to Joaquin, a jovial smile adorning his face as he amiably patted his shoulder. From this day forth, you shall be the spokesperson for our Joker gang. What does it matter to share such trivial secrets? I look forward to your guidance, boss. Chapter 17. Harley Quinn could not be so gentle and considerate. Have you returned? Miss Harley and Miss Dinah, it appears you have successfully dispatched the agents. Upon hearing the crisp sound of the iron door being unlocked, Joaquin, who had been reclining on the sofa, immediately straightened up, clearing his throat in an attempt to project an air of calm composure. Upon entering, Harley Quinn paused for a moment upon seeing Joaquin, then her face lit up with sheer delight as she rushed towards him in joyful strides. Dearest, at long last, you have awakened. I was utterly consumed with worry. However, as Harley reached out to embrace Joaquin, her hand was seized. Joaquin turned slightly, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon Harley Quinn. Miss Harley, there is no need for pretense any longer. I have already inquired of Walker, and it appears you have known all along that I am not the Joker, but merely a clone of him. Furthermore, you intended to elevate me to the position of leader of the Joker's gang, supplanting the former Joker's role. Am I correct? The smile vanished from Harley Quinn's face as she shot a venomous glare at Walker, who had been leisurely sipping his beer. The latter nearly choked, almost spewing his drink. Cough, cough, that's not it. I merely let slip that you wish to hand over the position of the Joker's leader to him. The rest is his fabrication. Wait, you're a clone of the Joker? Upon witnessing Walker's reaction, Harley realized she had unwittingly fallen into a trap. She gently extricated herself from Joaquin's grasp, gazing at him with a complex expression. Just as her lips parted to speak, Joaquin interrupted her. You need not say anything. I shall not acquiesce. Regardless of whose clone I am, I harbor no interest in criminal endeavors, nor do I wish to lead a band of lawless ruffians into chaos. Who are you calling a ruffian? By the way, your tone irks me. Who do you think you are to speak to Sister Harley in such a manner? Bang! Joaquin's earnest address was abruptly interrupted by Dana's flying kick, seemingly intentional, aimed at the side of his abdomen where he had recently undergone surgery. The intense pain shattered the dignified facade he had maintained for 5 minutes. Ouch! You little brat, you are inhumane. Do you even consider for whom I sacrificed my kidney? Not me. Don't presume that I lost consciousness. I clearly saw everything while I lay on the ground. You hid away during my beating, only to strike when it was Harley's turn. I remember this preferential treatment quite well. Dana lifted her smooth, fair thigh, her gaze menacingly fixed on Joaquin's side, as if poised to deliver another kick. Enough, Dana. Let us not prolong this. You and Walker should step outside for a moment. Mr. Joaquin and I have some matters to discuss privately. Upon hearing Harley Quinn's sudden serious tone, Dana obediently lowered her leg. She shot one last fierce look at Joaquin, who was still grimacing in pain, before departing the basement with Walker. As the iron door clanged shut, Harley Quinn approached Joaquin slowly, crouching before him. Do not move. I will check to see if your wound has reopened. Rest assured, I possess a doctorate in medicine. Although my specialization lies in psychology, I am equipped with fundamental first aid knowledge. Harley Quinn's earlier manic demeanor had vanished entirely as she regarded Joaquin's injury with a serious yet gentle expression. Carefully unwrapping the bandage, she revealed a sweet smile. Do not worry. Diana exercises her control with discretion and, in truth, feels immense gratitude towards you. When she witnessed your excessive bleeding leading to your fainting, she was nearly brought to tears. As for Harley's words, Joaquin silently harbored doubts. Yet, his attention remained fixated not on that, but rather on Harley, who was diligently redressing his wounds. Despite her face being adorned with vibrant makeup at this moment, Harley exuded an unexpected tranquility and grace, a contrast so gentle that Joaquin found himself entranced. How infuriating! Harley Quinn could not possibly be this tender and considerate. It must be an act. He could not allow himself to be deceived. Nonetheless, despite this conviction, Joaquin's inner vigilance towards Harley Quinn had undeniably diminished. Very well. Let us return to our previous discussion, Harley suggested as she completed the bandaging and gently patted his shoulder, the ensuing pain jolting Joaquin back to reality. Ahem. You heard what I said earlier, correct? I do not intend to assume the position of leader within the Joker's gang. You saw Diana's reaction. The other members would never accept my sudden ascendance. Harley repositioned a chair, seating herself across from Joaquin, languidly leaning back while revealing the familiar mischievous smile he had come to know. This is hardly a concern, my dear. Anyone who does not support you can leave the Joker's gang, which leaves only those who will back you. See, that issue is resolved. At this juncture, Harley removed her high-heeled boots and casually placed her feet, clad in two-tone stockings, upon the table. Joaquin struggled to maintain his focus on her face, though his gaze inevitably wandered. How maddening! Was this a beauty ploy? It could hardly work on him, though perhaps it had a slight effect. Moreover, your own opinions are of little consequence. Your membership in the Joker's gang is already a fait accompli. Those traitors who survived will likely regain their senses and recount the events of last night. Describing a man strikingly similar to the Joker who intervened to rescue Harley Quinn while simultaneously eliminating the traitorous members of the gang, Harley playfully winked at Joaquin, implying that he could envision the ensuing events. A heaviness settled in Joaquin's heart, as Harley had articulated. As long as someone resembled the Joker, saved one of his allies, and dispatched his foes, that individual would be regarded as the Joker. At least, others would perceive it that way. Continuing down this path, Joaquin, who had already taken lives, would undoubtedly become a prime target for pursuit. Others with grievances against the Joker would not spare him either. So you understand, Harley continued. The rumors have already gained momentum. There is no longer a safe haven for you outside. Your only option is to embrace this error and assume the role of the missing true Joker. At the very least, within the confines of this Joker gang's base, you will find safety. Joaquin furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Harley as he spoke slowly, his voice weighted with concern. Safe here? Other members of the Joker's gang are aware of this place. You need not worry about them informing anyone. I have an arrangement with Gordon that as long as I remain within certain bounds, he will turn a blind eye to my actions. Despite Walker's demeanor, he possesses significant connections among the villains. Moreover, Dinah's identity is somewhat unique. Should she be present, many pretentious second-rate characters would think twice before attempting to play the hero. Mindful of the individuals backing her, Harley stood up, gracefully approaching Joaquin, her slender fingers caressing his cheek as a mysterious smile graced her lips. Do you understand? As long as you are by my side, I shall protect you. At this moment, you must accept my protection. Joaquin sighed resignedly, lifting his gaze to look at Harley with confusion. Why would you go to such lengths, Harley? You must realize that I am not the Joker you adore. We share only a resemblance, and everything else is entirely different. No, your similarities extend beyond mere appearance, Harley interrupted, gently holding his chin as her face drew nearer to his. Their proximity was so intimate that Joaquin could feel the warmth of Harley's breath, as if he could kiss her with the slightest tilt of his head. I will slowly transform you into the man I love, into the Joker of my memories. Joaquin furrowed his brows and murmured, I believe that is impossible. Your thoughts are quite mad, are they not? Indeed, but do not forget. I am Harley Quinn, a madwoman who is irrationally devoted to love. To reunite with the Joker I cherish, I will stop at nothing. Do you understand, my little pudding? Chapter 18. Living with Harley Quinn is truly delightful. Though I reluctantly acquiesced to Harley's request, I harbored some resentment. It is absurd that I, Joaquin, a paragon of integrity devoted solely to a tranquil existence, was coerced into becoming the leader of an illegal organization, forced to consort with a band of miscreants. Such injustice. However, after spending some time cohabiting with Harley, I discovered that this arrangement was not as dreadful as I had anticipated. Admitting the truth to myself after a week, I found that I had indeed grown fond of this life. Initially, my greatest concern was the ruffians of the Joker's gang, yet astonishingly, that issue resolved itself the very next day. Harley presented me with a list of current members of the Joker's gang. They were merely a bunch of adolescents. Consequently, they had not been summoned for previous missions, and several former members' contact details were included, although most went unanswered, many being traitors I had previously defeated. Harley handed me a gaudy notebook, but with disdain, I tossed it back to her without a glance. If you seek my opinion, my sole desire is to incinerate this nonsense and send them all back to their mothers. As you wish, my little pudding. Harley Quinn wore her signature sweet smile as she casually picked up a lighter from the table and ignited the list without a flicker of hesitation. Joaquin stared in astonishment at her audacious act, watching the flames voraciously consume the paper until it was nearly devoured. Just as the fire approached her hand, she tossed the remnants behind her, regarding Joaquin with an enigmatic grin. What is the matter, darling? Wasn't he at your command? I've already mentioned that you are the unequivocal leader of the Joker's gang. Whatever orders you give, I shall execute, and then I will inform the other members of their dismissal, leaving only Dinah and Walker. Joaquin collected his thoughts, having initially believed he would be merely a puppet leader for Harley, but it became evident that she had genuinely transferred all control of the gang into her own hands. So, if I were to command that no one engage in any further destruction, that they perform good deeds daily, such as assisting elderly ladies across the street or helping children find their lost kittens, even renaming the gang Gotham City Justice League and disbanding the Joker's gang entirely, would you comply with such orders? Harley leaned forward, her arms resting on the table, her clear gaze fixed on Joaquin. However, he found it challenging to concentrate on her face, as her posture accentuated the alluring curves of her figure. Renaming or doing good deeds is inconsequential. You may assign any unreasonable tasks to the other members, and should they refuse, expel them. But I, Dinah, Walker, and the disbanding of the Joker's gang are exceptions. I've stated before that this is the boundary we have established to protect you. Despite the minor fire incident in Harley's basement, caused by the discarded flames igniting a trash bin, Joaquin felt significantly uplifted, since he was now in charge. The Joker's gang seemed to be a mere formality, and his sole responsibility as the leader was to indulge in a lifestyle of eating and sleeping within Harley's basement, living with a delightful girl who harbored no defenses against him, often bestowing unexpected favors, was a dream come true. Days passed without the burden of work, as he was cared for by Harley, enjoying meals served to him, though the fast food and pizza grew somewhat monotonous for Joaquin, who shamelessly relished this lifestyle. Contentment was all that mattered. Oh, how this resembled the ultimate life of leisure he had always envisioned. The only minor drawback was that he was currently a wanted man, confined to this space in a state of soft imprisonment. This rendered his entertainment life somewhat dull, as even the most beautiful companion could become a familiar sight over time. Furthermore, Joaquin lacked the audacity to mooch off Harley for gadgets like phones or computers. However, Harley promised that once the storm passed, she would help him disguise himself for discreet outings. Joaquin found this arrangement acceptable, believing it was only a matter of time for a reclusive man like himself. Ultimately, his week of indulgent leisure at Harley Quinn's abode led Joaquin to conclude it was indeed delightful. The fragrance enveloped him, reminiscent of Harley Quinn's essence. Joaquin felt an unsettling sensation as he slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that the aroma was indeed tangible. At some point, Harley's stockings had been draped over his head. Alas, this girl must have forgotten I was sleeping on the sofa, casually tossing her discarded garments in my direction. A habit she must be made aware of upon her return, lest I face the dire consequences of a pulmonary fungal infection. With a nonchalant gesture, Joaquin removed the stockings, adjusting his sleeping position to alleviate the discomfort in his side, and drifted back into slumber. His wounds had nearly healed. He experienced little pain, provided he refrained from applying pressure. Yet, a sudden, intense agony jolted him awake, leading to a piercing scream as he sprang from the sofa. Pain. It hurts. Who did this, Diana? Do you wish to take my life? Tears welled in the corners of Joaquin's eyes as he grimaced, gingerly massaging his side while casting a disapproving glance at the blonde girl beside the sofa, who was clearly the instigator. What are you making a fuss about? You've already lost your kidney. Now all that remains are superficial injuries. Seeing you drool over Harley's stockings while being a pervert, a mere kick, seems a light punishment. Only then did Joaquin notice Harley's stockings still in his grasp. He hastily tossed them aside, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Diana. Disturbing a wounded man's rest is akin to threatening his life, especially considering I have just undergone organ removal surgery. Does your conscience not ache? Wait, never mind that. What brings you here? Looking for Harley? She left for work early this morning. Upon seeing Diana raise her leg with a menacing expression, Joaquin quickly shifted his tone. You must be aware that Harley has gone to work. How can you shamelessly indulge in slumber? Enough of that. I came here to find you. Did Harley not inform you? Your training commences today. Joaquin recalled that Harley had indeed mentioned something along those lines when she returned last night. She had asserted that, given his recovery, it was time for him to engage in some physical activity and acquire self-defense skills. Although he remembered this, she had not divulged the specifics of the training regimen, nor the relevance of her arrival. Isn't it obvious? Diana replied with a smirk, hands on her hips. Her figure slightly less striking than Harley's, yet still remarkably proportionate. Get up, Joaquin. Miss Diana's free combat course is about to commence. Chapter 19. The wager is. Let me play for a day? After several days, Joaquin found himself once more in the dilapidated warehouse. Though this time he had no need to access it through the skylight. Instead, he confidently emerged from the basement entrance. To his surprise, the entrance to the basement was situated here, explaining why the agents had failed to uncover its location. The stairway leading to the basement was obscured by a massive clown face graffiti, rendering the door virtually indistinguishable unless one paid close attention. In the dilapidated warehouse, remnants of the recent skirmish had nearly vanished, save for a subtle dark stain at the spot where Joaquin had been shot. Hurry up, don't block the way. Ms. Dana's class time is precious. Joaquin, relishing the fresh air outside the basement, was suddenly jolted forward by a forceful kick to his rear, stumbling several steps. By the way, is it truly safe for me to be out like this? I hope no uniformed individual bursts through the door and attacks me, he pondered, rubbing his sore backside while casting a worried glance toward the entrance. The door, mangled by the impact of a black-masked truck, remained ajar, unable to close completely. You needn't worry, came the reassurance. A few days ago, there were indeed undercover agents lurking about, but they've been recalled by Gordon. After all, Batman hasn't made an appearance in several days, and Gotham's law enforcement is beginning to feel the strain. A chill ran down Joaquin's spine as he recalled Batman's grievous injury at the hands of Bane, pondering the severity of the wounds and the impending consequences of such an event. Enough dawdling. Let's review the training regimen. First, we shall warm up. Run 20 laps around the interior of this warehouse, followed by a round of squat jumps, and then a lap of walking on your hands, Dana declared, extracting a smartphone from her pocket to peruse something, her expression brimming with enthusiasm for Joaquin's training. Joaquin had no intention of adhering to her whimsical training plan. He wore a mysterious smile and raised a finger to gently shake his head. Apologies, Miss Dana. To be frank, my combat techniques do not necessitate such training. Although I appreciate the good intentions of you and Harley, I intend to train in secret and hone my own unique abilities. Dana regarded him with an expression akin to that of a bemused observer, crossing her arms and sporting a playful grin. Let me guess, your special abilities include short-range teleportation, optical invisibility, the ability to deploy a box that emits sonic attacks, conjuring knives out of thin air, and enhanced physical prowess through inhalation of toxic gas. Am I close? Joaquin was taken aback, feeling as though Dana had stripped him of his defenses. Other than his skill with the razor-sharp throwing knives, she had discerned nearly all of his capabilities. Furthermore, to superhumans, his precision was merely a fundamental skill, hardly qualifying as a special ability. Don't act so surprised. As I mentioned before, I observed your entire battle from the ground. Such feats are easily analyzed after witnessing them once. They are merely basic techniques. Joaquin quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat with a confident smile. Since you are aware, that simplifies matters. You witnessed how I dominated the scene. Though I admit my recklessness in stepping in to save you. However, if the sole intention is to flee with this ability, I should be able to ensure my own safety without issue. Diana let out a disdainful huff, casting a scornful glance at Joaquin. It seems your intellect is even less sharp than I had anticipated. Let's engage in a little game. Diana turned around, her finger pointing toward the entrance of the basement they had just exited, approximately 5 meters away from Joaquin. Do you truly believe you can rely on these abilities for self-preservation? Then why not try to reach that door? You need not enter, just touch it. Regardless of the method you choose, and that will signify your victory. At this point, Diana paused and suddenly squinted her eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. However, without rewards or penalties, it would be rather dull. If you lose, you will not only have to obediently accept my training regimen, but also endure it with double the intensity. Does that sound agreeable? Joaquin calculated the distance between himself and the door, and after a moment, a slight smile graced his lips. Certainly, that's no issue. However, a penalty without a reward seems rather unjust. If I win, then. Joaquin extended his hand, a confident smile illuminating his face as he pointed toward Diana's chest. Lend me that for a day's amusement. Diana's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, her hands hastily covering her chest as she exclaimed, flustered and indignant. What are you saying, you pervert? How could I possibly lend it to you? Is it really necessary to be so stingy? It's merely a phone for some light entertainment. Rest assured, I have no intention of prying into your intimate secrets with your husband. What Joaquin truly desired was the smartphone Diana had just presented. To be frank, as a homebody, the absence of a phone for such an extended period was quite unsettling, akin to ants crawling all over him. Diana's expression quickly shifted from red to white, then to a stormy black as she coldly shoved the phone back into her pocket. Do I appear to be of an age suitable for marriage? It seems I need to check whether your faculties are impaired, either in judgment or vision. Haven't the black canary and green arrow tied the knot yet? Joaquin suddenly realized he had made a misjudgment, yet this black canary had indeed proclaimed her surname to be Quinn. Well then, the wager is established. If you win, I shall gladly hand over the phone, but if you lose, it appears today's training will extend until the early hours. Joaquin felt a shiver run down his spine. Knowing this was no time for distractions, this girl was far from gentle, and a misstep could lead to genuine injury. Nevertheless, Joaquin smiled softly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from Diana's sight. Did you not expect that? My teleportation magic has a maximum range of 5 meters, allowing me to reach the door with ease. I merely need to extend my hand. However, as Joaquin felt his hand nearing the door by less than a centimeter, he was suddenly seized by slender fingers gripping his neck tightly, and in the next instant, he was violently hurled backward. All spatial teleportation abilities require a slight distance from other obstacles or surfaces. Otherwise, one risks becoming embedded within other substances, leading to perilous outcomes. Upon your descent, there will be an imperceptibly slight distance to the ground. This subtle sound of landing, coupled with the gentle breeze created by your displacement of air, renders your position easily detectable. Just now, Dana, who had exerted her extraordinary strength to hurl Joaquin away, clapped her hands and regarded the disheveled Joaquin on the ground with an enigmatic smile. This is a trick that Sister Zatanna shared with me. Now you comprehend the nuances of countering teleporters and invisibility practitioners. Although your abilities are exceptional, they are not unparalleled. There exist others who can replicate your feats, and thus, methods to unravel them. Chapter 20. Dana's intimate classroom. After pointing out the flaws in Joaquin's deceptive magic skills, Dana refrained from further aggression, instead standing with her hands on her hips, eagerly awaiting Joaquin to rise. Continue, she urged, if you do not concede completely. The efficacy of this training will be significantly diminished. By the way, The condition for victory is simply to touch that door. It matters not how you achieve it or what object you employ. Do you grasp my meaning? Joaquin's expression grew serious. He understood Dana's implication. She intended to illuminate the shortcomings of his current abilities. With a subtle flick of his right hand, a sharp dagger materialized in his grasp. Be careful. It would be unfortunate if Dana were to injure you, he warned. Aiming near Dana's cheek, he hurled the dagger with force, intending for it to graze her and strike the door behind her. However, as soon as the dagger left his hand, Dana executed a swift kick, deflecting it effortlessly. In the same fluid motion, she leapt before Joaquin, seizing his right arm, which still retained the posture of his throw. With a sharp crack, Joaquin felt his joints protest as, in an instant, Dana had expertly twisted his arm behind his back, forcing him to the ground in a position that rendered him powerless. Ouch, that hurts. Please let go. My arm feels like it's going to break. Rest assured, as long as you refrain from struggling, it won't break. At worst, I might dislocate it, but I could set it right in a heartbeat, Dana whispered in his ear, her silken hair brushing against him, eliciting an unbearable itch. Your knife-throwing accuracy is commendable, yet your posture is rather unseemly, and your force is lacking. Not only does it make it easy for others to perceive the trajectory, but should you fail to retract your throw in time, it will become a glaring flaw. Though tears of pain threatened to spill from Joaquin's eyes, he silently committed Dana's words to memory, aware of the invaluable nature of such guidance. Nevertheless, he had no intention of surrendering so readily. With a soft pop, a brightly colored box suddenly appeared on the ground beside them. Just as I suspected, you have this trick up your sleeve, Joaquin thought. Sensing Dana loosen her hold on his joint lock, seizing the opportunity, he swiftly rolled over, and in a flash, Dana executed a graceful somersault, soaring into the air. The frightful magic box has been activated, and the clown doll that springs forth emits an unpleasant, eerie laughter. However, Dana, who had leapt up in anticipation, appears unfazed by the intended terror. In an instant, as she lands, she crushes the box with the unyielding sole of her leather boots. With a pop, the destroyed magic box dissipates into a wisp of white smoke. Joaquin, having only managed to turn over, finds himself pinned down by Dana, unable to move. Is this your final trick? She muses. This time, I shan't elaborate. Consider it a small test from your teacher, Dana. Reflect upon it. Perched upon Joaquin's waist, Dana gazes down at him with an expression of triumphant arrogance. After struggling in vain, Joaquin resigns himself to his predicament, contemplating how Dana, despite her seemingly delicate physique, exerts an overwhelming weight upon him. When my magic box appears, there is a brief moment when the doll is released. If one is vigilant, it is possible to evade the ensuing fright before it takes effect. For this skill to land, the opponent must be caught completely off guard. Dana nods with satisfaction, her demeanor radiating a sense of encouragement as she crosses her arms. It seems your intellect remains intact. You must realize how fortunate you were that day to have merely lost a kidney. At this juncture, Dana's expression shifts to one of seriousness, her tone grave. The masked figure was first injured by Bard, and then you took advantage of his shoulder wound. His minions were hardly loyal, and you were ensconced in a toxic mist that enhanced your abilities. Fortune favored you, allowing you to scrape by with a victory. Joaquin's expression grows solemn. He recognizes the truth in Dana's words. Were it not for the injury to the masked figure's shoulder, a mere shift in the trajectory of his shot could have resulted in a fatal blow to his heart. Moreover, he realizes that he did not truly win. He was on the verge of defeat, with all his skills on cooldown. Had the masked figure been bolder and retrieved his firearm for a finishing blow, the outcome would have been dire. Thank you, Dana, for enlightening me, Joaquin acknowledges earnestly. I realize now that I had relied too heavily on my abilities. I will embrace your training. Please guide me, Teacher Dana. Upon hearing Joaquin's gentle and sincere tone, Dana seems to flush slightly, a hint of embarrassment coloring her alabaster cheeks. Well, it's good that you understand. My efforts have not been in vain, she replies, clearing her throat. However, I also believe that excessively rigorous foundational training can be counterproductive. After all, enhancing one's physical capabilities is not an overnight endeavor. I shall adjust the training regimen accordingly. Suddenly, Joaquin's expression shifts to one of astonishment as he glances behind Dana, his hand anxiously patting her taut, lovely leg. Dana, when did that bearded man in green arrive? And why does he wield a bow with such a menacing demeanor? Do you know him? He seemed to misunderstand our posture and appeared somewhat irritated. Dana seemed to realize for the first time that her position with Joaquin was rather ambiguous. Her face flushed again before swiftly turning pale. Green mustache. Bow and arrow. Could it be father? How could you be here? Please don't misunderstand. We were merely. Joaquin had never seen Dana so flustered. She sprang up as if electrified, hurriedly turning to look. Yet, behind her was nothing but the distant corner where the hyena Bud was dozing off, recuperating. Surprised, aren't you, Dana? My true lethal skill is this verbal misdirection. Having already vanished to the door using deceptive magic, Joaquin, with a triumphant smirk, patted the target of their wager. Regardless of his combat prowess, he was still a mere rascal. A slight trick could lead to... Wait, when you mentioned father, did you mean? Upon hearing the cracking sound of fingers being pinched, Joaquin shivered suddenly, a chill creeping up his spine, and an ominous premonition welled within him. Miss Dana. I was just joking. Wait, you remember our wager, right? Of course, I remember. No need to worry. As previously agreed, you shall not have to follow the training regimen I set for you. However, since you refuse, let us change that. Seeing Dana approach with a frost-laden face and a chilling smile, Joaquin sensed trouble brewing. Yes, that refers to the foundational training, which undoubtedly leads to the exhilarating combat training. Right. Allow me to impart a new piece of knowledge, dear Joaquin. Dana forcefully slapped the door behind Joaquin, leaning in closely with a wall slam pose. Always be prepared. This is crucial knowledge imparted to me by a friend of my father's who enjoys wearing black. You must engrave this lesson into your very being, you scoundrel Joaquin. Chapter 21. In these times, news is rife with sensational events. Hiss, this little rascal is not training. She merely treated me as a punching bag for an entire day, correct? By the time Joaquin returned to the basement, his face was a tapestry of bruises, and every inch of him ached. Even cautiously reclining on the soft sofa, the bruises on his backside made him wince in discomfort. However, obtaining this item made the beating somewhat worthwhile. Joaquin retrieved a small rectangular object from his pocket, unable to suppress a grin. To his astonishment, Dana had indeed kept her promise and gifted him a phone. Just a few moments earlier, she had said, I'm giving you this phone directly. After all, the SIM card was only recently applied for, and this number is solely for communicating with Sister Harley. At the end of training, Dana had tossed the phone onto Joaquin, who was lying on his back, appearing utterly nonchalant. However, I formatted all the stored content. Not a single call record remains. If you wish to obtain Sister Harley's phone number, you'll have to ask her yourself. Joaquin held a seemingly expensive mobile phone in his hands, astonished by Diana's generosity. However, considering Diana's background, he found it somewhat unsurprising. He truly did not expect Diana to be the daughter of Black Canary and Green Arrow. In the next moment, Joaquin felt his collar being roughly yanked, as Diana's striking yet frostbitten visage drew near. I warn you, if you dare to spread rumors about what happened before. Are you referring to the incident when you were atop me? Bang! Joaquin felt as though his abdomen had been struck by a hammer. Diana's punch was as merciless as ever. Don't play the fool. You know very well my reaction when I was deceived by you. If you dare to speak of it. Joaquin recalled how adorably flustered Diana had looked when she called for her father in a panic. It was the first time he had witnessed her in such disarray. Yet, was she truly so fearful of her father, Green Arrow, Oliver Queen? Had she come here without her parents' consent, perhaps having run away from home? A wave of curiosity washed over Joaquin. Of course, judging by Diana's expression, any inquiries on his part would likely result in another beating. After bidding farewell to Diana and reclining back onto the sofa in the basement, Joaquin excitedly began to scroll through his phone. It felt wonderful, as if he had transitioned from a primitive existence back to the modern era. During the past few days, his understanding of this world had been exceedingly limited, with information solely derived from the newspapers in Harley's room. However, possessing a mobile phone changed everything. With the internet's aid, he could swiftly grasp the fundamental aspects of this world. What should he search for first? After a brief moment of hesitation, he opened the search engine and typed in the term superhero. In his previous life, the search results would likely have yielded links to various comic books, movies, novels, or an array of fanfiction, both serious and frivolous. Yet in this world, the outcome was evidently distinct. Batman has not appeared for an entire week. Could it be that the last remaining founding member of the Justice League has fallen? The most relevant headline caught Joaquin's eye, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. He could surmise the reason for Batman's absence, but the phrase last remaining was particularly intriguing. Cautiously clicking on the link, Joaquin verified that the news was dated today before he began to read with bated breath, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. This article was not merely sensationalist. After briefly reporting on Batman's prolonged disappearance, it summarized the current status of other founding members of the Justice League. Superman, the steel-bodied god from Krypton, had once been the heart of the Justice League and a moral benchmark for humanity, a symbol of hope. 3 years ago, during the climactic battle against the supervillain known as Doomsday in Metropolis, The world was led to believe that Superman would once again triumph over adversity and vanquish his formidable foe. However, he found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle, ultimately succumbing before the Justice League could provide assistance, falling from grace before the eyes of many. In the wake of Superman's demise, Wonder Woman, the Amazonian princess from Themyscira, momentarily ascended as the leader of the Justice League, fervently advocating for the exchange between her island and the world of mortals. Yet, it was not long before Themyscira faced a grave invasion, rumored to have led to the demise of Queen Hippolyta. Subsequently, Wonder Woman Diana declared her intent to withdraw from the mortal realm, returning to Themyscira to protect her people as their queen. Diana's departure appeared to set off a chain reaction. Soon after, Aquaman announced his return to Atlantis, vowing to cease his involvement in the affairs of the surface world. Meanwhile, Green Lantern and Martian Manhunter vanished into the vastness of outer space, remaining unseen for an extended period. The Flash also mysteriously disappeared, leaving no trace of his whereabouts or the circumstances surrounding his vanishing. The Rogues Gallery, bereft of their arch-nemesis, naturally disbanded. We must concede that the era of the Justice League, safeguarded by 7 great superheroes, has irrevocably passed. Although the Justice League continues to operate with new heroes, we must ponder whether the government and law enforcement agencies are prepared to fulfill their roles in the absence of these champions. It would be unwise to place all our hopes in the hands of vigilantes. Upon reading the final paragraph, Joaquin noted the byline of the article. This piece is authored by Louis Lane, a special correspondent for The Planet. Taking a deep breath, Joaquin realized that if this reporter had indeed penned the piece, the majority of its content was likely accurate. Madness, sheer madness. What has transpired in this world? Joaquin continued to surf the web, discovering corroboration of the article's claims across various forums and reports. The once mighty superheroes he knew from the original comics were either dead, missing, or had retreated from public life, and it seemed the world was now in a post-superhero era. It then dawned on Joaquin that the description he had previously seen in Harley Quinn's clippings about Gotham being a beacon of simplicity among the citizens was perhaps not meant as satire. While legendary superheroes from other cities had vanished, Gotham, shrouded in Batman's shadow, had become a place where supervillains were reluctant to congregate. Yet, even in this peculiar situation, change was swiftly unfolding. No, it would be more accurate to say it had already begun. Scrolling through an entertainment news segment, he stumbled upon a report stating that Bruce Wayne, the playboy owner of Wayne Enterprises and Gotham's wealthiest individual, had sustained injuries from a horse-riding accident and was now attending social functions from a wheelchair. With a sigh, Joaquin dismissed that piece of news, only for another sensational headline to catch his eye. Image in ruins. Is there more to the truth behind Commissioner Gordon's divorce? A mysterious woman frequenting Gordon's residence. Is the publicly upstanding inspector actually maintaining a secret affair? As Joaquin gazed upon the accompanying image in the news, his eyes widened slowly. Although the photograph appeared to be a distant capture by paparazzi and lacked clarity, he instantly recognized the woman depicted by her attire. Could it be that this was Harley Quinn in disguise? Chapter 22. Joaquin and Walker's gentleman's gathering cutting through the water does not stop its flow. Raising a glass to dispel sorrow often deepens it. Perched upon an old iron barrel, Joaquin, with an air of an artistic youth, downed his beer in one gulp and let out a long sigh. Of course, he was not drinking alone. His companion, the self-proclaimed former supervillain assassin, Drury Walker, sat beside him on another barrel, wearing a wry smile. So you sought out Sister Harley to get my number, and hurriedly asked me to bring over a few dozen beers just to discuss this? Walker remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Surely you cannot believe the nonsensical ramblings of that third-rate online media and feel envious, can you? Joaquin? Envious? What nonsense? Why would I feel envy? Joaquin nearly spewed his beer through his nose, clearing his throat before responding earnestly. First of all, I am not Harley's boyfriend. I merely bear a resemblance to her former lover. I am completely indifferent to who Harley Quinn forms romantic attachments with. However, I do worry whether she might be deceived by someone, considering her previous boyfriend, the Joker, passed away 3 years ago. If some nefarious old man were to exploit her emotional vulnerability. Despite his words, Joaquin was aware that the thought of Harley possibly having a flirtatious connection with Gordon left him feeling unsettled. Setting aside the fact that cohabiting with a delicate beauty who often cast flirtatious glances and occasionally offered him favors would stir thoughts in any man, Joaquin, a straight man with little experience with women, found himself particularly susceptible to such emotions. It was disconcerting to suddenly learn that she might be involved with another man. While he did not feel outright betrayed or furious, a sense of melancholy and discomfort was inevitable. It was akin to a close relationship with a beautiful female classmate suddenly revealing she was in a relationship with someone else, an experience many could empathize with. Nonetheless, Joaquin wished to maintain his dignity and could not allow himself to appear overly possessive. In any case, I am merely concerned for Harley as her roommate. Please do not misinterpret my intentions. So, returning to my earlier inquiry, do you happen to know about Harley's private interactions with Gordon? Walker's lips twitched slightly, as if stifling a laugh. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Well, Joaquin, to be honest, I have no fondness for him. One might even say we are adversaries. However, I believe James Gordon is fundamentally a decent person. This is likely just the sensationalism of some third-rate paparazzi. You might be overthinking it." Upon hearing Walker's words, Joaquin took another swig of his drink, appearing still somewhat troubled. "Initially, I harbored thoughts akin to yours. However, one can discern appearances but not the heart. Much like my visage, which may exude a certain treachery, I remain a law-abiding citizen. Nevertheless, there exists a matter I am uncertain whether to divulge." Joaquin cast a few sidelong glances at Walker, exuding an air of curiosity that seemed to beckon him to inquire further. Walker, scratching his head, promptly seized the opportunity to follow suit. "Go ahead, my friend Joaquin. We are among allies here, and there is nothing that cannot be shared in consideration of Sister Harley." Joaquin nodded in satisfaction, leaning closer to Walker, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Yesterday, when Harley returned, she went to take a shower. Her phone was conveniently resting on the table, and mine was nearby. Suddenly, her phone emitted a notification sound from a social media application. You were peeking at Sister Harley's messages?" No, I must clarify, I did not peek. It was an unfortunate mix-up. I mistook it for my own phone and glanced at it. To my surprise, Harley's phone could be unlocked using my facial recognition, and inadvertently, I accessed it." Walker hesitated, casting a contemplative glance at Joaquin, seemingly on the verge of articulating something. The truth was, Joaquin hardly knew anyone in Gotham City and had no friends on social media. Thus, the excuse of confusing phones seemed rather feeble. Nevertheless, curiosity piqued. Walker inched closer and asked, "So, what exactly did you see?" The message read, "My dear sweetheart, I have prepared what you desire, but you must offer your body in return. Come to me tomorrow night. I can hardly wait to meet you." Joaquin's face darkened as he whispered this revelation. Walker's jaw dropped in disbelief as he stared at Joaquin. "No way, could it be possible? Gordon, that old man? Wait. Something seems amiss. Are you absolutely certain this was sent by Gordon? Is his name truly attached to it?" "I cannot be certain." Harley emerged from her shower rather swiftly, and I hastily placed the phone down without closely examining the name. All I noticed was an avatar featuring a vibrant flower. Doesn't that reek of the typical middle-aged man's profile? Joaquin continued, "Moreover, even if it were not Gordon, anyone else sending such a message to Harley is simply unacceptable." Walker furrowed his brow, gulped down a can of beer, and suddenly slapped his thigh with vigor. I just recalled a detail. I have a few acquaintances in that circle. I shall inquire about Gordon's schedule for tonight, and we shall ascertain the truth. I've heard that Gordon is exceptionally diligent during night shifts, often working late into the night." Joaquin's eyes gleamed with anticipation, urging Walker to hasten and send a message to his friends. Moments later, an alert chimed from Walker's phone. The two leaned in, their hearts racing as they opened the message together. "Gordon has requested a full day off today, citing personal matters." Both men inhaled sharply, exchanging incredulous glances, each reflecting the shock etched upon the other's face. What a remarkable coincidence. It seems that the truth has indeed been laid bare. But what a farce. Suddenly, Joaquin felt as though he had been forcefully kicked by some unseen assailant, and in the next instant, he found himself sprawling on the ground in a most undignified manner. However, he was not left to wallow in solitude for long, as Walker soon joined him, landing beside him in a similarly awkward position. Just as Joaquin attempted to raise his head, a foot came crashing down upon him, forcing him back to the ground. Its hard sole and brutal force were all too familiar. I am utterly exasperated. The more I listen, the more my anger mounts. It is simply intolerable. How dare you, a shameless freeloader, invade Sister Harley's privacy by perusing her messages and then concocting rumors about her in secret? It appears you have not received a sufficient thrashing to learn your lesson. We are merely concerned that Harley might be deceived by some greasy, middle-aged divorcee. Are you not worried, Dana? Clearly, Harley has fallen prey to this unscrupulous predator. Nonsense. What Gordon? That message was clearly, a brilliant idea strikes me. Joaquin felt the foot that had been pressing down on his head lift away, only to be replaced by a firm grip that yanked him by the collar. Engaging in further discussion is a waste of time. Perhaps you should go and see for yourself, so you can truly grasp the depravity of your thoughts and feel genuine remorse for Sister Harley. Joaquin found himself perplexed by Dana's words. Go see for myself. But I am currently a wanted man. No need to fret. Dana gently brushed her fingers across Joaquin's face, revealing a mysterious smile. Today, Ms. Dana happens to be conducting a lesson on stealth, allowing you to personally experience the art of disguise. Chapter 23. Harley Quinn's busy day disguise, which Joaquin had initially perceived as an intricate art, turned out to be merely a matter of applying some makeup to mask his pallid complexion and donning a cap to obscure his striking green hair. I could transform you entirely into another person, much like a film makeup artist, but there is no need for such extravagance. As superheroes or supervillains, we typically disguise ourselves to live under another identity. If the makeup becomes too elaborate, it defeats the purpose. After Dana had transformed Joaquin into an ordinary young man, she changed into a loose-fitting outfit herself. Compared to her usual attire of form-fitting leather and daringly short skirts, her new look exuded a charming innocence reminiscent of youth. That should suffice, but it is not quite secure enough. The final touch is crucial. Joaquin watched curiously as Dana retrieved a small black case. However, his anticipation waned when she opened it to reveal not some mystical mask, but merely a pair of unremarkable glasses. Seemingly aware of Joaquin's disappointment, Dana smiled enigmatically and carefully donned one of the round-framed glasses. In an instant, Joaquin sensed something amiss. Previously, even when Diana altered her attire and hairstyle, he could easily recognize her at a glance. However, after she donned the glasses, she exuded an entirely different aura, as if she were a different person altogether. Her once azure eyes had transformed into a deep brown, and the sharp, spirited slant of her eyes now appeared considerably softened, resembling a delicate, innocent younger sister. Moreover, there seemed to be other changes that Joaquin found difficult to articulate. It was the interpupillary distance. Subtle adjustments in light refraction could dramatically alter one's appearance. These glasses had been custom-made by his parents, inspired by a suggestion from a former colleague of theirs. That gentleman, though a globally renowned figure, managed to lead an unremarkable life under a different identity, all thanks to a pair of specially crafted glasses. A shiver ran down Joaquin's spine as he recalled the concept of switching identities through eyewear. The first character that sprang to his mind was, without a doubt, 7 Ultraman. No. Wait, it was Superman, Clark Kent. He realized that there was indeed a deeper intricacy at play. In his younger days, while reading comics, he had scoffed at the citizens of Metropolis, deeming them blind for failing to recognize Superman merely because he wore glasses. Yet, it appeared that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. All right, let us embark on our journey, she said, extending her arm. Upon hearing Diana's peculiar request, Joaquin, filled with confusion, obliged and offered his arm. In the next moment, Diana affectionately wrapped herself around it. Even through the loose fabric, he could feel the softness of her touch. Let us be off, my dear. It is a rare occasion to visit Gotham. We must make the most of it. Diana. Although we are quite familiar with each other, this seems a tad excessive. Suddenly, Joaquin gasped as she stepped firmly on his foot, turning to find Diana glaring at him with icy intensity. Do not let your nose intrude upon the matter. This is part of our disguise, an essential element of our covert operation. Be sharp and understand, do you? Reluctantly, Joaquin nodded, suppressing his pain. After a moment, curiosity got the better of him, and he whispered, May I inquire, Miss Diana, from whom did you learn these skills of disguise? I learned from my parents. Is there a problem with that? No. Not at all, he replied quickly. This might be a unique skill set shared between partners, Joaquin mused, but in an effort to avoid provoking Diana's fiery temperament, he decided to remain silent. Accompanied by Diana, Joaquin finally embarked on his first exploration of Gotham since arriving in this world, albeit in the old district. Unlike the vibrant core of Gotham, bustling with towering skyscrapers and radiant neon lights, the old district was characterized by buildings that stood only 3 or 4 stories tall. Appearing somewhat rundown, the streets were relatively deserted, with sparse pedestrian and vehicular traffic. Joaquin couldn't help but think that while the core of Gotham resembled a first-tier city, this area felt akin to a village within the metropolis. In the past, this area served as Gotham's industrial hub, flourishing with prosperity. However, as Wayne Enterprises ushered in a transformation of Gotham's industries, it replaced the high-pollution, low-efficiency traditional manufacturing with advanced, low-pollution, highly automated technologies. Consequently, this region gradually fell into obsolescence. Diana quietly elucidated this to Joaquin, who noticed that most of the people he encountered on the streets were either elderly or children, with the working-age population conspicuously scarce. Perhaps this is an inevitable phase in urban development, Joaquin mused, without intending to delve deeper into the matter. He embraced a desire for a tranquil life, leaving such considerations to the City Hall or Wayne Enterprises. What piqued his curiosity, however, was Diana's intention of bringing him to meet Harley Quinn. Despite her assurances, they arrived at what appeared to be a rather inexpensive chain fast food restaurant. "Welcome. Will it be dine-in or take-out?" Upon entering, Joaquin comprehended Diana's implication. Behind the counter, greeting them with a sweet, professional smile, was none other than Harley Quinn, dressed in casual attire. As Joaquin opened his mouth to speak, he felt Diana tug at his sleeve, signaling him to remain silent. "A table for two, please," Diana requested, her tone markedly different from usual. "Certainly, right this way," Harley replied, seemingly oblivious to their identities, enthusiastically leading them to a table. The fast food establishment appeared understaffed. Harley poured them water, but was soon preoccupied attending to other customers before they could place their order. Observing Harley's warm and bustling demeanor, Joaquin found it difficult to reconcile her with the image of the chaotic, violent girl he had heard of. "How do you feel now, knowing that while you lounged at home, Harley was diligently working to support you, the leech? And here you are, casting doubts about her character," Diana chastised without reservation, leaving Joaquin unable to muster a defense, burdened instead by guilt. He had assumed that supervillains possessed alternative sources of income, as they typically seemed to be financially secure, which had emboldened him to live off Harley without a shred of guilt. Yet, upon Diana's revelation, he realized this might not be the case. Although Harley held a doctorate in psychology, no one would hire a psychologist with a criminal record. Furthermore, she had never engaged in robbery, theft, or kidnapping, and even sought to repay some of the debts squandered by the Joker. Sighing, Diana remarked, "Though Walker and I come from affluent families, Harley has always refused our financial support. Do you truly believe that such a strong-willed person as Harley would barter her integrity for money? Fool, imbecile, blockhead, scum." As Diana hurled these insults, Joaquin found himself too daunted to retort, feeling increasingly weighed down by the gravity of his situation. Thus, what precisely is that message? That is not Gordon's avatar. Using a flower as an avatar while exchanging sweet nothings with Sister Harley could only point to her. Joaquin noticed that Diana referred to the individual with feminine pronouns and raised his head in confusion. "There is no need to rush. Once Sister Harley finishes work, we shall follow her and uncover the truth. It has been quite some time since I last saw that sister." Ding dong. The wind chime at the door chimed once more, followed by Harley Quinn's ever-sweet voice. "Welcome. May I ask if you are dining in, or what brings you here at this hour?" Upon hearing Harley's suddenly indifferent tone, Joaquin could not help but turn around to see who had arrived. There stood a middle-aged man clad in a gray coat, sporting a small mustache, facing Harley. He seemed somewhat embarrassed as he pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, perhaps sensing the strange gazes from other patrons. "Excuse me, may I speak with you? I had no choice but to find you at this time." Joaquin squinted. He had seen this man once before, on the night he traversed into this world. What could Sheriff Gordon possibly want from Harley Quinn? The author wishes to clarify. Once more, this book contains absolutely no minotaurs or heavy themes. Any momentary lapses into madness or oppression serve solely to propel the plot and develop the characters. Though attentive readers may have already discerned my intentions, it is important to reiterate for those who skim the text. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to the author of Naruto, Starting the Fire from Konoha, Brother Ashes of Desiring Flames, for the chapter recommendation. Should I ever be fortunate enough to receive a recommendation, I shall reciprocate. Chapter 24, Sheriff Gordon's Request from Harley Quinn. "I apologize, but I am currently on duty. Please wait until after my shift for personal matters." The sweet, businesslike smile had vanished from Harley Quinn's face. After coldly delivering this remark to Gordon, she turned and walked away, leaving an awkward Gordon behind. A troubled expression crossed Gordon's face as he hesitated for a moment before finding an empty table to sit at, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Harley at work. "Hey, stop staring. You'll attract Gordon's attention, and if he discovers your identity, it could spell trouble." After Diana gave Joaquin's calf a firm kick, he turned back but continued to mutter under his breath. What could Gordon possibly want from Harley? Could it be that he truly... What are you daydreaming about now? Did my earlier words not alleviate your concerns? Diana shot Joaquin an annoyed glare, though she too cast a glance towards Gordon's direction. "I no longer harbor doubts regarding Harley Quinn, but given the current strained state of Gotham's police force, his need to take leave in order to seek out Harley must surely pique your curiosity." Upon hearing Joaquin's words, Diana furrowed her brows, hesitating for a moment before lowering her voice to respond slowly. "Gordon is acquainted with my parents. If he discovers that I am here and informs them..." Diana bit her lip, seemingly grappling with an internal conflict, before letting out a soft sigh. "Honestly, If Sister Harley finds out, you must take the blame for this plan. Do not involve me." As soon as she finished speaking, Diana reached into her small handbag and extracted a black device the size of a pill. "This is a miniature listening device. Just peel off the back to affix it. And remember, you must retrieve it afterward." Before Diana could complete her sentence, Joaquin eagerly took the listening device in his hand and stood up, heading towards the restroom. At that moment, Harley Quinn seemed to realize that ignoring Gordon would draw more attention, so she reluctantly carried a cup of water over to his table. "Sir, if you're not dining, I must insist we have a conversation. Gordon, you have been avoiding me. Without this method, I would never be able to find you." Upon hearing her name called, Harley's expression shifted. She glanced around to ensure no one was observing before glaring fiercely at Gordon. "This job is hard to come by. If you cause me to lose it, I will not forgive you. We will discuss this after my shift. Do not approach me during work hours." With that, Harley huffed and forcefully placed the cup of water in front of the wordless Gordon before turning to leave. Suddenly, she let out a quiet gasp, quickly covering her rear and turning back to glare at Gordon in embarrassment and anger. "Please, have some decency. Control your hands, will you?" Gordon, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly choked, looking bewilderedly at the furious Harley, unsure of what had transpired. Ignoring him, Harley huffed again and adopted a sweet smile to greet other customers. Moments later, Joaquin returned from the restroom, contemplatively glancing at his right hand. "Is it truly that taut?" he mused. He then received a sharp kick to the calf from Diana, who shot him a menacing glare, her eyes sharp as daggers. "I instructed you to place the listening device. What on earth were you doing?" "I was following your instructions, intending to affix the device to my side. But then Harley unexpectedly turned around, so my hand inadvertently." "Stop kicking me, or I swear my leg will break." As time flowed steadily, customers came and went in the establishment, yet Gordon and Joaquin's tables remained motionless. The difference was that Gordon had only ordered a glass of lemonade, appearing particularly awkward and suspicious, while Joaquin's table was continuously indulging in desserts, with Diana's appetite seemingly boundless, leading onlookers to perceive them merely as an ordinary couple. Finally, evening arrived, and it appeared that other employees had come to relieve Harley Quinn for her shift. Upon witnessing Harley's vibrant and cheerful farewell to her colleagues as she departed the fast food establishment, Gordon hastily tossed a few coins onto the table and briskly pursued her out the door. Meanwhile, Joaquin promptly occupied Dana's seat, as she retrieved a new mobile device and performed a few simple actions, causing it to emit faint sounds. Their heads nearly touching, the couple leaned in closely to listen intently to the sounds emanating from the phone. From an observer's perspective, the couple appeared excessively sweet. "Let's have this conversation here, Sheriff Gordon, but please be swift. I'm pressed for time." Harley Quinn's voice resonated with a hint of coldness and impatience. Although the street was devoid of passers-by, it was still a public space. Wasn't it rather brazen for Sheriff Gordon to broach a topic of questionable propriety here? Gordon's voice faltered momentarily before resuming. "Very well. I shall be direct. That man rumored to be resurrected by the Joker is currently concealed by you. Isn't. A tightness gripped Joaquin's chest. It was no surprise that Gordon was searching for him. "No comment. Well, since you choose to remain silent, let this matter continue as mere gossip. However, you must ensure that no further lives are lost. The warrant will not be rescinded for the time being. You'll have to manage it yourselves." Joaquin's pupils dilated. Gordon's reaction was somewhat unexpected. If not for his own concerns, what could possibly compel Gordon to converse with Harley? I understand now. You're here to speak with me about Barbara, aren't you?" A brief silence ensued before Gordon's hesitant voice broke through. "I am aware you visited my home a few times while I was occupied with my duties. It was Barbara who summoned you, correct? You know we have been friends for years. Surely you wouldn't interfere with a gathering among women." "Barbara is no longer a child, Sheriff Gordon." Through the phone, it was evident that Gordon exhaled deeply before his voice took on a somber tone. "If it were merely a casual gathering, I would indeed be pleased. However, I distinctly observed signs of a struggle in the yard. If I'm not mistaken, you should have accompanied Barbara for combat training, correct?" Harley Quinn fell silent. And once more, Gordon's voice emerged, this time noticeably quivering. "Barbara must be yearning to don that uniform again, especially with Batman's injury. I implore you, Harley, help me dissuade her from this. I do not wish for Barbara, my daughter, to become Batgirl once more." Chapter 25. The abduction incident outside the fast food restaurant. Barbara Gordon, a character known to Joaquin from both the comics of a past life and news from this world, has been embroiled in the ongoing conflict between Batman and the Joker for 3 years, resulting in her disability and reliance on a wheelchair. In the original comics, Barbara, once a partner to Batman as Batgirl, was compelled to retreat and assumed the mantle of Oracle to support him from the sidelines after her injury. However, From the conversation between Harley and Gordon, it appears that this world's Barbara possesses certain unique traits, such as her friendship with Harley Quinn, and it seems she has nearly recovered from her injuries. Please understand my feelings as a father, Harley. The last time I learned that Barbara donned a masked uniform to become a vigilante, I chose to remain silent and let her venture forth. When you brought her back in a critical state, you cannot fathom the depths of my regret. I have often pondered if I had intervened sooner. Perhaps none of this would have transpired. Gordon's voice was laden with sorrow, and even through the listening device, Joaquin could sense his helplessness. Fortunately, you saved Barbara in time, granting her a chance to recover, and with Batman providing cutting-edge medical technology, hope has been rekindled within me. I have begun to feel that achieving this outcome has drained my fortunes from several lifetimes. My sole wish for Barbara is her swift return to health, allowing her to build a happy family with her loved ones. To realize this goal, I vow to eradicate all criminal elements in Gotham. At this point, Gordon's voice faltered, growing increasingly grave. But such fortune may not present itself again. Barbara has been away from combat for far too long. Her return to the front lines would be even more perilous than 3 years ago. So I implore you, Harley, help me. Gordon's words trailed off, and after a moment, Harley's gentle voice replied, "You shouldn't express this to me, Sheriff Gordon. You ought to speak to Batman or directly convey your thoughts to Barbara. I am merely a reformed criminal. How can I? Our words hold little weight. I trust Batman has advised her similarly. But you are different, Harley. You are her savior and her closest friend. If anyone can, I understand. I will attempt to persuade Barbara. She is also one of my dearest friends. And if possible, I wish for her to avoid further harm. However, you must remember, Sheriff Gordon, Barbara is a remarkably headstrong individual. The decision for Batgirl's return lies solely with her, or rather, with Gotham's needs." Gordon remained silent for a time before finally responding with a sense of resignation. "I understand. I will ensure she is not placed in a position where she feels compelled to act. Regardless, thank you, Harley. Whether it pertains to matters from 3 years ago or the present." Upon hearing this, Joaquin and Dina lifted their heads, exchanging a glance that conveyed their mutual understanding. It appeared that Gordon sought out Harley solely for this reason. Indeed, I had overthought the situation. Of course, I initially harbored such thoughts. It is entirely your fault that I have become an eavesdropper. In any case, let us deactivate the listening device for now, and I shall devise a means to retrieve it later. Dina nodded, just as she intended to operate her phone, when Gordon's voice suddenly resonated once more. "Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I nearly forgot, Harley. Has that little canary returned to you?" A sharp intake of breath escaped from Joaquin, not due to Gordon's words, but because Dina suddenly gripped his arm tightly, accompanied by the sensation of something soft pressing against the same side of his upper arm. Experiencing the juxtaposition of heaven and hell, Joaquin turned his face towards Dina, only to find her pallid complexion. It seemed her reaction to Joaquin's movements was entirely instinctual, as she was wholly absorbed in the conversation emanating from the phone. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden, Sheriff Gordon?" "Nothing much. Just that Batman asked me to pass along a message. Her parents are aware that she has secretly come to Gotham, but they are currently unavailable. Thus, she should remain here for a while longer. Batman instructed you to keep an eye on her and ensure she does not cause trouble, at least not any significant trouble. I am quite capable of managing that. You parents are all so reckless, never considering the thoughts of the children involved. Honestly, I do not believe the environment surrounding me is conducive to a child's healthy development." At last, Joaquin felt the grip on his arm loosen, suspecting he might bear a bruise from her hold. Dina seemed to realize her earlier actions and cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment, softly stating, "It appears this is truly the end of this matter. We can turn it off now. Oh, by the way, there is still one more thing I nearly forgot." Both Joaquin and Dina exchanged exasperated looks. "Sheriff Gordon, what is the matter with you? Can't you finish speaking all at once?" Not only were they eavesdropping, but Harley seemed to share the same sentiment, responding with a hint of annoyance. "Sheriff Gordon, as a former psychiatrist, I feel compelled to remind you that memory decline is a precursor to dementia. Early detection and treatment are advisable." "I apologize. I was preoccupied with thoughts of Barbara. What I intended to mention is that there have been recent cases of local sanitation workers mysteriously succumbing to poisoning at the Botanical Garden. I wonder if it might be connected to your friend there." Harley Quinn suddenly fell silent, seemingly hearing hurried footsteps approaching. "Apologies, Sheriff Gordon, but I seem to have an urgent matter to attend to." "Hey, Harley, wait. Don't run off or avoid eye contact. This wouldn't truly involve you, would it?" "Ugh, stop tugging at me. It would be quite inconvenient if someone else discovers this." "Gordon, look behind. Do not employ such childish tricks. Speak to me plainly about what is happening at the Botanical Garden." "No, that is not right. I am quite serious. Was the individual who exited the van behind you one of your associates?" What do you mean? I came alone to feed. Who are you? And what exactly do you want? The sound of electric discharge echoed, accompanied by the anguished screams of Gordon and Harley. In that moment, Joaquin and Dinah sprang to their feet simultaneously, exchanging a brief glance before instinctively dashing towards the exit. Hey, esteemed guests, you Haven Tea settled your bill yet? The voice from their phones continued to resonate as they rushed out. What about the old man next to Harley Quinn? Take him too, don't forget. The boss instructed that if there's a man alongside Harley Quinn, he must be captured as well. Within mere seconds, Dinah and Joaquin burst forth from the fast food establishment. Meanwhile, several dozen meters away, a van had just shut its doors and sped away with remarkable haste. Stop! Put down Aunt Harley, Dinah shouted, attempting to pursue the van, only to be restrained by Joaquin, who grasped her arm tightly. Calm down, Dinah. Even if it were the genuine Black Canary, she wouldn't be able to catch them. They should be fine for now, or else they wouldn't have only employed electric guns. Joaquin's brow furrowed as he rapidly pieced together all the information in his mind, fixated solely on one objective: rescuing the abducted Harley Quinn. Let us return to the base. Dinah, does your listening device have a signal tracking feature? Chapter 26. Today, the Black Mask feels quite unpleasant. Roman Sionis. The man known as Black Mask was currently beset by feelings of agitation and discontent. It was not merely due to the wound on his left leg, which had been bitten by a rabid dog and had become infected, remaining unhealed. Nor was it solely because the removal of his left eye caused him persistent pain whenever his emotions flared. The primary source of his vexation lay within the confines of the van before him, where two bodies lay unconscious from electric shock. To be precise, while the female was indeed his target, the male was the root of his troubles. I recall issuing a very clear command to ambush Harley Quinn as she exited the fast food establishment, to incapacitate her and bring her back. Black Mask's voice remained unnervingly calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Those who had been his loyal subordinates 3 years prior would surely recognize this as a precursor to his extreme anger. The calm before the storm. Yet, the thugs he had recently recruited appeared utterly oblivious to this tension. Yes, I remember, boss. You mentioned that if Harley Quinn had a man with her, he should be taken as well. It seems we are exceptionally fortunate to have captured both targets in one go. Click, bang. He drew his firearm, chambered a round, disengaged the safety, and fired. Despite the unhealed knife wound in his right shoulder, Black Mask executed each motion fluidly and seamlessly, embodying the prowess of a master marksman. After a deafening explosion, the previously jovial thug now lay in a pool of blood, a gaping wound adorning his forehead. The other ruffians, who had anticipated rewards for completing their task, now bore ashen faces, staring in terror at the figure in the black mask. Alas, he could not restrain himself. The masked man sighed lightly, returning his firearm to its holster, his piercing gaze sweeping over the remaining henchmen through the singular eye of his mask. I have heard that you sought refuge here in Gotham after committing crimes in the metropolis, he began. Yet I assumed you would undertake at least some rudimentary preparations before your arrival. It seems I have overestimated you, or rather, the intellect of criminals beyond Gotham. He extended a finger, pointing at the unconscious middle-aged man with graying temples. Do you realize whom you have captured? The other thugs exchanged bewildered glances, none daring to utter a word. Allow me to enlighten you. The man you have apprehended is none other than Commissioner James Gordon. The masked figure felt an overwhelming urge to execute these fools on the spot, despite their being his only potential recruits. This was no mere officer. This was Gordon, the beacon of justice in Gotham. Aside from Batman, he was the second most feared man among criminals in the city. Even 3 years ago, amidst the chaos and corruption that engulfed Gotham, not a single fool had dared to lay a hand on him. The Joker was the only exception. Yet everyone knew he was a madman, and he paid dearly for his audacity. Even at the height of Black Mask's power, when he nearly ruled Gotham's underworld, he had never contemplated the folly of abducting Gordon. There was simply no need, and he understood the dire consequences that would follow should anything happen to him. The entire Gotham police force would pursue him relentlessly, and Batman would exact his vengeance with no avenue for escape. Not to mention the continuous onslaught from other superheroes allied with Batman. Thus, upon witnessing Gordon's appearance in the van, a singular thought consumed Black Mask's mind. His meticulously crafted plan to resurrect his influence in Gotham's underground, which had lain dormant, was now utterly dashed. He pondered whether Mr. Sionis was in a fit of rage due to the failure of their mission. Yet it seemed that the beautiful princess they had longed for, awaiting a prince to rescue her, was already within their grasp. Suddenly, a languid voice emerged from behind Black Mask. As he turned, his towering fury vanished without a trace. Before him stood a woman clad in tight leather, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, with hair cascading in soft, slightly curled waves down to her waist. Her strikingly beautiful features were utterly alluring, causing even the thugs, who had moments ago quaked in fear of Black Mask's deadly threats, to involuntarily swallow hard at the sight of her. However, the fury of the Black Mask dissipated not because he was enchanted by her beauty. Unlike his minions, he was engulfed in fear. He fully comprehended the terrifying and perilous nature of the woman before him, particularly when considering the organization she represented and the demon-like man who lurked behind her. Miss Talia, capturing Harley Quinn was one matter, but they had inadvertently acquired a veritable hot potato, nay, a ticking time bomb. The tone of the Black Mask conveyed a hint of reverence. Even he, with his rebellious spirit, recognized the necessity of not offending the woman standing before him. Do not fret, Mr. Cienis. There is an ancient adage in the East. A loss may indeed be a blessing in disguise, just as you find yourself imprisoned in Blackgate. You have gained the opportunity to engage with us. What you perceive as a stroke of misfortune could very well be transformed into a powerful advantage. The woman, referred to as Talia by the Black Mask, swayed gracefully towards the van, stepping over the body of a subordinate that had just been executed, her black high-heeled leather boots remaining untouched by a speck of blood. Approaching Harley Quinn, she leaned down gently, as if caressing a masterpiece, extending her hand toward Harley's seemingly slumbering visage. The crux of the matter was how to utilize this pitiful sleeping beauty to lure forth the counterfeit prince we had crafted. Talia's delicate fingers glided softly from Harley's cheek to her alabaster neck, then to her ample bosom, slender waist, and finally to her taut hips, where she deftly extracted a small black object. Is this a listening device? When did this happen? In contrast to the flustered tone of the Black Mask, Talia observed the miniature device in her hand with keen interest before continuing to speak. You can all hear me, I trust? Then listen closely. By midnight tonight, should that counterfeit joker arrive here as a trade, I can assure you that these two will return home unscathed. However, if others wish to join the fray, I must candidly inform you that the consequences shall rest solely upon them. As her words concluded, a sharp crack resonated as Talia crushed the listening device into dust between her slender fingers. Meanwhile, approximately 10 kilometers away, in the dilapidated warehouse that once served as the Joker's hideout, Joaquin, Diana, and Walker faced their phone, which only emitted a cacophony of static, their expressions grave. Joaquin glanced at the time displayed on the phone. It was 7:50 p.m. All right, everyone, time is of the essence, so I shall not squander it. Now, we shall officially commence our strategy meeting to rescue Harley and Sheriff Gordon within the next 4 hours. Chapter 27. The long night begins. Can you trace the last point where the listening device lost its signal, Diana? Joaquin asked calmly, directing his gaze towards Diana, who, after a moment of serious operation on her phone, gave a slight nod. The location of the signal disruption lies 12 kilometers from here, corresponding to the site of a defunct and abandoned thermal power plant on the map. As soon as the words left his mouth, Diana sprang to her feet, her face etched with unease. I am going there now to rescue Harley. Walker, you should change into your combat gear and come to my aid as quickly as possible. Diana, please calm yourself, Jacqueline urged. You stay here and do not leave. If we do not return in time, disguise yourself and head to Wayne Enterprises in Gotham. Diana. Jacqueline grasped her slender arm firmly, compelling her to face him. Observing the glistening tears at the corners of her eyes, he sighed inwardly. Despite her rigorous training and exceptional combat skills, she remained, after all, a child on the cusp of adulthood. Listen to me, Diana. No one desires to rescue Harley Quinn more than I do. You are well aware that had I feared for my life, I would not have intervened here. What torments me far worse than death is the burden of guilt that I carry. Diana fell silent, unexpectedly subdued, her small, reddened nose wrinkling as she stifled a quiet sob. However, to rush and recklessly would only play into the enemy's hands, an act often referred to as a foolish sacrifice. The adversary we face is not merely the Black Mask. There may lie even greater dangers ahead. Therefore, each step must be taken with meticulous consideration. Once he had calmed Diana, Jacqueline too fell into deep contemplation, rapidly analyzing the information he had gleaned from the eavesdropping device. Among the revelations, the most troubling was undoubtedly the mysterious woman referred to by the Black Mask as Talia, drawing from his previous life's knowledge of the original comics. A character immediately sprang to mind, Talia al Ghul, the daughter of the notorious villain Ra's al Ghul and the heir to the League of Assassins. Not only was there a complicated relationship with Batman, but she also seemingly bore a son, a true femme fatale. Jacqueline's concern extended beyond Talia herself to the formidable organization she represented, the League of Assassins. reflecting on his experiences since arriving in this world. If he considered the League as the puppet masters behind the scenes, many prior uncertainties began to unravel. The Black Mask, having only recently emerged from Blackgate Prison, should not possess the arcane technology required for human cloning. However, with the League's assistance, such a notion became plausible. It is well known that the leader of the League, the ninja master Ra's al Ghul, possesses a treasure known as the Lazarus Pit, rumored to have the power to resurrect the dead, thus making the creation of clones entirely conceivable. Yet, this was not the moment for such deliberations. What mattered now was the implication that Talia's involvement suggested, a clear indication of a trap from which there would be no return. Here, I find myself with but a youthful version of Black Canary, an aging second-tier villain who has long since retreated from the fray, and a Joaquin who is scarcely more formidable than the average individual. Undoubtedly, engaging in direct confrontation would be tantamount to courting death. After a deep breath, Joaquin gathered his thoughts and reached a resolution. It appears there is but one course of action. I shall, as they suggest, enter the derelict power plant alone to rescue Harley and Gordon. Diana and Walker exchanged concerned glances, particularly Diana, who rushed to Joaquin, seizing him by the collar. Her cheeks flushed with fervor. Have you lost your mind? Are you truly going to follow their instructions? Do you believe those fiends will honor their word? Calm down, Diana. Please listen. I have yet to finish speaking, Joaquin replied with a wry smile, gently patting her hand to signal her to release him. Of course, Joaquin had no intention of naively delivering himself into their hands for a trade. He understood the peril of negotiating with supervillains all too well. Though I shall venture forth alone, I implore you to remain on standby for my signal. Do not act impulsively without my instruction. Should I rally my former allies, or those youths who once joined the Joker's gang? They are all fervent admirers of Harley. If they were to learn she is in need of assistance. Walker, his expression grave, regarded Joaquin with steady composure. Let us refrain from summoning them just yet. We must assess the situation first. If I am not mistaken, our adversaries will likely anticipate such a move. Before we head to the power plant, I have another destination in mind. At this juncture, Joaquin raised his gaze to Diana, speaking earnestly. The individual Harley intended to meet, the one at the Botanical Garden. Do you know the address, Diana? Diana released her grip on Joaquin's collar and murmured in confusion. I do know, but why inquire about that now? Isn't Harley's situation of greater urgency? An adage states that sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. I believe I have surmised what Harley seeks to procure on my behalf, and it may very well become our ultimate trump card. Joaquin squinted, acknowledging that undoubtedly, this would be a protracted night. I trust you are all aware that my dearest little pudding has returned from the brink of death. To clarify this for everyone, I had intended, along with dear Ben, to eliminate a few traitors for a bit of spectacle. However, to my surprise, our modest display of retribution against the traitors seems to have gone unnoticed. Thus, I have decided to present something special. Tada, pray, behold who we have here. Ah, the answer is none other than the slumbering Sheriff Gordon. While we are accustomed to the ever-vigilant Gordon, this version, caught in the embrace of sleep, may be less familiar. However, I believe it is prudent for everyone to familiarize themselves with the current situation, for it is highly likely that from this day forth, the only sight you shall behold is the slumbering Sheriff Gordon. Let us engage in a game of hide and seek. Should you manage to locate me before midnight, there remains a chance to reclaim the lively Sheriff Gordon. Failing that, perhaps we might commence rehearsals for his funeral. At 8:30 p.m., a short video featuring Harley Quinn and the unconscious Sheriff Gordon, bound to a chair, was dispatched to headquarters. Among those who witnessed this footage were not only the perplexed agents, but also Walker, who had received word from a confidant within, and a red-haired woman seated before her computer in the basement of an unremarkable residence on the outskirts of Gotham. She picked up the phone, which displayed yet another failed call, then dialed another number, only to encounter the same lack of response. With a soft sigh, as if having made a significant decision, she rose and turned towards the wardrobe. Upon opening it, she discreetly pressed a hidden switch, causing the interior of the wardrobe to pivot, revealing a sleek, black leather suit. Though the circumstances were unclear, she declared, I will rescue you, Harley and Dad. Chapter 28. The Enchanting Kiss of the Gotham Botanical Garden. The Gotham Botanical Garden, situated at the juncture of the Central and Old Districts, has always been a place of solitude. After all, botanical gardens are not typically bustling attractions, and since its closure for renovations 3 years ago, it has remained devoid of visitors throughout the year. Nevertheless, in Gotham, such locations often become havens for the homeless or nefarious individuals. Strangely, this particular garden has even deterred such company, as urban legends speak of a terrifying monster lurking within. occasionally emerging to prey upon unsuspecting passers-by, which only seems to validate these tales. Joaquin is acutely aware that most urban legends in Gotham hold a kernel of truth. Indeed, a dangerous yet beautiful creature resides here. His purpose for venturing into this garden is to meet this enigmatic lady. With a swift motion, Joaquin, having honed his skills through rigorous training over the past few days, effortlessly scaled the securely locked gate and entered the garden. He soon discerned his target amidst the main area overrun with vines, where he spotted the glow of pink lights emanating from a greenhouse. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously approached the greenhouse, meticulously watching his step. Just as he was about to reach the entrance, Joaquin felt an unusual sensation beneath his feet, halting immediately. He employed his keen night vision to reveal a wildflower resting on the ground. A smile crept upon his lips, fortunate he was not to have trampled it, for he had prepared thoroughly. No plant, whether intentionally or inadvertently, must be harmed within this sacred space. Thus, as long as I evade this flower, I shall not provoke it. Correct? Joaquin shifted his foot, but just as he intended to land, he discovered that the location he aimed for was also occupied by a small flower. Specifically, the very same flower had seemingly relocated. Joaquin narrowed his eyes slightly and tentatively moved his ankle, only to find that the flower began to swiftly advance towards his anticipated landing spot. This is troublesome. As this thought raced through his mind, Joaquin immediately leaped backward. In the next instant, with a swift whoosh, a robust vine erupted from the ground at the flower's previous position, shooting upwards. What a pity. Had you stepped upon it, it would have instantly shattered your ankle. A voice, magnetic and laced with a hint of allure, echoed, and from within the greenhouse's entrance, several stout vines extended like tentacles, cradling a lithe figure that appeared before Joaquin. Utilizing his extraordinary night vision and the soft pink light emanating from the greenhouse, Joaquin could distinctly perceive the entirety of the woman seated on the vines. Her hair, reminiscent of flames, cascaded over her bare shoulders, and her enchanting beauty was such that even Joaquin, accustomed to the allure of Harley Quinn and Dinah, momentarily lost his composure. Yet, what captivated more than her visage was her attire, which transcended mere sensuality. Every piece of her clothing seemed woven from flora. Whether it was the leaves that barely concealed her voluptuous bosom and triangular secret, or the tender green tendrils that entwined her curvaceous figure. However, in stark contrast to her beguiling appearance, her gaze directed at Joaquin was remarkably frigid, exuding palpable hostility. Swish! Before Joaquin could utter a word, two robust vines surged toward him with force. Wait, you are Poison Ivy, are you not? I am a friend of Harley S. I harbor no ill will. Just in the nick of time, Joaquin evaded the vines. Yet Poison Ivy showed no sign of relenting, summoning two more vines to ensnare his escape route in a web-like manner. Your very presence embodies the utmost hostility, though I am uncertain how you were resurrected. This scum that has harmed Harley countless times shall serve as fertilizer for the flowers. Boom. For vines descended upon Joaquin's position, uprooting even the soil to heights exceeding a meter due to their violent strikes. However, Poison Ivy's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized that the vines, which had closed in from all sides, had struck nothing. Joaquin had vanished before her eyes as if by sleight of hand. Enough, Ivy. I have no time to play games with you, but let me make it clear that I am not a jester. I am here on Harley's behalf to retrieve what she agreed upon with you. The expression of Poison Ivy instantly froze, as she sensed a robust arm tightly encircling her abdomen from behind, while a chilling and sharp sensation grazed her neck. In that critical moment, Joaquin had used a deceptive magic trick to appear behind her, wrapping his arm around her while pressing a sharp dagger against her throat. How did you manage to do this? And why can't Harley come here herself? What has happened to her? It was evident that Poison Ivy was far more concerned about Harley's situation than her own safety. Joaquin's heart softened at this, and with a clang, he tossed the dagger aside, loosening his grip and jumping down. You should see now that I mean you no harm. As for Harley, Joaquin hesitated, deciding he should reveal the truth to Poison Ivy, knowing it pertained to Harley Quinn's safety. Surely, she would side with Harley. After hearing Joaquin's succinct recount of events, Poison Ivy's face was filled with worry and agitation. She murmured anxiously, "It's not possible before midnight. We must hurry to save Harley, but at this moment, I'm unable to." Noticing the troubled expression on Poison Ivy's face and considering the urgency of time, Joaquin, cautiously probing, asked, "If you cannot leave this place, just give me what Harley needs, and I promise to ensure her safe return." "What Harley wants? You mean?" Poison Ivy lifted her head, squinting her eyes at Joaquin with a suspicious gaze. "You intend to use those things to rescue Harley?" "Yes, with those, I would have the confidence to know." Poison Ivy interrupted vehemently, moving closer to Joaquin with the aid of her vines, her expression grim. That is a highly concentrated and lethal toxin. Using it as a weapon would undoubtedly endanger Harley. Upon hearing this, Joaquin felt a surge of joy, finally confirming his suspicions. Harley knew that inhaling the toxin would temporarily enhance her physical abilities, which is why she had entrusted Poison Ivy to create the poison, to hand over to Joaquin in case of emergency. However, it was apparent that Poison Ivy misunderstood the intended use of the toxin. Just as Joaquin prepared to clarify further, he suddenly felt something cold wrapping around his feet. Indeed, I have thought of a safer method. According to what you said, the other party intends to use you in exchange for Harley's safety, correct? Joaquin's heart sank, an ominous premonition igniting within him. If that is the case, then to ensure Harley's safety, you shall obediently follow my commands and walk into the trap. Before Joaquin could react, Poison Ivy suddenly closed the distance between them, her long, supple arms wrapping around the back of his neck. In the next instant, Joaquin felt the icy, soft, and slightly moist sensation of her lips. Chapter 29. The Greenhouse and Secret Weapon of Poison Ivy. Is the atmosphere in Gotham truly this liberal? This was the initial thought that flickered through Joaquin's mind. But he quickly regained his composure as memories of Poison Ivy, also known as Pamela Lillian Isley, rushed back to him. He soon understood the intentions behind her sudden kiss. According to Joaquin's recollections from previous comic adaptations, Poison Ivy was once an ordinary college student with a passion for botany. However, after a fateful incident, her body was infused with a plethora of plant toxins, granting her the extraordinary ability to manipulate flora. Depending on the era and the narrative of various comic or animated series, the potency of her powers and her alignment with good or evil fluctuated. Nonetheless, in every iteration, Poison Ivy possessed a signature ability, the kiss of death. By secreting toxins through her lips, she could deliver lethal poison or induce hallucinogenic effects through a kiss, thereby manipulating her target's consciousness, a power both enchanting and terrifying. However, for Joaquin, who had become immune to toxins after taking on the mantle of Bane, this ability was rendered merely enchanting. As their lips slowly parted, Poison Ivy gazed at Joaquin with confidence, but the moment she noticed his awkward expression, her captivating smile faltered. "My dear Ivy, I must confess, Before Joaquin could finish, Poison Ivy furrowed her brows and forcefully pulled him closer, compelling him to endure her intoxicating kiss once more. This was not mere embellishment. Joaquin could genuinely sense a delicate floral fragrance as they kissed. This time, the kiss lingered longer, and he felt something soft attempting to pry open his lips. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and forcefully pushed her away. "This is absurd. At this rate, it won't be the toxins I can't withstand, but rather the natural physiological response of a man." With Harley and Gordon in peril, he could not afford to lose himself in this moment of tenderness. "Enough. Poison Ivy, listen to me. Your toxins are ineffective against me. I can ingest them and even enhance my own abilities. This is precisely why I seek your venom. With your poison, I will have a greater chance of rescuing Harley." Joaquin, fearing a third kiss, explained rapidly as he pushed her away. Poison Ivy bit her crimson lip, her expression turning awkward. After all, if her toxins were rendered useless, her previous actions would merely amount to an unreciprocated display of obsession. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, recognizing that Harley's predicament was of utmost importance. "All right, I understand. Can you please release me?" Joaquin finally realized that when he had pushed her away, his hands had been positioned rather improperly, and he hastily withdrew them. "Oh, the texture of the leaves is remarkably soft." The Poison Ivy hesitated for a moment, then reached behind her and, upon opening her palm before Joker, revealed 3 small glass vials containing a mesmerizing green liquid, each the size of a bullet. "Wait, where did you hide these, sister?" Joker couldn't help but glance a few more times at the leaves snugly fitted around her waist, which appeared devoid of pockets. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided it was best to regard this as a fourth-dimensional space, not to delve too deeply into it. Joker took the 3 vials from Poison Ivy's hand, his brow slightly furrowing. 3 vials were far too few. To save Harley Quinn, this quantity was utterly inadequate. Seemingly perceiving Joker's thoughts, Poison Ivy shrugged and spoke. Harley's request was for a smaller dosage, yet with the utmost purity of the toxin. "I even adjusted my blooming period to temporarily produce these 3 vials of the highest purity." Blooming period? Produce? Though these terms struck him as peculiar, Joker had no intention of probing further. He could surmise the reason behind Harley's specific request to Poison Ivy. These toxins were not originally intended for Joker to storm the enemy's stronghold and unleash havoc, but rather were meant to ensure he had a chance to escape, no matter how formidable the adversaries he faced. Thus, quality undoubtedly triumphed over quantity. However, with only 3 opportunities, facing potential foes within the power plant, Talia, Black Mask, and their henchmen, seemed rather daunting. Poison Ivy clearly recognized this, and after a moment's contemplation, she murmured softly, "If you seek a continuous supply of the toxin, I do possess an item that may serve you well. However, utilizing it may pose a lethal risk. Is that acceptable?" Joker nodded gravely. When confronting a character like Talia, one could never be overly prepared. With a gentle gesture, Poison Ivy summoned countless vines to lift her. "I shall be away for a moment. Remain here and do not disturb the plants, understood?" Watching her glide towards the main structure of the botanical garden with the aid of the vines, Joker dutifully waited for several minutes, yet anxiety began to gnaw at him. To distract himself, he glanced around. At that moment, a greenhouse emanating a soft pink glow caught his attention. Speaking of which, it seemed Poison Ivy had initially emerged from that very greenhouse, where she and Harley had agreed to meet. Joker stealthily approached the greenhouse door, careful not to trample any plants, and peered curiously through the partially ajar entrance. Inside, he beheld a grand bed woven from vines, lavishly adorned with countless snow-white, feather-like objects, some of which appeared to have been brought to the threshold by Poison Ivy. Picking one up for closer inspection, he realized it resembled a petal of a white lily. Recalling the message Poison Ivy had sent to Harley, he gazed once more into the enchanting pink-lit greenhouse, and a new thought began to take shape in his mind. "Oh, is it truly the case that Gotham's atmosphere is so liberated? What are you doing? Did I not instruct you to refrain from wandering?" The voice of Poison Ivy unexpectedly resonated from behind, startling Joaquin. No, I was merely..." "Why are you so anxious? Just hold this for me." Poison Ivy furrowed her brow and handed Joaquin a dark red object the size of a grape. "Is this a seed? It feels as if there is something on it." Joaquin observed it with curiosity, but as he leaned in to sniff it, Poison Ivy halted him with a gesture. "Do not smell it indiscriminately. Just consider it a special seed. When the time comes, you must create a small wound and insert it. As for whether you will survive the outcome, that depends solely on luck." With a sigh, Poison Ivy gazed up at the moon, which had risen to a considerable height. "It's getting late. Hurry and rescue Harley. Remember, you must bring Harley back. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to her, I would not hesitate to unleash my vines to obliterate Gotham, and you would face my wrath." Chapter 30. The Art of Perfect Stealth, easily mastered by novices. So, due to this video, Harley and the Joker's gang have been identified as suspects in the kidnapping of Gordon, and a massive manhunt has ensued in the old district. As Joaquin rode in the car driven by Walker towards the power plant, he learned from Dinah about the information contained in the video, and he couldn't help but lament the cunning of Talia's scheme. Undoubtedly, the Harley Quinn depicted in the video was a mere disguise crafted by Talia, and her motives were easily discernible. On one hand, she aimed to utilize the police force to hunt down the Joker's gang members, rendering Joaquin and his companions unable to seek assistance. On the other hand, this maneuver severed their escape routes. If anything were to happen to Gordon tonight, Joaquin and the others would find it impossible to clear their names. Moreover, the video possessed an even more insidious purpose, with a countdown to murder already initiated. If Batman failed to intervene and rescue Gordon, his symbol of justice would suffer grave damage, especially since the public remained oblivious to any news of Batman's injuries. The annihilation of both Gordon and Batman, the very totems of Gotham's justice, would likely inflict dire consequences upon the already fragile peace of Gotham. Nevertheless, Joaquin resolved to set these thoughts aside for the moment. His mission remained unchanged. Rescuing Harley and Gordon was paramount. After navigating several roadblock inquiries, Joaquin and his companions finally arrived outside the abandoned power plant, situated in a remote area of Gotham's outskirts. This place marked the boundary of Gotham City. Beyond the nearby slaughter swamp lay the territory of Metropolis. "Well then, let us commence our operation, adhering to the original plan. Walker, take me to the skies." During Joaquin's dealings with Poison Ivy at the Gotham Botanical Garden, Walker and Dinah were not idly waiting. Walker procured a detailed map of the power station from yet another friend, while Dana meticulously analyzed the map, speculating on the location where Harley and Gordon were being held. Were it my decision, I would confine them to the boiler room, where the space is rather constricted and devoid of complex mechanical obstructions, ensuring that any intruder would be instantly detected. With the destination issue resolved, Joaquin turned his attention to determining an ingress route. Although he intended to face the challenge alone, he was not foolish enough to consider a reckless frontal assault through the main entrance. At that moment, Walker's moth armor proved invaluable. With a hum resonating from its 4 semi-transparent mechanical wings, Walker ascended into the night sky, resembling a colossal moth, carrying Joaquin aloft. their intended landing spot being the summit of one of the towering cooling towers at the power plant. "Do you truly not require my assistance inside?" Walker inquired, his voice resonating with a hint of concern beneath his insect-like mask. "I don't mean to boast, but I could certainly handle a few lowly henchmen." After gently setting Joaquin down on the metallic ladder atop the cooling tower, Walker hesitated momentarily. Just as he prepared to take flight, a sudden realization struck him, and he smacked his forehead. I almost forgot that I have a little gadget to lend you. It might prove useful." After rummaging through his utility belt, he carefully handed Joaquin a flat, circular object. Upon receiving it, Joaquin noticed a small button on the surface. Be cautious not to press it inadvertently. Once activated, it emits a specialized electromagnetic pulse that disables electronic devices within a 50-meter radius. "If you trigger it now, I'll be forced to plummet to my demise," Walker cautioned. Joaquin's heart raced at the thought. What kind of contraption is this? Is this not a miniature weapon? "Not exactly, my friend. Why didn't you mention you possessed such an extraordinary device sooner? Besides, carrying something that could potentially sabotage your own electronic flight is rather unwise. Wouldn't you agree?" Walker replied, slightly embarrassed as he averted his gaze and cleared his throat. "Well, this gadget isn't mine. It was lent to me by a friend when you went to seek Ivy." "A friend?" Joaquin mused, peering closely at the device. Despite the enveloping darkness, his enhanced night vision allowed him to discern a bat emblem emblazoned upon it. "A bat symbol? Wait a moment. Are your eyes akin to hers? Able to see in this dim light? Time is of the essence. I shall proceed ahead. Take care, my friend." Walker suddenly hastened his speech, flapping his wings and leaving no chance for Joaquin to inquire further. After a moment's contemplation, Joaquin tucked the small creature into his embrace and began his careful descent down the rusted iron ladder. Upon entering the cooling tower, he was enveloped in complete darkness, a realm where an ordinary person might easily stumble and meet a fatal end. Only Joaquin, endowed with night vision, could navigate such a treacherous route. This was also the reason he had confidence in avoiding a simple ambush. At long last, after a considerable interval, Joaquin finally glimpsed the base of the cooling tower, along with a faint glimmer of light seeping through the maintenance passageway leading into the power plant. Stealthily, he approached the iron door, exercising utmost caution as he peered through the crack to observe the situation outside. Rumor had it that an intruder had appeared near the entrance, a stunning blonde. No less. A single individual? How delightful. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to capture the enchanting lady, indulging in some fleeting pleasure. Yet, caution reigned. The boss had issued stern orders, insisting that this area must be under constant surveillance. However, there was no need for haste. The boiler room below housed a voluptuous beauty as well, who had been promised to them as a reward for their diligence. Joaquin couldn't help but salivate at the thought, recalling the alluring brunette who had previously stood beside the boss. "Be careful," one of the men warned. "That woman is no ordinary person. Even the boss holds her in high regard. Don't tread lightly, or you might step on a landmine." Furrowing his brow, Joaquin discerned from their dialogue that Diana had already commenced her baiting strategy. Yet, the Black Mask had anticipated this and stationed guards here, indicating that the feigned attack was not proceeding as intended. Fortunately, Joaquin remembered Diana's teaching. Every plan must include contingencies for failure. However, such contingencies often entailed greater risks and costs, though the question of who would bear these costs remained open to interpretation. Through the door's gap, Joaquin observed and listened intently to the footsteps outside, estimating the presence of approximately 3 to 5 individuals. Under these circumstances, relying solely on invisibility for a flawless stealth passage seemed implausible. Nevertheless, Joaquin understood that there existed another method to achieve perfect stealth. As long as no living soul detected his presence, his stealth would remain impeccable. Was this not a matter of common sense? Chapter 31. The finale arrives rather prematurely in the narrow passageway outside the cooling tower's iron door. 5 brutish men, their faces twisted in lewd expressions, engaged in raucous laughter. Each bore a handgun at their waist, a fact that contributed significantly to their lax demeanor. In a place where the likelihood of encountering anyone was virtually non-existent, 5 armed guards stood watch. Could there be a simpler task than this? Of course, if these were local Gotham criminals, they might harbor trepidation towards any shadowy figures lurking nearby. Alas, these men were mere ragtag criminals recruited by the Black Mask from Metropolis, entirely lacking any sense of vigilance. As they continued to exchange vulgar and obscene remarks about their fantasies regarding Harley Quinn and Dinah, they remained blissfully unaware that death had crept closer to them. "Listen to me. If that woman named Harley Quinn has already been ruined by the time it's my turn, I shall gouge out her eyeballs and use her eye sockets. Ha, enough. You're already disgusting enough. As the other four erupted into crude, derisive laughter at this depraved utterance, they suddenly noticed something amiss. It seemed to resonate with his own words, for one of his eyeballs abruptly popped out. With a swift motion, the man who still bore a sinister grin revealed a bloody dagger from his gory eye socket. Oh no, there's an enemy. One among them reacted quicker than the rest, attempting to shout a warning, but this only led to his swifter demise, as in the next heartbeat. A sharp blade pierced his throat, silencing him. In mere seconds, the five-member team was reduced to three, yet the remaining trio, notorious for their ruthlessness, instinctively drew their handguns upon realizing their perilous situation. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. At that moment, a piercing, jarring laughter erupted from one of the villains as a clown doll sprang forth from a box, causing him to clutch his face in agony and crouch down, inadvertently diverting the attention of the other two. That fleeting instant proved fatal. Joaquin seized the corpse of the thug he had just dispatched and hurled it at the nearest adversary. Thud! The thug could only instinctively raise his hands to shove the body away, but upon doing so, he was confronted by Joaquin, who had already lunged at him. A flash of the blade, a spray of crimson, and yet another thug fell, clutching his throat in despair as he collapsed to the ground. Now, only one thug remained standing, his face contorted in sheer terror as he witnessed the instant demise of three of his comrades, while another writhed in agony. Monster! There's a monster! Requesting backup. Hurry! He pressed urgently on his earpiece, pleading for reinforcements, only to be met with the crackling sound of static in response. Don't come any closer, he cried, retreating while firing wildly in Joaquin's direction, disregarding the potential harm to his remaining companion. Yet, he could hardly believe his eyes as this demon-like man effortlessly maneuvered through the hail of bullets with a ghostly grace, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Had enough? Now it's my turn. With that, a swift thrust ensued. A plain yet resolute thrust plunged into the assailant's throat, and in his final moments, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Joaquin resembled that of a soul encountering an unfathomable horror. Ugh! Joaquin spat out shards of glass. In the split second when he was targeted by the gun, he had crushed a small vial hidden in his mouth. The poison of the poison ivy was indeed leagues apart from that which the black mask had unleashed. In the instant the toxin entered his system, he felt as though time around him had come to a standstill. The trajectory of the bullet laid bare before him. This was the perspective of the Flash. Yet unlike the Flash, Joaquin lacked the advantage of super speed. His own movements slowed, and any attempt to hasten them risked self-injury. Additionally, the effects of the poison came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Merely 10 seconds later, as Joaquin withdrew the knife from the assailant's throat, he sensed his strength dissipating rapidly. Seizing the remaining potency of the drug, he hastened to the last of the frightened assailants, dispatched him with ease, and thus, all 5 guards at this entrance had perished within a minute. Phew! Joaquin exhaled deeply and slumped against the wall. The side effects of the toxin rendered him temporarily weak. It appeared that this superhuman state could not be sustained indefinitely. However, he needed a moment to allow his other abilities to cool down. Target eliminated. 5. Experience gained. 100 points. It was only then that Joaquin recalled that during his last rescue of Harley, he had dispatched 4 individuals and earned 80 experience points. With this latest achievement, his total now stood at 180 points. Based on his previous leveling experiences, it seemed that every 200 points would grant him a level up. Thus, one more kill would suffice. He wondered what transformations awaited his skills upon leveling up. Yet there was no time for such reflections. After resting for approximately 5 minutes, Joaquin felt his strength return and took a deep breath, rising with the intent to depart. According to the map provided by Walker, the route was straightforward: exit this area, descend the corridor staircase, and he would reach the boiler room at the ground level. It was hardly surprising, considering this facility had originally been designed as a typical power plant. It was the convoluted mazes found in games that seemed out of place. Suddenly, Joaquin felt a vibration emanating from his pocket, where he had stored the small gadget adorned with a bat insignia that Walker had given him. Wait, this device has that function too. In that fleeting moment, an ominous premonition gripped him. Whoosh! Following his instincts, Joaquin decisively employed his deception magic to vanish from his original location. The correctness of his action was soon confirmed, as a brilliant flash of a blade sliced through the air where he had just stood. To think you could sense me. You truly exceed my expectations, clone. Joaquin, cloaked in invisibility, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If not for the inexplicable vibration of the small device alerting him, he would have met a gruesome fate without any forewarning, missing even the fleeting opportunity to enhance himself with poison. Emerging from the shadows at the doorway was a tall, graceful woman clad in a black leather bodysuit that accentuated her alluring physique, her soft, slightly curled brown hair cascading down her back. However, in stark contrast to her mature and enchanting beauty, her eyes radiated a chilling intent to kill, reminiscent of an icy abyss. Joaquin immediately recognized her, suppressing a bitter smile within. "Sister, shouldn't you be at the end of this chapter? How is it that you appear here after merely dispatching 2 minions?" Undoubtedly, she was Talia al Ghul, the most formidable and perilous adversary in this realm. The author wishes everyone a joyful Labor Day holiday. I hope to store some drafts over these days. Writing until 11 each night truly hampers the reading experience. Chapter 32. A fierce struggle with the assassin. Talia wielded a weapon reminiscent of a Japanese katana, its sharp blade glinting ominously. Joaquin had no doubt that should he be struck by this lethal weapon, it would sever flesh and bone in an instant. Her piercing gaze roamed the corridor, seemingly searching for his whereabouts. Remaining motionless in his invisible state, Joaquin understood that a fighter of Talia's caliber could discern his exact position from the faintest sound in the silence. Gripping his dagger tightly, he remained vigilant, cautiously reaching into his pocket, realizing it was not the time to conserve his poison. Finding no trace of Joaquin, Talia furrowed her brow and began to advance slowly down the corridor, her blade hanging naturally towards the ground. "You certainly possess a ruthless nature, a trait inherited from your original Joker," she mused. "Yet, I am quite curious about the origins of your other abilities and knowledge. While I would not mind dissecting you to uncover the truth, surrendering voluntarily might spare your life for further observation." Despite Talia's soft whispers, Joaquin was not foolish enough to trust the assassin. He awaited her approach, planning to strike when they were closest. She was nearing 3 meters. 2 meters, just one more step, and it would be his chance to attack. Suddenly, with the sound of flesh being cleaved, the blade flashed before Joaquin. However, Talia's target was not Joaquin, but rather the corpse of a thug on the ground, her katana piercing it with precision. With a swift flick of her blade, blood rained down like droplets from the sky. Disaster struck. As a drop of blood splattered onto Joaquin's cheek, he instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. Aiming at Talia, who had now located him, he hurled his dagger. Bang! The blade in Talia's hand carved a seamless arc, effortlessly deflecting Joaquin's throwing knife, before she charged at him with a cruel, seductive smile. In a moment of dire peril, Joaquin hastily summoned his last resort. "Wait, I concede, I surrender," he exclaimed, raising his hands in a swift French salute. His instantaneous capitulation proved effective, as Talia, upon nearing him, refrained from striking with her blade. Instead, she delivered a powerful knee strike to his chest. With a resounding thud, Joaquin briefly believed his ribs might shatter, as he was sent hurtling backward to crash onto the ground. The next instant, he felt a weight pressing down on his abdomen, while a cold, sharp sensation gripped his throat. "Your choice is quite astute, clone. Rest assured, once I ascertain the truth of your situation, I shall deal with you swiftly and painlessly." Joaquin cautiously drew a few breaths, regaining his composure, only to find Talia before him, wearing a victorious grin. He could only muster a grimace of a smile in response. "Miss Talia, upon our first meeting, I must remind you of our prior agreement. My arrival here was meant to ensure the safety of Harley and Gordon. Surely, someone of your stature would not renege on such a promise?" "Ah, how audacious you are, seeking to negotiate after having already taken 5 lives," Talia scoffed, her gaze icy as it bore down on Joaquin. "I distinctly recall stating that they would return home unscathed. Their corpses will bear no marks of injury. I can still fulfill that promise." Joaquin feigned a knowing demeanor and sighed. "As anticipated. However, since you choose to twist words, my earlier surrender can likewise be disregarded. I may have conceded, but we did not stipulate whether this was a single match or a best of 3, did we?" As Joaquin spoke with a peculiar smile, Talia furrowed her brow, poised to respond when suddenly her expression shifted. She swiftly redirected the blade poised at Joaquin's throat. With a swift motion, she severed a startled magical box that had just materialized, dissipating it into a wisp of white smoke. Just as Dana had indicated, this ability was less effective against a prepared adversary, yet it succeeded in momentarily diverting Talia's attention, which was already enough. With a cracking sound akin to glass shattering, Joaquin felt a rush of potent energy surge through him as poison from the broken glass vial entered his system. "Do not act recklessly. Do you wish to die?" Talia's face darkened as she prepared to execute Joaquin with her katana. However, she was taken aback as Joaquin's face rapidly expanded before her. He, pinned by her, moved with an inhuman speed to deliver a headbutt. With a resounding impact, it became evident that even with impeccable combat skills and near-peak human capability, in such a close-quarters confrontation, The contest boiled down to a mere struggle of strength and speed. Undoubtedly, Joaquin, bearing the title of Bane, temporarily reached a superhuman level after ingesting the venom of the poison ivy woman. Talia was knocked backward by a collision with Joaquin, who seized the opportunity to swiftly turn the tables, pinning her beneath him. Yet, despite having a stunning beauty at his mercy, Joaquin was devoid of any sense of indulgence. Without hesitation, he conjured a new dagger in his hand and aimed it mercilessly towards Talia's throat. Clang! At the very brink of disaster, Talia managed to block Joaquin's dagger with a katana held before her. However, her strength was utterly disproportionate to Joaquin's, and given the katana's inherent vulnerability in exchange for its sharpness and resilience, it soon emitted a sound of metal fracturing, threatening to shatter under the force of the dagger. The roles of predator and prey had shifted in mere seconds. Talia felt the dagger's tip pierce her fair skin, mere centimeters away from severing her carotid artery. Confusion filled her gaze as she looked at Joaquin. She could not comprehend how a mere clone possessed such formidable strength. Regret for her oversight mingled with a multitude of complex emotions, and even this seasoned assassin could not escape a fleeting glimmer of despair in her eyes. Yet, to Talia's astonishment, just as she felt that her endurance was about to wane, Joaquin suddenly withdrew the dagger and leaped away from her with remarkable speed. Trembling, Talia touched her throat, still seeping blood, and quickly regained her footing, casting a perplexed glance at Joaquin. There he stood, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips, twirling the dagger in his hand while maintaining a fixed gaze on her. You must now grasp that I could have terminated you with my strength at any moment. Yet I chose to spare your life. Let us converse, Talia. Perhaps we need not resort to a fight to the death. Chapter 33. The ace in the hole is utter nonsense. Spare my life? Are you suggesting that you deliberately let me go? Why? Talia's voice was low. Her eyes filled with suspicion as they locked onto Joaquin. Is it not apparent, Miss Talia? As the heir to the Assassin's Guild, you should recognize that you have already lost. As for the reason, well, it is certainly not merely out of pity for your beauty, but rather, what could it be? Joaquin urged himself to concoct a plausible excuse to evade the inquiry. Deep down, he knew the true reason for sparing Talia. He had never intended to show mercy. Had circumstances permitted, he would have eliminated her without a second thought. Yet therein lay the crux of the matter. He simply could not. Though the poison bestowed by the Viper Queen could offer a fleeting surge of strength, enabling him to momentarily overpower Talia, the dosage was woefully insufficient. His peak power could only be sustained for mere seconds, rendering him incapable of prolonged combat. Consequently, being thwarted by Talia meant that he could no longer proceed. Just before his departure from Talia, he sensed his strength waning and resolved to withdraw before she could discern his condition. Of course, Talia was oblivious to this, thus granting Jacquin the opportunity to weave his fanciful tales. The Assassin's Guild? How could a mere clone be aware of such a name? It appeared that Talia had a sudden realization, her pupils narrowing slightly. Meanwhile, an idea sparked in Jacquin's mind, inspired by Talia's words. Indeed, it is true, Miss Talia. You are as astute as the man I spoke of. A subtle smile crept across Jacquin's lips as he regarded Talia, his expression suggesting he was in complete control. He deliberately retrieved a trinket from his pocket, revealing the bad insignia to Talia. Upon seeing the emblem, Talia's eyes widened, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. So it truly is him. When did you come into contact with him? He is not incapacitated, is he? At least, that is what you believed. Yet it seems his plan has been remarkably successful. Otherwise, you would not reveal your hand so soon. Would you, Miss Talia? What plan? Jacquin's assertions were mere fabrications. However, judging by Talia's darkened expression and clenched teeth, his gamble had indeed paid off. So, your initial intention was to use me as bait to draw me out and capture me as evidence of a breach of contract? Contract? Although Jacquin was bewildered by Talia's words, he feigned comprehension, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet you have not answered my initial query. Why did you spare my life? Faced with Talia's piercing gaze, Jacquin inhaled deeply, gathered his thoughts, and began to concoct his tale with utmost seriousness. Isn't the reason patently obvious? I was tasked by that man to let you go, should circumstances permit. Initially, I opposed this. Yet he presented an irrefutable rationale. He did not wish for his only son to lose his mother. Clang! The katana slipped from Talia's grasp, clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. This normally composed assassin momentarily lost her poise upon hearing Jacquin's words. It is impossible. You lie. He could never utter such sentiments. Witnessing Talia's emotional unraveling, Jacquin's heart nearly faltered, yet he maintained his composure and continued to speak. At first, I was skeptical. For the most notorious playboy of Gotham, placing such immense value on family truly took me by surprise. However, considering the circumstances surrounding his parents, perhaps he wishes to spare his children from repeating his tragic fate. Talia's gaze towards Joaquin grew increasingly incredulous, and after a moment, she inhaled deeply, attempting to regain her composure. It was unexpected that he had divulged his true identity to you, and as for Damien, it seems this time I have truly faltered. Upon hearing Talia's words, Joaquin felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an expression of calm indifference. Your choice is indeed wise, Miss Talia. If that is the case, please hasten to hand over Harley Quinn and Gordon, and then depart. That man is waiting outside, poised to act, yet he prefers to avoid direct confrontation with you. Still maintaining that same demeanor, despite having made arrangements in the shadows, he dares not face me directly? What a coward! Talia suddenly displayed an expression of vexation. Her teeth gritted, prompting Joaquin to wisely fall silent. The dynamics between Batman and Talia in this world appear to remain as complex as ever. Convey my message to that bat. This entire affair is the doing of Black Mask and his subordinates. The League of Assassins has not formally intervened, thus not breaching our agreement. Therefore, I shall not return Damien to him. Remember that. Joaquin nodded with his customary enigmatic smile, though he had no intention of delivering any message. What a jest. Batman's predicament is, in part, attributed to his own decisions. Does this imposter Joker seek to be punished? As for the two hostages, they are situated in the boiler room below, yet my relationship with Black Mask is merely one of collaboration. I cannot dictate his subsequent actions, so you must devise your own solutions. A sense of foreboding washed over Joaquin. Yet he still possessed one last vial of poison and the mysterious seeds given to him by Poison Ivy, ensuring he held considerable leverage even against Black Mask. I nearly forgot to mention, the guards below are not solely Black Mask's men. I had originally prepared a small surprise for you, but it seems it will go unused, given your capabilities. A surprise? Joaquin furrowed his brow, eager to inquire further, only to realize that Talia had vanished without a trace beneath his very nose. Indeed, Dana was correct. For true masters, the ability to conceal oneself does not necessitate any supernatural talents. Until we meet again, clone. By the way, I heard you've taken on a name. Do share it with me. With your prowess, it wouldn't be long before you attain widespread recognition. Talia's voice seemed to emanate from the enveloping darkness, gradually fading away. Joaquin exhaled slowly, then murmured softly, I am Joaquin Joe. I care not for fame. My sole aspiration is to lead a tranquil life. Chapter 34. The bat appearing tonight is a graceful maiden. Where on earth has that woman gone? It has been an eternity. The masked figure of Roman Scenes felt an inexplicable sense of agitation as he paced restlessly before returning to the two captives to ensure their bindings remained intact. In the innermost recesses of the boiler room, a man and a woman were shackled to metal pipes by iron chains. Their limbs were tightly bound with ropes, and their eyes and mouths were obscured by dark cloths. However, their reactions to this predicament were markedly different. James Gordon remained eerily still, casting doubt on whether he had truly regained consciousness. In stark contrast, Harley Quinn incessantly struggled, her voluptuous figure rendered even more alluring by the constricting ropes. Nevertheless, it was evident that neither could extricate themselves from their restraints, and the masked figure began to wonder if his prolonged confinement within Blackgate Prison had rendered him somewhat timid. Though the whereabouts of the formidable woman remained a mystery, outside stood dozens of hired rogues guarding various entrances, ensuring an impenetrable fortress. Moreover, at the sole entrance to the boiler room, 3 individuals stood vigilant, capable of detecting any intruder at a moment's notice. Wait, 5 individuals? The masked figure scrutinized the patrolling figures in the corridor, counting carefully and discovering that there were indeed only 4. Hey, where has the 5th one gone? He barked, prompting the remaining 4 to glance around in alarm. How peculiar. They had been present just moments ago. I didn't notice anyone missing, one replied. A chill ran down the masked figure's spine. Even his companions had failed to detect the silent disappearance of one among them, a scenario with which he was all too familiar. But it was impossible. Hadn't Talia asserted that he could not appear? Suddenly, one of the 4 guards shot upwards as though ensnared by some unseen force. In that instant, the masked figure finally discerned the unfolding drama. A slender silhouette had ensnared his neck between her legs, lifting him towards the ceiling. Above. Above. Bring her down. Upon hearing the masked figure's urgent warning, the others regained their composure and aimed their firearms upwards. Yet, before their eyes could adjust to the dimly lit ceiling, a whistling rush of air accompanied the swift trajectory of an object that sent their guns flying from their grasp. Is that a bat-shaped dart? Is Batman here? One sharp-eyed individual recognized the metallic projectile embedded at his feet. Though not a native of Gotham, He had heard the legends of the Dark Knight and let out a terrified cry. "Silence, you fool. Do not panic. Cannot you see she is a woman? All of you, calm down." The masked figure shouted in fury. However, it was too late. The remaining three had succumbed to chaos, and it was evident that their opponent had no intention of relinquishing this opportunity. A slender figure, enveloped in a form-fitting black suit, descended from the heavens. Her pure black cape unfurling like the wings of a bat behind her. With a series of sharp, resounding impacts, she danced gracefully among three henchmen, moving with the finesse of a gymnast. Yet, the assailants could scarcely appreciate her elegance, for within mere seconds, one was rendered unconscious by an uppercut to the jaw. Another collapsed with a pained howl after a kick to the groin, while the third writhed helplessly on the ground, his limbs dislocated. Whether male or female was of no consequence. What mattered was the knowledge that there would always be a bat lurking in the shadows, watching and meting out justice. A lithe figure stepped into the boiler room, her flame-like crimson waves cascading over her shoulders, concealed behind a bat-shaped mask. Prominently displayed on her curvaceous form was a striking golden bat emblem. "Batwoman, I thought you had perished long ago, but it matters not. I shall soon return you to your grave." With a series of rapid gunshots, the masked assailant aimed unhesitatingly at Batwoman. Yet, she merely crouched, using her cape to shield herself, the bullets striking the fabric with a metallic clang, ricocheting harmlessly away. For me, the requirement for bulletproof protection is of the utmost importance. I have learned my lessons well. Suddenly, two darts shot forth from behind her cloak, whistling through the air towards the masked figure. But he was equally agile, narrowly avoiding both projectiles, which embedded themselves in the ground at his feet. Humph, such aimless. Blind shots could never. But the masked man's words were cut short as the darts erupted in small explosions, releasing a dense cloud of white mist that obscured his vision. In that fleeting moment, he realized the dire predicament he was in. Batwoman's darts were merely a feint, intended to distract him from the true assault. A yellow knee-high boot surged through the fog, aimed directly at his face. Just in time, he raised his arm to block the kick. But Batwoman deftly used his foot as leverage, vaulting over him to land behind. "Black Mask, this time you shall rot in Blackgate Penitentiary until the end of your days." He felt a slender arm constricting around his neck from behind, his brain quickly succumbing to the lack of oxygen. "Ah, do you believe you have triumphed? He will deal with you all." As the pressure on his neck intensified, Black Mask's head tilted, consciousness slipping away. Simultaneously, a small object slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Batwoman, startled, cast aside the unconscious Black Mask and crouched down to scrutinize the item that had fallen from his hand. "Is this a remote control?" In a moment of self-reproach, Batgirl chastised herself for her negligence in failing to notice Black Mask's subtle maneuvers, a consequence of her prolonged absence from combat over the past 3 years. However, this was not the time for such reflections. She swiftly approached the two hostages, deftly untying the cloth that silenced their mouths and obscured their eyes. "Batgirl, what are you doing here?" Gordon asked, his gaze a mixture of confusion and concern. Batgirl, seemingly avoiding his scrutiny, turned her attention to Harley Quinn beside him. "Are you all right, Harley?" "Of course, sweetheart. I've grown accustomed to this locked-up feeling during my time at Arkham, but I didn't expect you to be the one to rescue me. Did you see anyone else on your way in?" "Your two companions seem to have caused a commotion at the front entrance. Thankfully, they drew most of the attention, allowing me to infiltrate with relative ease." Upon hearing Barbara's words, a flicker of melancholy crossed Harley's eyes. "Only two, so he truly. Let us not dwell on that. I'll free you now. These chains are somewhat troublesome." Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated through the air, dust cascading from the ceiling. Batgirl's heart raced as she recalled Black Mask's remote control device. Is it a bomb? No, it feels as though it's coming from above. With another thunderous roar, the ceiling of the boiler room erupted with countless fissures, followed by a resounding crash as a massive hole formed. Simultaneously, an extraordinarily tall and imposing figure descended from above, striking the ground with the force of an earthquake. Batgirl turned to see, with shock and wariness reflected in her eyes beneath her mask, the daunting presence of Solomon Grundy. Amidst the swirling dust, a hulking figure towering over 25 meters, resembling a small mountain, materialized before her. Beneath his tattered garments, his ashen skin and bulging muscles were evident. Batgirl recognized him from Batman's confidential files, where he consistently ranked among the most dangerous threats. Unlike many other villains, those who ranked above him often met grim fates, either death or disappearance. Yet, he was destined to endure. Solomon Grundy, an undead monstrosity born in the slaughter swamps on the outskirts of Gotham. With a low, meaningless growl, Grundy fixed his lifeless gaze upon Batgirl, his rugged, gray visage contorting into a more fearsome snarl. With a thunderous roar, Grundy charged toward Batgirl like a runaway vehicle. "Duck!" Gordon shouted frantically, his eyes wide with alarm. Yet Batgirl stood her ground, gritting her teeth, fully aware that if she were to evade, the two bound individuals behind her would surely suffer the consequences. The air was thick with tension as the scene unfolded. Batwoman hurled several bat-shaped projectiles at a breathtaking speed, and upon striking Solomon Grundy, they erupted in a cacophony of explosions. However, this merely served to impede his momentum momentarily, as the formidable zombie appeared unscathed. In a daring maneuver, Batwoman collided directly into his embrace, bracing herself against the overwhelming force that nearly rendered her unconscious. With unwavering determination, she clasped his robust arm and employed the judo technique of using minimal force to achieve maximum effect, flinging him away with all her might. The ground trembled as Solomon Grundy's massive form was propelled several meters, yet he soon emitted a guttural roar and rose once more. Seizing the opportunity, Batwoman leaped gracefully onto his head, her long, proportionate legs ensnaring his neck. With both hands gripping his colossal skull, she summoned every ounce of strength to twist it. Having thoroughly studied the profiles of all of Batman's adversaries and their past encounters, she was well aware of Solomon Grundy's vulnerabilities. Though this behemoth of a zombie possessed tough skin and the ability to regenerate infinitely, like all undead foes, severing his cervical spine would effectively immobilize him, something Batman had accomplished numerous times before. Yet, Batwoman soon faced a daunting challenge. She could not achieve the twist. Was it due to the inherent disparity in strength between herself and Batman? Or perhaps her prolonged absence from the battlefield had dulled her combat prowess? It could also be that the toll of absorbing Solomon Grundy's earlier charge had left her weakened. Additionally, it was plausible that his enhancements had rendered him even more formidable than when Batman had faced him. Regardless, despite her utmost efforts, while Solomon Grundy's head turned a full 90 degrees, a grievous injury by any ordinary standard, he continued to roar in fury and immediately retaliated against Batwoman. In a swift motion, Grundy seized Batwoman by the shoulder and, with an unimaginable force, hurled her violently against the adjacent wall. "Barbara!" Both Harley and Gordon exclaimed in unison, their concern for her identity overshadowing any need for secrecy. The impact was catastrophic, creating cracks in the concrete wall, and Batwoman let out a pained scream as she slid to the ground. Gasping, she struggled to rise, but to no avail. Although her instinctual judo reflex had mitigated much of the impact, the residual force was still overwhelming. The silver lining was that she could still feel sensation in her lower limbs, indicating that her recently healed spine had not fractured anew. However, the excruciating pain from her misaligned leg suggested a severe fracture had likely occurred. Meanwhile, Solomon Grundy nonchalantly realigned his head and, with heavy, deliberate steps, advanced towards the incapacitated Batwoman. Has it come to an end? After 3 years of reemergence, who could have anticipated such a fate? Batwoman gritted her teeth, lifting her gaze defiantly towards Solomon Grundy. Though death loomed before her, she harbored no regrets about coming here. Rather, she was consumed by hatred for her own inadequacies. Unable to rescue her father and dearest friend, just as Solomon Grundy raised his hands, poised to strike Batwoman, a lightning-fast figure leapt from the gaping hole in the ceiling where Solomon had appeared, landing squarely upon his head. The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air as, to Batwoman's astonished eyes, Solomon Grundy's head was twisted a full 180 degrees. No, rather, 270 degrees, his thick neck contorting grotesquely like a twisted pretzel. Yet, the figure above him seemed unsatisfied, as he drove a sharp dagger directly into the brain of Grundy through his eye. Then, he leaped down from the lifeless giant and, with a powerful kick, struck Solomon Grundy. From Batwoman's perspective as a martial arts master, the kick appeared utterly unrefined and clumsy, lacking any proper technique. Nevertheless, this simple yet forceful blow sent the several hundred-kilogram Solomon Grundy hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into the concrete wall with a deafening roar. Goodness, it was merely Solomon Grundy. I mistook him for Doomsday at first glance. The figure that had landed exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to Batwoman and extending a friendly hand. "Are you all right? It seems I arrived just in time." At that moment, upon seeing the rescuer's face, Batwoman let out a piercing scream, more startled than she had been in the face of death itself. In the next instant, her bat-shaped projectile was already soaring from her grasp. Clang! Joaquin, with an expression of disbelief, deflected the bat projectile with his dagger, astonished that he had nearly been slain by the very person he had just saved. Fortunately, the lingering effects of the last vial of poison still held some potency. Wait, Barbara, he is not that person, do not act this way. At the sound of Harley Quinn's voice, Batwoman regained her composure, realizing that although this man bore an uncanny resemblance to her nightmare, his demeanor was completely different. A twinge of guilt welled up within her as she recognized her mistake. I apologize. You resemble someone far too much, and I momentarily, Joaquin shrugged, resigned, recognizing that his clownish visage was a source of intense animosity in Gotham. However, there was no time to dwell on that now. He glanced at Harley who, though tightly bound, seemed unharmed, allowing himself a moment of relief. Yet, the situation was far from straightforward. Accompanied by the sound of crumbling debris, the very Solomon Grundy Joaquin had believed defeated began to emerge, swaying unsteadily from the indent in the wall. Upon witnessing this scene, Joaquin felt a shiver run down his spine. Good heavens, are you Solomon Grundy, or has the Hulk from next door mistakenly wandered onto the set? Chapter 36. The thorny poison vine always invigorates one's spirit. As Solomon Grundy's head slowly began to turn back, the sight was so chilling that it would likely be deemed a horror film if it were to appear on screen. Both Harley and Gordon were bound by chains, undoubtedly unable to free themselves before Solomon Grundy fully recovered. Joaquin rummaged through his pockets. The last vial of poison was already exhausted. Now, aside from the small props given to him by Walker, he was left with the seeds that Poison Ivy had entrusted to him. It appeared that now was the moment he had no choice but to use them. Joaquin unsheathed a dagger and lifted his shirt, gritting his teeth as he forcefully plunged the blade into his right side. Wait, what are you doing? Batgirl exclaimed, aghast at Joaquin's act of self-harm. After withdrawing the dagger, he retrieved an object the size of a chestnut from his pocket and forcefully stuffed it into the wound. Nothing much. Just thought I'd create a little space for this. Better than jamming it in somewhere odd and ending up with issues later, like, oh no, I can't even. Joaquin's grotesque jest was abruptly cut short as a searing pain surged through his body, radiating from his side, as if something were forcibly traversing his entire nervous system. Hey, are you alright? Batgirl gasped, seeing Joaquin sway as if he might collapse. She reached out to steady him, but the sharp sensation that met her hand made her withdraw instantly. Is that a thorny vine? Batgirl stared in disbelief as a blood-red, finger-thick vine rapidly emerged from Joaquin's side, entwining itself around his body in a matter of moments. Yet, Joaquin's expression shifted from agony to a peculiar euphoria, revealing a disquieting grin. Actually, I feel fantastic. To be honest, this sensation is oddly addictive. Meanwhile, Solomon Grundy's head finally returned to a normal angle. Ignoring the dagger still lodged in his eye, the hulking zombie let out a guttural roar and charged at Joaquin. Whoosh. Crack. Joaquin's reaction was surprisingly composed. He summoned a new dagger to his hand and, employing his dual-edged poison blade skill, hurled it with force, blinding Solomon Grundy in his other eye. He then swiftly dashed into Solomon Grundy's embrace, pushing upward with all his strength, causing the giant's head to tilt back at an angle far exceeding the limits of its joints. Ugh! Solomon Grundy emitted a meaningless bellow. Although his neck quickly regained its form, it seemed his vision had not yet recovered, prompting him to flail aimlessly around, striking at nothing in particular. Joaquin furrowed his brow, realizing that engaging in combat with Solomon Grundy in such a confined space posed a significant risk of collateral damage to the immobile Harley and Gordon, as well as Batgirl behind him. Use this. Upon hearing Batgirl's voice, Joaquin turned to see a yellow-gloved hand extended toward him. Press here. This grapple can support over a ton. Following Batgirl's gaze, Joaquin noticed a gap in the ceiling and immediately grasped her intent. Hey, big guy, look here. Joaquin shouted, capturing Solomon Grundy's attention, who had been wildly flailing at the air. The creature let out an enraged roar and charged toward Joaquin. With a swift motion, Joaquin seized Grundy by the waist, pressing the button on the glove with his right hand. In the next heartbeat, he and Solomon Grundy were yanked upward by the grapple, soaring through the gap in the ceiling to the upper level. Above the boiler room lay a spacious generator room, where Joaquin exerted himself to hurl Grundy onto the floor, subsequently shedding the glove as it was too small for him and impeded his movements. Joaquin could feel the red vines, nourished by his own flesh, continuously supplying him with toxins. Although not as potent as the 3 vials of poison, they were ample for dealing with Solomon Grundy. However, he soon noticed the tips of the vines beginning to wither, indicating that this state could not be sustained indefinitely. He needed to devise a plan to swiftly eliminate Solomon Grundy. Surveying the room, Joaquin's gaze fell upon a massive turbine generator at the far end, measuring over 10 meters in length and several meters in height, and an idea began to take shape in his mind. Hey, big oaf, come catch me, Joaquin taunted, sprinting towards the generator while provoking Grundy vocally. At that moment, the hulking zombie seemed to regain its sight, charging recklessly at Joaquin, who had inflicted severe damage upon it multiple times. Yes, right here. Hurry and come in. Joaquin stood before the turbine generator, a smirk playing on his lips as he awaited Grundy's approach. Just when Grundy was mere inches away, Joaquin's form suddenly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Solomon Grundy and, summoning all his strength, delivered a powerful kick. Boom. Solomon Grundy, propelled by his own momentum combined with Joaquin's forceful strike, crashed through the protective casing of the turbine generator, tumbling directly into the metallic blades. Indeed, Grundy and the power plant were a perfect match. Let this place be your final resting ground. Joaquin hastened to the end of the steam turbine mechanism, took a deep breath, and grasped the end of the drive shaft. The principle of the steam turbine generator relied on harnessing steam produced in the boiler room to propel the metal blades, thereby generating kinetic energy to drive the shaft and initiate electricity production. However, what Joaquin must now undertake is a complete reversal of his approach, harnessing the power of the toxic vine to bestow upon him extraordinary strength, compelling him to turn the drive shaft in reverse, thereby rotating the metallic blades of the turbine. Joaquin's face flushed crimson as he summoned every ounce of his strength to rotate the end of the drive shaft. With a series of mechanical clanks, the turbine blades of the generator began to spin in the opposite direction. The whirring and clattering intensified, accompanied by discordant and peculiar sounds. Joaquin was acutely aware that these were the ghastly noises of flesh and bone being crushed and torn apart by the relentless motion of the metal blades. Despite this grim reality, he dared not cease his efforts, for he was uncertain of the extent of Solomon Grundy's regenerative abilities. Thus, he exerted all his might to ensure that this formidable undead creature would not rise again. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, a long-forgotten chime resonated within Joaquin's mind. Legendary target eliminated. Solomon Grundy, awarded 200 experience points. Personal level has risen to level 4, acquiring new skill points. Earned title, Terminator of Solomon Grundy. Joaquin finally halted his rotation of the drive shaft, collapsing onto the ground, breathless. Simultaneously, he observed that the blood-red thorns entwined around him had withered significantly, leaving only a small segment extending from his side. Yet, this was of little concern. Joaquin unsteadily approached the spot where Solomon Grundy had fallen. The area was now a morass of blood and tiny fragments of flesh, devoid of any recognizable anatomical structure. The immortal Solomon Grundy had, at long last, met his demise here. Well, it should be considered an end. As Joaquin turned to leave, he failed to notice that beneath the turbine of the generator, a blood-soaked eyeball slowly pivoted in his direction. Chapter 37. What is this monstrous, rigid thing that still moves? Setting aside the question of whether Solomon Grundy might still have the potential for resurrection, he had certainly been reduced to mere fragments today and could pose no trouble for Joaquin. Dragging his weary body back to the boiler room, Joaquin believed he could finally bring Harley home for a well-deserved rest, concluding this protracted night. Yet, matters were never so simple. Now, raise your hands above your head and approach slowly without any suspicious movements. Upon witnessing the black-masked figure gripping Batgirl's slender neck with one hand while pressing a handgun against her temple with the other, Joaquin let out a resigned sigh and raised his hands in a gesture of submission, performing a mock salute. Release her. You scoundrel, I will not spare you. Gordon had completely lost his earlier composure, straining against the chains and glaring at the black-masked figure with eyes ablaze with fury. Silence. Otherwise, this little lady will be the first to suffer. There are 3 hostages here. After all, the black-masked figure growled hoarsely, his gaze directed at Joaquin, fingers firmly entrenched on the trigger. Do not entertain the thought of wielding your peculiar abilities. The moment you vanish from my sight, her mind will undoubtedly unravel. And you may wager on my reaction time. Batgirl, ensnared by a vice-like grip around her neck, wore a resolute expression, struggling to force words through clenched teeth. Do not concern yourself with me. Joaquin furrowed his brow slightly, adopting an air of nonchalance, feigning ease as he spoke. Have you perhaps mistaken something, Black Mask? I am not well acquainted with this young lady, and now that Talia al Ghul has abandoned you to flee, why persist in this? Click. The safety of Black Mask's pistol disengaged, and upon hearing that sharp sound, Joaquin promptly silenced himself to avoid further provoking the adversary. Even if I were to confess, returning to Blackgate Prison would result in a life sentence. Killing a few more would make no difference. However, the distinction lies in this. If I eliminate you all now and escape, I can seize the opportunity to rise anew. Therefore, you shall be the first to meet your demise. Bang! As Joaquin approached within 3 meters of Black Mask, the latter extended his arm at lightning speed and pulled the trigger. Truly, He was Gotham's most formidable marksman. His rapid-fire accuracy hitting Joaquin squarely between the eyes without the need for aim. At such close range, Joaquin had no space to evade or even react. In a flash, the muzzle's fire ignited, followed by a spray of blood as the bullet exited through the back of his skull. No. Harley's heart-wrenching scream of despair echoed, as Joaquin's body, having suffered a fatal blow, crumpled forward like a discarded sack. Ha 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 ha. Just as I suspected, you are nothing but a mere clone. The true Joker would never flinch at the threat to a hostage. This is precisely why you cannot triumph over me. Black Mask's maniacal laughter erupted, while Batgirl, tightly gripped, stared blankly at Joaquin, who perished in an effort to save her, tears glistening in her eyes for the first time that night. He is indeed not the Joker. He possesses humanity, unlike you wretched fiends. Umph, could it be that you have developed feelings for this foolish hero wannabe? Fear not, you shall be next. You may accompany each other to hell. Black Mask sneered, pressing the still-warm barrel against Batgirl's temple, preparing to pull the trigger. His mind awash with exhilaration at the prospect of escape, the thrill of slaughter, and the chilling, sharp metal sensation. The cold, sharp sensation of metal? Clack. A sharp dagger's tip emerged from the front of Black Mask's forehead, his eyes instantly shifting from ecstasy to terror, ultimately losing their luster as his pupils began to dilate rapidly. Apologies, but hell informed me that I have performed too many good deeds. So they are granting me a 7-day, no questions asked return. This precious opportunity to descend will be yours instead. Joaquin relaxed his grip, and Black Mask's lifeless body slowly slumped beside Batgirl, crashing to the ground with a thud, the pool of blood spreading across the floor. You just now. Batgirl stood in stunned silence, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at the crimson stain on Joaquin's forehead. The latter merely brushed his forehead with a casual gesture, revealing that aside from the blood, he was otherwise unharmed. Joaquin felt a sense of relief. He had not anticipated that the new title he had acquired from Solomon Grundy would prove useful so swiftly. Title: Solomon Grundy Terminator. Title effect: when equipped, this title slightly enhances wound recovery speed and damage resistance. Upon receiving a fatal blow, it grants one opportunity for complete resurrection, with a cooldown period of 7 days. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, baptized on a Tuesday, married on a Wednesday, fell ill on a Thursday, gravely ill on a Friday, died on a Saturday, and buried on a Sunday. This is the life of Solomon Grundy, lived to the fullest. This English folk horror nursery rhyme serves as the origin of Solomon Grundy's name. Joaquin began to grasp the underlying principles of this title system. It essentially represented a miniature, youthful version of the most prominent traits of a particular supervillain's abilities. Simultaneously, a new notification echoed in his mind. Defeated legendary target, Black Mask Roman Siones, earned 200 experience points. Personal level has been upgraded to level 5, acquiring a new skill point. Acquired title, Black Mask Terminator. Title effect: when equipped, this title slightly increases the training speed for firearms. Passive aura effect: mildly enhances financial luck and leadership. The aura effect is active when not equipped, but only the highest bonus among similar effects applies. What is this? Joaquin was a bit bewildered. Just as he thought he had a rough understanding, the system contradicted him once more. The first part of the Black Mask title effect made some sense, yet the latter half left him puzzled. What could be the meaning behind such vague concepts as financial luck and leadership? A gentle exclamation from Batgirl interrupted Joaquin's musings. He noticed her injured feet faltering, on the brink of collapse. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her. The sweet scent enveloped him as Batgirl's toned yet delicately proportioned body fell into his embrace. I'm sorry, Batgirl stammered, her panic laced with shyness as she attempted to rise, but the intense pain in her feet caused her to falter once more, bringing her even closer to Joaquin. What is this? Isn't she making the cutest sounds? Truth be told, Joaquin had initially reacted out of reflex, but holding her like this felt somewhat advantageous. However, seeing the girl's shy demeanor as she avoided his gaze diminished his irritation from nearly being misled by her moments ago. Ahem. The two bound hostages simultaneously cleared their throats, and Joaquin sensed a chill in the boiler room's atmosphere, promptly resolving not to tease Batgirl any further. Wait, what is that hardness below? It's quite large. Feeling the piercing, icy glares from the two hostages, Joaquin cast a dark look at Batgirl. Goodness. I never imagined that my playful antics would provoke such a fierce retaliation from you, dear sister. Moreover, this is a gross misrepresentation of my character. After all, Joaquin is not as he appears. However, as he followed Batgirl's gaze, he was instantly rendered speechless. My word, it's truly that large and still moving. What on earth is happening here? In the midst of Joaquin's panicked expression, his side, where he had recently sown the seeds of fate, swelled dramatically, exhibiting a slight undulation. Chapter 38. Are you awake? It's a girl. The child is healthy. Upon awakening from his first coma, Joaquin discovered he had transformed into a clown and found himself in a comic book world. During his second awakening, he encountered a playful beauty who seemed to cling to him affectionately. By the third awakening, he realized that he had lost a kidney and become the head of an underground syndicate. Initially, Joaquin believed his fragile psyche had been sufficiently fortified, especially after his experiences today with poison ivy, the merciless femme fatale, and the unyielding, undead zombies. What else could possibly shock him? The answer was indeed beyond his wildest imagination, a hellish tableau that even the most audacious screenwriter would hesitate to depict. Are you awake? Do not fret, it's a girl. And the child is exceptionally healthy. Batman spoke in a deep, resonant tone under the blinding lights of the operating table. Joaquin had envisioned countless horrors, bizarre phenomena, and unimaginable events that he might encounter in Gotham, yet he had never anticipated this day would come. Ah, is this a nightmare? So this is what it means for Batman to be Gotham's nightmare? His mind momentarily faltered, and as he lay on the operating table, his thoughts raced back to scenes from just a few hours prior. It seemed the kidney's position had become compromised for some reason. Urgent surgery was necessary for its removal. Batgirl meticulously examined the unusual swelling on Joaquin's side, then glanced at Harley Quinn, who had just been freed from her chains. Harley nervously grasped Joaquin's hand, her brow furrowed in astonishment. No, that can't be right, darling. I removed that kidney long ago. It's currently residing in my kitchen refrigerator. What? That's my kidney? Wait, why on earth is it in the refrigerator? At Harley's revelation, Joaquin's expression turned dark. How could he hear such a chilling truth at this moment? It's a symbol of darling's sacrifice to save me. I wanted to preserve it as a memento. Yet just the other day, I almost considered cooking it for a dish. Ow? Joaquin exclaimed, momentarily lost in the excitement of the conversation, only to feel a sharp pain in his side, causing him to gasp in distress. Let us set that aside for now. Your situation is perilous. If it continues to swell, your organs will be at risk of compression. Batwoman spoke calmly, her eyes filled with concern. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and Gordon returned the phone to Joaquin, his expression grave as he looked at them. My agents have arrived at the power plant's entrance. I will clarify the situation regarding Harley and address matters here shortly. But for now, you must leave quickly. I intentionally left a back door in the encirclement for my men. You can exit from there. Harley supported Joaquin, while Gordon assisted Batwoman as they made their way toward the back exit of the power plant. Unexpectedly, the two who came to rescue them were now being helped out by the hostages. Harley, are you and Joaquin all right? At the back door, the small van that Joaquin had arrived in was already waiting. Upon seeing Harley and Joaquin, Dinah's face lit up with a relieved smile as she rushed to embrace them. Oh no, Joaquin, what is wrong with your stomach? Dinah gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Joaquin's side. Compared to moments ago, the bulge in his abdomen had increased, resembling that of a pregnant woman. It's probably just something I ate. Joaquin grimaced, struggling to breathe as his insides were compressed by the foreign object. He suspected the cause of his condition was linked to the seed that poison ivy had given him. Clearly, wielding such immense power capable of contending with Solomon Grundy came at a price. The issue was that seeking out poison ivy for help might not yield any positive outcome. Considering he was well aware of her animosity towards him, she had previously allowed him to escape due to Harley's urgent situation. Now, returning to her would likely spell disaster. You need to get to a hospital immediately, and Batwoman, you too, Gordon stated sternly, his gaze shifting to Joaquin and Batwoman, softening with evident concern as he met Batwoman's eyes. They are not fit to go to a hospital right now. Sheriff Gordon, leave them to me. I assure you I will take them to a safe place where they can receive appropriate treatment. A melodious, magnetic female voice interrupted. Joaquin then noticed a sleek black car concealed in the shadows behind the van. Its deep, dark paint made it nearly undetectable in the darkness, but the silver statuette on the hood indicated its considerable value. Harley instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Joaquin, her brow furrowed, her tone hostile. Don't even think about taking him away. I won't allow it. Calm down, Harley. It's me. Do you not trust my words? The car window slowly lowered, revealing a curvaceous woman in the driver's seat from Joaquin's perspective. Harley's expression shifted from apprehension to delight as she exclaimed, Selena? When did you? We can catch up later. It seems he can't hold on much longer. As the enigmatic woman had mentioned, Joaquin felt the swelling in his side continuing to expand, his internal organs seemingly compressed into a chaotic mass, and his consciousness gradually fading. The last sensation he could perceive was being gently assisted into a comfortable chair, followed by the familiar soft, moist touch of lips. Perhaps it was due to his semi-unconscious state that Joaquin inadvertently vocalized his thoughts, at least the next time I awaken. Moments later, a gentle, melodious voice whispered softly in his ear, "Of course, my dear, when you return safely, I shall bestow upon you a true reward." As the memories faded, a thought worth celebrating crossed Joaquin's mind, causing his eyes to gradually regain their luster, allowing him to gather his thoughts and assess his condition. Although he appeared to be lying on an operating table, it was evident that this was not a hospital. The surrounding rock walls and the faintly visible stalactites above indicated that he was within a vast cavern. However, despite its cavernous nature, it was clearly not a natural wilderness. For numerous technological artifacts surrounded him, peculiar glass display cases, enormous electronic screens, and various menacing metallic weapons. Joaquin gingerly touched his side, discovering that the swelling had vanished, leaving only thick bandages and gauze, as if he had returned to a week prior. At the edge of the operating table sat a tall man clad in a black bodysuit, observing him with profound intensity. Joaquin recognized him immediately. It was Batman. "Unexpected to encounter you here. Let me ask first, your earlier comment about the child was merely a jest, correct?" Joaquin inquired. "The matter concerning the child is indeed genuine. I am not one for jesting, Joaquin." Batman's deep voice shattered the remnants of hope within Joaquin's heart. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. How did Batman know his name? "We shall discuss this matter later. She is currently receiving excellent care, so there is no need for concern. Do you recall what you told Talia? I wish to transform your lies into reality, Joaquin. I desire for you to guard Gotham's night in my stead." The author wishes to note that these two chapters may contain logical inconsistencies due to prior censorship and subsequent revisions, which I am aware of and will seek to rectify. Chapter 39. To guard Gotham's night, compensation is required. Indeed, the matter of the child is merely a jest, and it can only be so, Joaquin reassured himself. Then began to ponder Batman's subsequent remarks, recalling the scene that had unfolded. He swiftly comprehended why Batman knew his name and the content of his conversation with Talia. That little gadget. Joaquin reached into his pocket, only to find it empty. In the next moment, Batman raised a small object in his hand. Precisely what Joaquin had been searching for. "Is this what you were looking for? You should have realized it sooner, for I could not resist warning you of the danger." In Batman's grasp lies the compact device handed to Joaquin by Walker. Upon noticing the bat emblem adorning it, Joaquin instinctively anticipated this outcome. With a resigned sigh that hinted at relinquishment, he turned to Batman, speaking with an air of helplessness. "So, how do you intend to deal with me? If you still harbor resentment for the wounds I have caused you, I can offer a sincere apology. If your plan is to consign me to Arkham Asylum, I would prefer a solitary cell. Do not feign ignorance, Joaquin. You are an astute individual and should comprehend what I just articulated. I wish to collaborate with you to address the current issues plaguing Gotham City." Batman's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. His piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating Joaquin's innermost thoughts. After a brief hesitation, Joaquin exhaled softly. "This sounds enticing. The most renowned superhero in Gotham invites me to collaborate, an honor that many would covet. However, I must decline. What a jest. Partnering with Batman entails facing his legion of fervent admirers. Although their leader has been deceased for 3 years, the remaining followers are not to be underestimated. And Joaquin has no intention of courting trouble. As for heroes, let them indulge in their caped pursuits. Joaquin has no inclination to prance about in tight-fitting attire. Yet, upon hearing Joaquin's resolute refusal, Batman remained unfazed and continued in a low, steady tone. "For at least the next 6 months, I will be unable to act personally. However, events akin to tonight's will persist, and Gotham's knights cannot be left to their own devices. Thus, I require someone to act on my behalf during this period." Wait a moment. I have already mentioned that Batgirl, though seasoned, has just recovered from a serious illness and faces numerous adversaries that pose significant challenges. The others are preoccupied with their own assignments. It would be unwise to disrupt their tasks for an ambiguous 6-month duration with no defined enemy. I have stated my refusal of your proposal. Finally, Batman ceased his monologue, fixing a piercing gaze upon Joaquin. It dawned on Joaquin why many assert that the coldest thing in the world is Batman's disapproving stare. No, this matter cannot be treated so lightly. You see, you do not truly comprehend me. You have yet to grasp my meaning, Joaquin. What I expressed was not a proposal, but a declaration. You possess no right to refuse. For you bear responsibility for my injuries. Thus, it is your obligation to rectify this situation during my absence. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from Batman, Joaquin realized he had miscalculated. Although Batman adheres to a strict no-kill principle, it is evident that beyond this boundary, he remains indifferent to other moral and legal precepts. But why me, Batman? After all, I am merely a clone of Gotham's most dangerous criminal and have never abided by your no-kill rule. By any measure, I am not a suitable candidate. Upon hearing Joaquin's words, Batman paused for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand to remove his bat mask. Wait a moment. You reveal your identity before me, yet you are anxious? Did you not already demonstrate your awareness of my identity during your conversation with Talia? Moreover, it would be utterly unreasonable to conceal my identity while imposing upon you the burdens I bear. Once the mask was removed, a strikingly handsome middle-aged man was revealed to Joaquin. Who do you see before you? It is Bruce Wayne, the dashing heir of Gotham's elite. From any perspective, I am hardly a fitting candidate to masquerade as a crime fighter. However, I underwent training, donned the mask, and transformed myself. You too, Joaquin, are a person of remarkable purity, both in character and experience. I believe that with proper training, you too can effectuate such a change. At this juncture, Batman, or rather Bruce Wayne, extended the bat mask towards Joaquin, yet the latter refrained from accepting it. But I do not wish to change, Mr. Wayne. Even if you were to impose this responsibility upon me, actively combating crime is not in my nature. To be frank, I simply desire to lead a tranquil life in Gotham. I have no interest in the constant anxiety that accompanies such a precarious existence. In your pursuit of a tranquil life in Gotham, do you possess wealth, Joaquin? Wait, were we not just discussing heroes, ideals, and life? How did we suddenly divert to such a pragmatic topic? Joaquin stared incredulously at Batman, who wore an enigmatic smile. I have conducted my research. Currently, you reside primarily at Harley Quinn's abode, and your sole financial source is her employment at a fast food establishment. However, that position is unlikely to endure, as the restaurant is on the verge of downsizing due to rising rent and raw material costs. Hold on a moment, let me process this. I am wealthy, Joaquin. Exceedingly so. If you were to work for me for just 6 months, I could provide you with ample funds. Let me think, would $300 million suffice? That would allow both you and Harley to become modestly affluent, living comfortably for the remainder of your lives. You could seek refuge in a country with good law and order, perhaps in the East, or even purchase an island, where you could relish the tranquil life you desire. Joaquin inhaled sharply, astonished. He had assumed Batman was the most formidable figure in Gotham, yet upon the removal of the mask, Bruce Wayne emerged as the true embodiment of boundless potential. While money cannot resolve every issue, it can address the vast majority and render the remaining challenges considerably more manageable. To speak candidly, discussing finances may seem vulgar, yet Joaquin could not deceive himself. The temptation was undeniably compelling. Just 6 months could lead to an early retirement of leisure. Could any ordinary individual resist such an allure? The prospect of wealth was far more tangible than the earlier discourse on lofty ideals and responsibilities. However, Joaquin hesitated to make a definitive decision. For working for Batman in Gotham was an exceedingly perilous profession, second only to that of an Arkham guard, a night security officer, and a chemical plant worker. Should fortune smile upon him, yet he find himself without a place to spend his earnings, he could assemble a team to accomplish the task at hand. As long as the objectives I set forth were met, it mattered not whether he took part personally. He could remain in the rear, commanding from a position of safety. This was his prerogative. Upon hearing Bruce seemingly read his thoughts with a knowing smile, Joaquin could not help but admire Batman's prowess in psychology. And he arrived at a decision. Being a hero in Gotham was fraught with danger, demanding unwavering resolve and a fearless spirit, not to mention an increase in remuneration. It must be noted that Bruce Wayne, as a capitalist, might be even more terrifying than the elusive Batman. Seeing Joaquin's acquiescence brought a hint of a smile to Bruce Wayne's face. Excellent. We shall discuss the details of the contract later. For now, it is time for you to see your newborn child. After all, she is your flesh and blood. At last, the reality Joaquin had deliberately chosen to ignore was thrust before him once more. I, Joaquin, a man of stature, have truly fathered a child? The author has a message. The previous chapter has been re-uploaded. If the repeating chapters cause any issues, please give me a nudge to remind me to delete them. Thank you for your support. Chapter 40. In this world, being an unexpected father is a traditional art. In the corridor of Wayne Manor, witnessing a small child, barely half a meter tall, wobbling as she called out for her father in a garbled, babyish voice, left Joaquin momentarily bewildered. I am an unexpected father? I did not expect you to be up and about so soon, Master Joaquin, said a man with neatly combed silver hair and a well-tailored tailcoat, offering a warm and friendly smile as he bowed slightly. You must be Alfred, the butler. It is a pleasure to meet you. So this child is. Joaquin gazed at the little girl clinging affectionately to his leg, his voice trembling slightly. Indeed, this is your daughter. It is truly remarkable how strong the bond of blood is. She recognized you at first sight, and it is evident that you share a striking resemblance. No, Alfred. You must be jesting. How could this little girl and I possibly resemble one another? Joaquin scrutinized his daughter closely. She possessed delicate, doll-like features. Her arms and legs exquisitely shaped, with shoulder-length curls that struck him as familiar. Perhaps it was the lighting or his excitement, but her skin appeared somewhat overly rosy. Yet, upon regaining his composure, Joaquin quickly discerned something amiss. Although he had led a solitary life in his previous existence, he had not been ignorant of the ways of the world. How could a newborn child learn to walk and talk within mere hours of her birth? I understand. You all from the Wayne family have come together to play a prank on me, right? This child is clearly several years old. How could it be otherwise? Just then, Joaquin felt a tug at the hem of his pants. When he looked down, he met the gaze of a pair of clear, sparkling, and endearing large eyes. Daddy, Daddy, don't you want me anymore? A pang of instinctive anxiety gripped Joaquin's heart, yet despite this, he found it hard to accept. She is indeed your child, Joaquin. I witnessed Alfred perform the surgery to extract her from your abdomen. She was born not long ago, and has rapidly grown into her current form, able to articulate basic words. Although this may sound absurd, these are the facts that I have personally observed. A soft, melodious voice chimed in. Joaquin turned around to see a girl in a wheelchair, adorned with square glasses, maneuvering toward them. Upon noticing the cast on her leg and her flowing, fiery red hair, Joaquin instantly recognized her identity. Mommy, Mommy. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she beamed with a radiant smile, releasing Joaquin's leg to rush toward the wheelchair. Be careful not to bump into anything. I've told you, I am not your mother. I am Sister Barbara. Barbara, Mommy. Seeing Barbara Gordon's bewildered expression, Joaquin couldn't help but suppress a laugh, though he quickly recalled his own similar predicament, realizing he might indeed be this child's father, which extinguished his amusement. Mr. Alfred, this absurdity cannot be true. How can you remain so composed? It is evidently unreasonable from any perspective. I am a bona fide man. How could this be possible? Alfred gently patted Joaquin's shoulder, indicating for him to calm down, his expression remaining one of serene composure. This is indeed quite unreasonable. However, to be candid, in my years as the Wayne family's butler, I have encountered shapeshifters, men whose heads transformed into reptilian creatures, and even hosted individuals capable of lifting an airplane and heroines who emerged unscathed from a hail of bullets. Thus, in my eyes, Master Joaquin's situation is merely somewhat surprising. Moreover, discovering an unexpected child in such circumstances is something young Master Wayne has also experienced, so I find it less astonishing. Joaquin was momentarily taken aback by Alfred's words. From this perspective, it seemed more acceptable. Indeed, countless individuals discover they have a nearly grown child only upon returning from the battlefield, and aside from assuming the roles of both father and mother, there appeared to be little else to address. Let us retire to the parlor for a cup of warm tea, Master Joaquin. Regaining your composure is of utmost importance. Alfred's suggestion proved highly effective. As Joaquin settled into the plush, luxurious sofa, sipping the tea brewed by Alfred at the perfect temperature, his mind gradually began to clear. Daddy, Daddy, hug me. The little girl's words were significantly clearer than before. She affectionately settled onto Joaquin's lap, nuzzling against his chest like a small animal, as if savoring his scent. Joaquin did not brusquely push her away. Instead, he gently caressed the girl's soft, red curls, his mind wandering into contemplation. Undoubtedly, this girl's crimson hair was not inherited from Joaquin, nor did it have any connection to Barbara Gordon. The cause was evidently linked to the crimson seed given to him by the poison ivy. Recalling the moment the seed was implanted, it initially merely took root within him, drawing sustenance from his flesh and blood to grow into a vibrant red, thorny vine, assisting him in battle, and nearly withering by the end. The crux of the matter lay in the seed's subsequent mutation, triggered when he was shot in the head by the Black Mask, activating the effect of the Solomon Grundy title and fully reviving him. If, and only if, at the moment when the seed took root within him, the system mistakenly identified it as an integral part of his own body and infused it with life energy for restoration, could this possibly explain the child's existence? Thus, one might ponder whether this child could be considered his own, though it might be more accurate to regard her as the progeny of poison ivy. Daddy, Daddy, the sun is coming out. The little girl exclaimed as she hopped off Joaquin's lap and dashed towards the side door of the living room, where Alfred had kindly opened it in advance, allowing her to run into the yard. Through the side door, Joaquin glimpsed a glimmer of light illuminating the distant mountain saddle. Realizing that a whole night had passed since the battle's conclusion, and it was now the early morning of the following day. Regardless of the confusion, this child had emerged from his very being. As a father, he ought to bestow upon her a name. Barbara Gordon, holding a cup of hot tea, cast a mildly reproachful glance at Joaquin. A name? Joaquin felt a slight unease creeping over him. Truthfully, this unexpected fatherhood had caught him utterly unprepared. The issue is, as an Eastern man, how am I supposed to choose a Western name? Perhaps I could adhere to the naming conventions of my previous life? If my surname is Zhou, what suitable names for a girl might there be? Sun? Bichong? Given her lineage connected to poison ivy, perhaps I could call her Arbor? Master Joaquin, Miss Barbara, you must come quickly. Alfred's urgent call startled both Joaquin and Barbara, prompting them to exchange glances before hastening toward the courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were both left utterly astonished. In the courtyard, blood-red thorny vines were sprawling everywhere, accompanied by several towering red flower buds. At the center, amid the largest blooming blossom, the little girl lay blissfully in the heart of the flower, basking in the sunlight. In that instant, Joaquin began to grasp certain truths. Although the child predominantly inherited the features of poison ivy, she also possessed some of his more intrinsic qualities. Without a doubt, she was his daughter. Meanwhile, Joaquin had already settled on a name for her. Jara, the thorn of prosperity. This shall be the name of my precious daughter. Chapter 41. The immutable truth of heroes and beautiful women. As for the specifics of the contract and detailed work agreements, I shall send someone to discuss these matters with you later. In the meantime, I would appreciate it if you could undertake some preparatory work. Upon hearing Bruce's words, Joaquin's first thought was of Dana's hellish training, sending a shiver down his spine. However, Bruce seemed to sense his apprehension and gently shook his head. You have learned the fundamentals of combat from that child, have you not? Yet her training methods leave much to be desired. I will arrange for others to serve as your instructors, but the preparations I speak of are not limited to that. Firstly, regarding your organization name and operational code, if you continue to act under the moniker of the Joker's clone or the Joker's gang, it will undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Joaquin felt a weight in his heart and nodded slightly. Naming had never been his forte. Otherwise, he would not have traversed to this realm and continued to use his previous name for so long. Secondly, you should take this time to foster a father-daughter relationship with Jara. Although I am acutely aware that I am not a qualified father, I recognize the importance of companionship in a child's growth, which will also aid her in mastering her abilities. Bruce turned to look at Jara, who was playing in the courtyard, his expression softening considerably. The girl waved her hand lightly, and countless crimson thorns danced around her. Seeing Jara's plant manipulation abilities, Joaquin couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. It was certainly not out of fear of her formidable power, but rather due to the evident nature of her abilities. How would he explain her connection to Poison Ivy, to Harley and others? More importantly, he was anxious about Poison Ivy's potential reaction. After all, Jara was the unexpected result of their emotionless first encounter, and Joaquin worried what an irate Poison Ivy might do upon discovering she suddenly had a daughter. As for matters concerning Ivy, I leave that to you. Ivy is a good woman, but to be honest, there are certain aspects I am ill-equipped to handle. Upon hearing Bruce's slightly exasperated words, Joaquin understood that he could not rely on him for assistance. He would have to fend for himself. Moments later, Joaquin embraced Jara as they took a seat in the rear of the luxurious black car he had seen the night before. This time, however, the driver was not the previous woman, but Alfred, the butler. My apologies, Mr. Alfred, for making such a mess of your courtyard. Not at all, Master Joaquin. Compared to the chaos caused by Master Dick and Master Jason in the past, this is hardly noteworthy. Moreover, hearing the laughter of children in Wayne Manor is a joy I have not experienced in quite some time. As Alfred's poignant words echoed, the black sedan glided smoothly away from Wayne Manor, while on the balcony of the second floor, Bruce Wayne gazed thoughtfully after them. At that moment, a graceful figure approached him from behind. Is it truly worth such a considerable sum to buy this man? One must realize that even a fraction, 1/10, or even 1/100th, of that $100 million could secure the services of the world's finest mercenaries. I do not seek to hire an assassin, Selina. If $100 million can secure Gotham's future, I deem it the most worthwhile investment of my life. The woman, identified as Selina, leaned against Bruce's wheelchair, her voluptuous figure perfectly accentuated by the form-fitting black leather attire, her straight black hair cascading down her back. You certainly hold high hopes for Gotham's future. Even Robin and the others have not garnered such esteem from you. He is unlike Robin. As a clone of the Joker endowed with unique abilities, he may evolve into a being beyond my imagination, both in virtue and vice. I aspire to be the catalyst that guides him to become a hero, or, should he stray into villainy, the first to halt him. Bruce's voice was deep and steady, as if he were in complete command of the situation. So, if your wager proves correct and he allows you to entrust Gotham to him, what do you intend to do? Fade into the background, or unmask yourself and return to being Bruce Wayne, marrying and having children? Selina spoke with a hint of jest. Yet to her surprise, Bruce supported his chin, seemingly deep in contemplation. Perhaps unmasking and returning as Bruce Wayne is a viable option. Selina's tone faltered slightly, revealing her unease. Are you truly suggesting marriage and children? I have pondered this for quite some time. When Gotham's knights return to tranquility, which identity, Batman or Bruce Wayne, would inspire greater hope in the populace? Thus, I have a favor to ask of you, Selina. You are the person I trust most. Aside from Alfred. Selina's demeanor appeared to calm as she knelt beside Bruce, her gentle gaze fixed upon his profile. Speak, Bruce. You know I am not adept at refusing your requests. Selina, I hope you can discreetly observe them on my behalf and lend assistance when necessary. Your stealth is unparalleled in my eyes. If anyone can do this without detection, it is you. Selina, where are you going? I have not finished. Bruce turned his wheelchair in confusion, watching Selina's graceful form retreat. I am tired. I did not sleep a wink last night, and it seems you have misunderstood something. Bruce Wayne, I have never been your subordinate or pet. A cat is forever willful, proud, and free, requiring no one's commands. Remember, my assistance yesterday was solely to rescue Harley. There were no ulterior motives. That is all. Farewell. With those cold words, and the resounding slam of the door echoing behind her, Selina exited the room, nearly colliding with another wheelchair. I apologize. I merely came here to seek him and had no intention of eavesdropping, she stammered, her eyes filled with an apologetic glimmer as she glanced at the flustered Barbara. Selina managed to smile, though a hint of bitterness lingered in her gaze. It's perfectly fine, Barbara. He has been able to keep me company for quite some time now. Let us, as sisters, enjoy a little tea party to lighten our spirits. Meanwhile, Bruce Wayne, after a moment of stunned silence, began to reflect on the conversation he had just shared with Selina. He quickly deduced the cause of her sudden anger. After all, as Gotham's notorious playboy, Bruce was no fool, although his emotional intelligence had faltered in the midst of analytical focus. I should hasten to apologize. If a woman holds a grudge, he mused, only to find himself bewildered as he realized the door had been locked. The key that had been in the door now absent. Indeed, offending a woman, especially one close to him, was a troublesome affair. Just moments ago, she had been tender and affectionate, but a shift in mood could turn her demeanor as swiftly as turning a page. Joaquin, having returned to the abandoned warehouse, shared this sentiment. All right, Joaquin, can you please clarify who this child you're holding is? Harley Quinn demanded. Brandishing a baseball bat in one hand while petting the snarling hyena Bud with the other, her face contorted into a grim and rigid smile directed at Joaquin. This is not the reward I anticipated. Where has the gentle Harley Quinn, who bid me farewell with a kiss, vanished to? Chapter 42. Harley Quinn's unconventional retaliation. After Alfred dropped Joaquin off at the dilapidated warehouse, he departed promptly. However, as Joaquin entered with Jella, met by the astonished gazes of Harley and the others, he realized he should have brought Alfred in to help clarify matters. Despite Joaquin's fervent explanations regarding Jella's origins and his display of the surgical scars on his side, the extraordinary nature of Jella's background left the others skeptical. Nevertheless, when Jella demonstrated her ability to manipulate the red thorns, they at least accepted that she was indeed the offspring of Poison Ivy's seed. Poor Ivy, unknowingly having a child with such a man. That's enough, Dana. Please refrain from making statements that could be misinterpreted. Harley's gaze toward me is becoming increasingly unsettling. It's quite all right, my dear brother Joaquin. I understand the suddenness of welcoming a child into one's life. Did you also experience an unexpected addition to your family, Walker? Recently, I stumbled upon a cat by chance. Although its temperament is somewhat irritable, I cherish it as if it were my own child. Please do not compare my dear Jella to mere pets. Much to Joaquin's surprise, while Harley often sulked in solitude, she exhibited remarkable tenderness and care towards Jella, akin to that of a biological mother. With such enchanting eyes, Jella is destined to blossom into a striking beauty. My name is Harley Quinn, and from this moment forth, we shall be a family. Jella, gently caressed by Harley, gazed at her with curiosity and timidly whispered, Does this mean Harley is my mother? I have yet to find my sister Barbara, whose hair resembles mine, but she does not permit me to call her mother. Harley paused momentarily, then smiled warmly, cradling little Jella in her arms. Of course, you may call me mother. You are darling child, and thus, my precious daughter as well. Joaquin, who had been eavesdropping, felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had inadvertently gained an advantage through his daughter. Even though Harley often showered him with favors, worried that he might not receive his due share. "I want to join too. Jella, I'm Dana. Let me hold you as well," exclaimed Dana, as she eagerly scooped Jella into her embrace. With wide, curious eyes, Jella blinked. "Dana? Can I call you Mama Dana?" Dana's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, and she stammered in response, "Mama? I'm not really. But if you like, it's not forbidden." "Hey, you little rascal, don't teach my daughter nonsense." Dana squinted and shot an admonishing glare at Joaquin. "Wait, if Harley can accept a daughter, why can't I? I merely wish to be Jella's godmother." Joaquin retorted. "Even as a godmother, you're still too young for such a role, just a little brat. Perhaps wait a few more years to mature." In summary, Joaquin had initially envisioned a triumphant narrative for himself, yet the day unfolded with everyone else revolving around Jella, leaving him, the supposed protagonist, feeling rather overlooked. As Harley and Dana vied for Jella's attention, Joaquin felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Walker gesturing for him to step outside. "Joaquin, about that thing I gave you last night, let us keep it from Harley," Walker said. Upon hearing this, Joaquin narrowed his eyes and replied slowly, "So, you've been Batman's eyes and ears, always stationed near Harley? You've been privy to my every move. Haven to you?" Walker scratched his head, looking somewhat sheepish. "Calling me an informant is a bit harsh. I haven't stooped to being Batman's lackey. To be precise, we merely exchange information based on mutual needs. Harley has shown me kindness, and I deduced that this arrangement would be in her best interest." Joaquin furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Harley and Jella, who were joyously engrossed in their play, oblivious to his presence. He then lowered his voice and remarked, "By the way, I've been meaning to ask you about Harley. Please don't misunderstand, my dear Joaquin. Harley is merely a benefactor to me, nothing more than that. At the end of the day, my heart remains devoted to my wife. Although we are temporarily apart, my affections are firmly anchored to one person." Wife? Joaquin recalled his past understanding of the character of Moth, a secondary antagonist, who, in the original comics, was never mentioned to have a family. However, seeing Walker's melancholic demeanor, Joaquin chose not to delve deeper. In any case, due to events from 3 years prior, Harley had been quite resistant to accepting Batman's assistance. If she were to discover my clandestine dealings with Batman, it would surely incite her wrath. "Joaquin, why do you look pale? Are you feeling unwell?" It was quite foreseeable that Harley Quinn harbored disdain for Batman. After all, 3 years ago, it was rumored that Harley had betrayed the Joker by aiding Batman and Gordon in their efforts to defeat him. Nonetheless, Harley must have still held affection for the Joker at that time. She merely sought to curtail his excessive behavior. Therefore, for her, Batman's abandonment of his no-kill principle to eliminate the Joker was utterly unacceptable. The dilemma lay in the fact that if Harley were to learn of my acceptance of Batman's remuneration and my 6-month employment under him, she would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Thus, throughout the evening, Joaquin wrestled with the decision of whether to disclose his dealings with Batman to Harley, but found himself unable to voice it. Until Harley emerged from her shower. "Darling, I had planned to reward you tonight for your daring escapade to rescue me. After all, you cannot continue to sleep on the sofa. My bed may be a tad narrow, but if we squeeze a bit." As the freshly bathed Harley approached Joaquin with the fragrant essence of her body wash, whispering softly in a sultry tone, it proved challenging for him, as a normal man, to remain unaffected, his thoughts spiraling into fervent imaginings. Yet, with Jella present, he felt compelled to keep her company. "What a pity, darling. Please refrain from teasing me with such words. What a wicked little minx you are, deliberately aiming to torment this innocent young man." However, having just lulled Jella to sleep, Joaquin mused that if they kept their voices down after closing the door, Harley perched herself upon Joaquin's lap, gently blowing a breath towards his ear. Just as his breath grew heavy, she suddenly withdrew from him. "But not now. Is this a new form of torture?" Poor Joaquin toyed with at Harley's whim. Noticing the gleam of mischief in Harley's eyes, he was certain this was her small act of revenge. "After all, darling, if you have something to conceal, do tell me. What exactly are you and that bat planning?" Chapter 43. The moment has arrived, I do not concur. Harley Quinn sat sulkily at the table before Joker. Her arms crossed defiantly over her chest, her long, elegant legs crossed in a poised manner. Joker sighed, rubbing his forehead, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. Harley's reaction was precisely as he had anticipated. However, persuading Harley Quinn was imperative. Otherwise, he would find himself isolated, burdened with every task. "My dear, in all other matters, I shall comply with your wishes, but this proposal from that wretched bat is something I vehemently oppose. It is for your own good. I am acutely aware that few have met a favorable fate after placing their faith in that vile creature. Harley exhaled softly, her expression tinged with concern as she gazed at Joker. If you require examples, I could enumerate them until dawn. Harvey Dent, Barbara, Jason Todd. Trust me, darling. Being allies with that insidious bat, no number of lives would suffice. Harley's words struck a chord within Joker, instilling a sense of apprehension. While he had been momentarily swayed by Bruce's forceful demeanor and rhetoric at Wayne Manor, her reminder of Batman's relentless solitude was sobering. My dear, I recall you mentioning your desire for a tranquil existence. Therefore, we ought to distance ourselves from that wretched bat. With our combined strengths, we need not be constrained by him. Surely, we could embrace a life of freedom. Would that not be preferable? Joker hesitated briefly, then mumbled hesitantly. I was just thinking how it feels somewhat pitiful to see you working at a fast food joint. Though my dream is to lounge and live off you, I must confess, it doesn't sit right with me to be sustained in such a manner. Harley's face momentarily froze before breaking into a radiant smile. She gracefully descended from the table and perched herself on Joker's lap, a fragrant breeze enveloping him, causing his blood to race once more. Harley. Let us not jest. We're discussing serious matters, he stammered. My dear, are you suggesting that in the future, you shall support me? Joker's cheeks flushed crimson as he averted her gaze. I merely meant that if I reside with you, I ought to contribute something for rent. If you wish to pay rent, there are other methods, Harley purred, draping her delicate arm over Joker's shoulder, her gaze intoxicating as it locked onto his, leaving his mind momentarily blank. If it's about making money, Gotham is rife with smuggling and illegal drug trades. If we were to borrow a bit from them, no one would question us. This seems far better than being ensnared by that wretched bat, does it not? Engaging in black market dealings? That sounds perilously close to the gray area, Joker mused, contemplating the lives of various anti-heroes who seem to thrive despite such risks. You make a valid point, Harley. Even if Batman were to earn $100 million, what use is it if one has no life to spend it? $100 million, Harley shrieked, wrapping her arms tightly around Joker, whose face was instantly buried in her embrace. Cough. Harley, I can hardly breathe. Despite this, Harley's extraordinary strength is not to be trifled with. It was only after Joaquin gave her several firm pats on the arm that she, as if awakening from a dream, quickly released him. $100 million. Why didn't you mention it sooner? My dear, do you grasp the concept of $100 million? Still savoring the benefits of the previous moment, Joaquin appeared somewhat dazed. Truth be told, for someone who had merely been a wage slave in his past life, his entire understanding of $100 million was merely associated with the tax fines of a few celebrities. Is this an exaggerated figure? Observing Joaquin's expression, Harley let out a soft sigh and playfully flicked his forehead. Let me put it this way. Bruce Wayne's total net worth is just over $90 billion. $100 million in cash could drive the world's most formidable assassin to madness. At that moment, Joaquin recalled that this world differed from his previous one, and the concept of money could not be generalized. The world's richest man from his past life, a certain billionaire who fancied himself capable of reaching Mars, boasted a fortune exceeding $200 billion, while Bruce Wayne, with his vast empire across Gotham and the capability to construct a private space station, wielded far greater influence. The realization that Batman had entrusted him with 1% of his wealth allowed Joaquin to genuinely appreciate the magnitude of this unexpected fortune. My dear, upon careful reflection, it seems that acquiring $100 million in just 6 months is not such a bad prospect. After all, Gotham is not what it once was. The safety has improved considerably. Noticing the sparkle in Harley's eyes, Joaquin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, before such a colossal sum, Harley was inevitably swayed. Had he known, he wouldn't have had to exert so much effort. I think the same way, Harley. Look, Barbara is your good friend, isn't she? Given her character, even if she were the only one, she would stand up to fight Gotham's criminals. We are merely lending her a hand. Batman's salary is a trivial matter, right? Upon hearing Joaquin's deliberate attempt to alleviate her embarrassment, Harley's smile blossomed even brighter. You truly understand me best, my little pudding. Indeed, that's exactly my thought. Joaquin realized that the distance between him and Harley, both emotionally and physically, had become exceedingly close. Perhaps now was the opportune moment for something to unfold. Harley. Joaquin murmured her name softly, wrapping his arms around her and cautiously leaning closer to her face. As if sensing his intentions, a rosy hue spread across Harley's cheeks, and she slowly closed her eyes. Wait. Harley suddenly broke free from Joaquin's embrace and distanced herself from him. No way. 3 times, this is the 3rd time. Even at this moment, just as Joaquin felt on the brink of despair, Harley stealthily approached the door. confirming that Jella was peacefully asleep before gently closing and locking the door. Then, as she turned back, her robe slipped from her smooth shoulders. "Darling, remember to keep it down. We mustn't wake the child." As the fabric cascaded to the ground with a soft rustle, Harley Quinn, a woman of ethereal beauty, once again drew near to Joaquin. At that moment, the only barrier between them was the garment Joaquin was in the process of unbuttoning. Joaquin caressed Harley's egg-shaped smooth skin, and any trace of worry that lingered in his heart vanished without a trace. Harley's small tongue flicked across her crimson lips, and her clear, vibrant eyes burned with an intensity akin to flames. "This could be troublesome. I am not adept at exercising patience, my dear." In the dim light of the basement. Chapter 44, A Sleepless Night. The long night stretched endlessly, devoid of any inclination to slumber. Joaquin slightly regretted allowing Harley to return to her room to sleep so early, even though at that time he had adopted a sage-like demeanor, devoid of worldly desires, gently placing the somewhat weary Harley beside the slumbering Jella. However, after lying on the sofa for nearly an hour, he found himself devoid of any semblance of sleepiness. Curiously, despite having slept little the previous night, aside from a few hours of unconsciousness, after engaging in a fervent battle with Harley, he still felt invigorated. Regardless, after tossing and turning for quite some time, Joaquin felt no hint of fatigue. Rather, the faint lingering fragrance of their earlier encounter ignited a sense of restlessness within him. "Forget it, I want sleep. I'll go outside for some fresh air." Joaquin left the basement, carefully stepping over the snoring hyena, Bud, and traversing the vast, quiet, dilapidated warehouse, intending to enjoy the refreshing night breeze at the entrance. Upon reaching the door, Joaquin heard a faint snoring sound. It seemed to belong to Harley's pet. However, was Bud not at the entrance of the basement? Utilizing his night vision, Joaquin distinctly saw a petite figure curled up against the wall, head lowered, obscuring her features. With a soft crunch, Joaquin stepped on something, producing a slight sound. Yet, the figure huddled in the corner instantly sprang up like a startled cat. "Who's there?" The lights in the dilapidated warehouse flickered on, revealing a still groggy Diana, anxiously scanning her surroundings, a glistening droplet of saliva lingering at the corner of her mouth. "J. Joaquin, what are you doing here?" "That question should be directed at you. This is my home. Furthermore, I recall you left this afternoon, did you not?" Joaquin inquired, puzzled by Diana's presence. He was aware that she usually resided in a luxurious hotel near Gotham City Center. What brought her back here in the dead of night to sleep in such a place? "I'm just hiding from my troublesome mother. It's none of your concern. So don't meddle." Diana wiped the drool from her mouth and shot Joaquin an annoyed glare. Joaquin shrugged, since Diana did not wish to elaborate. He saw no reason to pry further, sparing himself the trouble. "What about you? Why are you wandering around at such an hour?" "Oh, I see. It must be that your snoring was too loud and disturbed Jella, so Harley had to give you a lesson and send you out, right?" Reflecting on the recent experience, Joaquin couldn't help but smile with a sense of nostalgia. What a grotesque smile. One might wonder what thoughts linger in his mind. Joaquin extended a finger, gently shaking it in a mysterious manner, saying, "This is an adult's secret. You children need not inquire so much, I've told you not to treat me like a child." Dana initially wore an expression of displeasure. Just as Joaquin anticipated her frustration to erupt, Dana suddenly seemed to recall something, her complexion dimming. "Perhaps you're right. I truly am not mature enough." Dana's demeanor surprised Joaquin. Previously, he had perceived her as willful, impulsive, and brimming with confidence, never revealing such a vulnerable side before him. "When I left home, I believed I could stand on my own, but yesterday, no. The day before, when Sister Harley was captured, I found myself utterly powerless. You took charge and successfully rescued her. You contributed significantly as well, drawing fire alongside Walker," Joaquin replied. "But merely luring the enemy, Walker could have managed that alone, and perhaps even better. I can see that when Walker flies solo, he has greater freedom without the need to protect me. Despite my more extensive training, I ended up being the one who held everyone back. I am unwilling to accept that." Joaquin found himself at a loss for words to console Dana. After all, in practical combat, she had been outperformed by the seemingly unremarkable Walker and himself, her apprentice. "But you are still young, Dana. Your abilities are already sufficient. Given enough opportunities for practice, you will inevitably grow. There is no need for such self-deprecation." "Can I really continue to grow?" Dana murmured, her hand resting on her chest. "Yes. I believe you can grow, though reaching Harley's level may prove challenging." Joaquin couldn't help but recall the recent battle with Harley, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards certain aspects of Dana. "Indeed, there is still a significant disparity between you and Harley Quinn's alluring figure." "Sister Harley? What are you implying? Where are your eyes wandering?" Dana shot Joaquin a glare, instinctively delivering a swift kick aimed at his face. However, to both Dana's and Joaquin's surprise, at the precise moment her fierce kick was about to connect, Joaquin instinctively extended his hand and effortlessly grasped her ankle. When did his reflexes become so keen? Reflecting on his newfound vitality, Joaquin began to realize that something about his body had changed since the battle last night. Whether it was the lingering effects of poison ivy's seed or some other reason remained to be discovered, but it was evident that his overall capabilities had indeed improved. Moreover, Joaquin still has 2 unused skill points. However, since he cannot unlock new skills, he is not in a hurry to utilize them. He intends to contemplate which skill to enhance during actual combat, which he deems the most prudent course of action. Have you had enough, you scoundrel? Let go. Upon hearing Dana's flustered and indignant exclamation, Joaquin remembered to release her ankle. Despite Dana's robust leg strength, she could not break free, suggesting that not only had his reflexes improved, but his strength had also been augmented. You seem to be getting a bit too comfortable. Thinking you've surpassed me and can take your leave, Dana narrowed her eyes, flexing the ankle that Joaquin had previously grasped, glaring at him with an unfriendly expression. At that moment, Joaquin recalled Batman mentioning that someone would come to oversee his training. As for my future training, it seems I won't require your assistance, Dana. It may be handled by someone else. Thank you for your hard work. Joaquin felt a chill rise along his spine, while Dana's expression darkened, a frigid smile gracing her lips. You truly underestimate me, Joaquin. I cannot abide the humiliation of losing my disciple to another. Joaquin inhaled sharply, a foreboding sensation settling in his heart. Well, the sun has set. I should return to rest. Stop right there. Dana interposed herself before Joaquin, her delicate fingers producing a crackling sound as she approached him with a cold smirk. Wait, what do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Shout all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will hear you. Tonight, I will ensure you understand that you are far from ready to depart. Only I, Dana, am the most suitable master for you. Chapter 45. Today's Black Canary is a bit different, Dad. Dad, wake up. The sun is shining on your backside. Joaquin groggily opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being Jella's vibrant, adorable face, reminiscent of the morning sun. Stretching his somewhat sore joints, he stood up and yawned, his back emitting faint cracks. Goodness, Dana truly does not hold back. How foolish of me to offer her consolation. Joaquin reflected on the events of the previous night, a wry smile creeping onto his face. If the first half of the night, battling Harley Quinn, felt akin to being in paradise, then the latter half, training with Dana, was like descending into hell. Fortunately, after acquiring the Solomon Grundy title, his damage absorption and recovery abilities had been enhanced. However, it should be noted that Dana, having discovered Joaquin's increased endurance, seemed even more invigorated, showing no intention of holding back. This also made Joaquin realize that while his physical constitution appeared to have improved, against a true master of combat, he remained utterly defenseless in a full-fledged fight. Dad, why are you sleeping here? You'll catch a cold. Upon seeing Jella's innocent, wide eyes, Joaquin ruffled her fluffy hair and shrugged helplessly. You must inquire with your sister, Dana, about that. Jella tilted her head in confusion, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, before turning to reveal a radiant smile behind Joaquin and scampered outside. Mom, did you and Dad play any games last night? Why does Dad look so exhausted? How fortuitous. Speaking of the devil, yet it seems imperative to address Jella's habit of calling everyone Mom at some point. Joaquin, supporting his waist, turned to the doorway, where, bathed in the gentle morning sunlight, Dana's signature golden locks gleamed brilliantly. You still appear so lively. I nearly had my back broken by you last night. Joaquin suddenly sensed something peculiar. Dana, approaching from outside, seemed different from the night before. Although she wore the same casual leather pants and jacket as usual, there was something subtly amiss. Little sister, if you call me Mom, where is your father? Dana bent down, gently stroking Jella's hair, and simultaneously, Joaquin realized what fell out of place. As she leaned closer, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. Wait a moment. How could she appear more striking than last night, which was even less than Harley's? Joaquin, if you don't come down for breakfast soon, I shall devour your peas sandwich myself. Joaquin was rendered speechless upon seeing another Dana emerge from the basement. How could there be 2 Danas? No, upon closer inspection, the one from the basement was indeed the familiar version. Therefore, who was this newcomer? Dana mirrored Joaquin's astonished expression, her mouth stuffed with sandwich, gazing at the direction behind Joaquin in disbelief. At that moment, Joaquin felt a hand clasp his shoulder from behind, sending a chill coursing down his spine. You must be Joaquin, correct? I am the Black Canary, here as an envoy of the Justice League, sent by Batman to assist you. However, before we proceed, I have a few questions for you. as this arm began to withdraw from his shoulder. It circled around his neck, reminiscent of the chokehold Joaquin had experienced more than once the previous night. What on earth have you done to my precious daughter? Truly, the suffocating sensation felt eerily similar between mother and daughter, the only distinction being an added softness behind him. This thought flickered through Joaquin's mind just before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Moments later, he gradually awoke on the couch in the basement, as Harley gently removed a warm, damp cloth from his forehead. At that instant, both Danas sat across the table from him. Now seated side by side, they were easily distinguishable. Their differences were not merely physical, but in demeanor as well. One lady crossed her long, elegant legs, exuding an aura of quiet authority, while the other sat with her hands on her neatly closed legs, her head bowed like a docile kitten. Recalling the events that had just transpired, Joaquin quickly grasped the situation. Miss Dana. Huh. The two lovely ladies responded in unison, and Joaquin immediately realized that such a form of address would lead to confusion. Then, Auntie. Pardon? Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. Joaquin felt an icy glare that seemed to pierce through him, prompting him to hastily amend his words. Miss Dana. Feeling the disapproving gaze from another Dana, Joaquin's scalp tingled. Indeed, this mother-daughter duo presented a geometrically multiplied challenge. A soft chuckle escaped the elder Dana as she covered her mouth delicately upon witnessing Joaquin's awkward demeanor. All right, the jest ends here. I have already learned about Little Jella's background from Batman. I was merely indulging in a bit of humor. The thought that such a jest could nearly suffocate someone was a testament to her maternal instincts, Joaquin mused inwardly with a wry smile. However, regarding your mention of not sleeping with Dana last night, I would appreciate a thorough explanation later. A shiver coursed through Joaquin as he realized that the ominous aura was not only emanating from across the way, but also from beside him, where a similarly fierce gaze was directed at him. Darling, you truly are full of energy. I did not expect you to manage two girls all night. Despite Harley's voice being so sweet and gentle, Joaquin felt goosebumps arise. It seemed that failing to clarify matters shortly would be far more perilous than battling Solomon Grundy. Let us set that aside for now. Harley, we have serious matters to discuss. First, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Dana Laurel Lance, codenamed Black Canary. To avoid any confusion with my daughter, you may simply call me Laurel. Laurel's expression shifted from playful to serious as she fixed her gaze on Joaquin, who straightened in response, his demeanor turning grave. A pleasure, Miss Laurel. Shall we converse here, or would you prefer another location? Joaquin glanced anxiously at Dana, who was nervously clutching her garment beside Laurel. After a moment's hesitation, Laurel surveyed her daughter, who had lowered her head, before shaking her head. There is no need. What I wish to discuss pertains to both Harley and my daughter. It is perfectly acceptable for them to listen in. Dana lifted her head, astonished, while Laurel continued. After all, according to our plans, they will both be founding members of the new organization you are about to establish. Chapter 46. The abbreviation of this organization's name sounds rather peculiar. Mom, do you truly agree to my staying in Gotham? I thought you intended to bring me back. What other choice do I have? Keeping you in Star City is of little use. Roy and Mia have their own daughter to care for and cannot keep an eye on you. It is better for you to stay with Harley. After all, Gotham may very well be the safest city now, second only to Central City. Laurel affectionately ran her fingers through Dana's hair, and a faint blush graced Dana's cheeks. Do not do this, Mother. Do not treat me as a child when there are others watching. Although I have long acknowledged that this world diverges from the fantastical realm of comics, each time Joaquin hears someone proclaim the safety of Gotham, it strikes him as surreal. Furthermore, witnessing the resemblance between Laurel and little Dinah, who appear more like sisters than mother and daughter, piques Joaquin's curiosity. After all, the second Black Canary and Green Arrow have not been known to have a daughter in the main comic universe, save for the alternate reality of the Injustice game. This implies that little Dinah is a product of a divergent timeline. What could have transpired in this world to create such a vast disparity from the original comic universe? In a few days, I will finalize the transfer paperwork, and you will attend school here temporarily. However, I must suspend your credit card to prevent you from developing extravagant spending habits. You will need to rely on your salary from the new organization for your allowance. Upon hearing her mother's words, Dinah appeared somewhat flustered. But the cost of my stay at the hotel, even so, it is perilous for a girl to reside alone in a hotel. Laurel continued, once this place is transformed into the new organization's headquarters, you shall reside here as well, which will facilitate Harley's care for you. Wait, Joaquin interjected, sensing something amiss. I was not informed that this place was to be converted into a base, and moreover, this is my home with Harley. Do not worry, the expenses for the renovations will not fall upon you, and Harley is the rightful owner of this property. Therefore, Your opinion is moot on the matter. What do you think, Harley? Can Sarah stay with you? Joaquin was momentarily bewildered by the mention of Sarah, but soon realized it was little Dinah's middle name, just like Laurel's. Of course, it is no issue, Dinah replied. I mean, Laurel, Sarah is like my sister. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Goodness, Harley, does this not make me sound ancient? Joaquin felt a pang of frustration. His relationship with Harley had been progressing splendidly, evolving into a cozy life for three, including little Jella. Yet, with Dinah's impending arrival, opportunities for intimacy with Harley would likely diminish. Now, let me outline the fundamental structure of the new organization. This new superhero group is to be established as Gotham's division of the Justice League, with Batman as the guarantor. As per tradition, the guarantor will nominate the inaugural leader of the organization, which is you, Joaquin Joe. Joaquin nodded solemnly. This aligned with what Bruce Wayne had previously informed him. As for personnel, you may recruit at your discretion. Additionally, the League has provided you with a list of potential candidates to consider who will serve as your initial allies. Laurel produced her phone, opened a page, and presented it to Joaquin. Black Canary, Oracle, and Batgirl. Upon seeing the list, Joaquin felt utterly perplexed, while Dinah looked incredulously at her mother. Dear Black Canary, you imply that this title has been inherited from your grandmother, Dinah Drake Lance. Currently, I am primarily responsible for the daily operations of the League, and I seldom have the opportunity to engage directly in combating crime. It may be time for me to step back and pass this title to another. Upon hearing her mother's words, Dinah's youthful visage flushed with excitement. However, what captured Jack's attention were the last two titles on the list, Oracle and Batgirl. It came as no surprise to Jack that Barbara Gordon would join this organization. After all, Batman would undoubtedly assign a trusted individual to guide or oversee him, which was entirely predictable. Yet, the fact that Barbara had registered both of her identities raised his eyebrows. Was this a strategic move for easier identity transitions? Jack even speculated whether she intended to claim dual earnings for her dual roles. With this thought in mind, Jack decided to inquire about his most pressing concern. Miss Laurel, I would like to discuss the matter of remuneration. In principle, the Justice League and its associated superhero groups operate on a voluntary basis, with the Wayne Foundation covering expenses related to disaster recovery. However, the cost of individual equipment must be borne personally. There is no concept of a salary. Jack was taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. He had no intention of working for free. However, you are considered a special case. Batman is willing to personally sponsor your operational expenses, specifically $100 million. Jack and Harley exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. Per month. What? Jack was utterly astonished. This was indeed a stark deviation from what had been discussed. Although he had mentioned needing some funds from Bruce, the amount had ballooned from $1 million to $6 million. Wait a moment. Laurel hadn't mentioned a 6-month limit. Yet, the mother and daughter before him displayed no particular reaction, as if several million dollars were merely a trivial sum. Perhaps it was indeed the case. Their family was comprised of billionaire magnates. First, please take a seat, dear. Ultimately, we are not here for monetary gain. Our purpose is to assist Barbara in safeguarding Gotham. Harley appeared composed as she clasped Jack's hand, gently urging him to sit. However, as Jack settled into his seat, he noticed Harley's delicate hand trembled slightly. Look at Harley's calm demeanor. Don't display such lack of composure. It's quite embarrassing. You still dare to call yourself my superior? Jack feigned ignorance to Dinah's disdainful gaze, silently reflecting that she had not witnessed Harley's drastic change in attitude the previous evening. It was precisely this sheltered young lady who would remain unfazed by such a substantial sum of money. Yet, this sponsorship was not without conditions. Jack felt a tightening in his chest, realizing that indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Nevertheless, the stipulations were straightforward. No loss of life would be tolerated. Should anyone within the organization take a life for any reason, the sponsorship for that month would be immediately revoked. Jack paused, realizing this was merely a veiled way of imposing the principle of non-lethality upon himself. Wait. If I find myself in a situation where I must act in self-defense, this rule applies to your actions taken under the guise of protection. When faced with the choice of relinquishing $100 million, any act of killing would certainly be justified by necessity. However, if you were to harm another's life for reasons beyond self-preservation, rest assured, the matter of money will soon become inconsequential to you. Feeling the weight of Dana's stern gaze, Joaquin resolved to remain silent. He was not a bloodthirsty maniac. Yet this predicament seemed to indefinitely prolong the experience bar that was just one person away from leveling up. Upon reflection, it resembled a wager with Batman. If he could refrain from taking a life, he would receive $100 million each month, which was not an unappealing prospect. Now, let us move on to the final topic. Regarding the name of your new organization, your benefactor, Batman, has proposed a title, the Gotham Knights Development Alliance. This name is inspired by a previously dissolved organization of young heroes from Gotham. Joaquin nodded in agreement, as it was merely a name, and he held little opinion on the matter, planning to linger for just 6 months before departing. Laurel smiled and leaned forward, extending a friendly hand to Joaquin. Then it is settled. Welcome to the ranks of superheroes, Mr. Joaquin, the leader of the Alliance. As Joaquin shook Laurel's hand, his expression suddenly stiffened. The term alliance felt somewhat off to him. Chapter 47. Epilogue. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed readers who have journeyed this far. The first volume has finally reached a conclusion. To be candid, this volume has been somewhat experimental, as it marks the author's inaugural foray into the realm of comic book fanfiction. Much of it has been a process of exploration, and there are numerous areas where my inexperience has been highlighted by the insightful critiques of readers and fellow authors alike. Thank you all for your guidance. Here, I would like to address some recurring concerns that have been raised. 1. The issue of insufficient darkness in this fanfiction. Initially, my intention in writing this book was to create a light-hearted narrative featuring female heroes and villains in romantic entanglements. However, my writing skills fell short, resulting in a lack of detail compared to works like Mind Mentor, and my characters lacked the vibrancy found in Death Knell. In short, I have struggled to straddle both the dark and light-hearted genres effectively. I am committed to self-reflection and improvement in hopes of enhancing the reader's experience in the next volume. Overall, while there may be moments of darkness, the narrative will predominantly lean towards a more light-hearted approach. No blades will be drawn. Everyone will ultimately find a beautiful conclusion. That is the overarching direction. 2. The protagonist appears somewhat weak, with a hint of protagonist abuse. Writing an invincible character poses challenges for me, thus the plot may present the protagonist with certain obstacles. Nevertheless, as I mentioned previously, the protagonist will inevitably experience a spiral of growth by the story's end. However, the author will also pay attention to reducing the oppression of the protagonist in the subsequent chapters to enhance the reader's experience. Thirdly, the pacing is rather sluggish. It needs to quicken. Truly, it would benefit from a bit more briskness, so please refrain from harsh criticism. Fourthly, the vehicle techniques are quite poor. Alas, I am powerless in this matter. If you notice chapters with noticeably fewer segments, or words, or conversations abruptly cut off, it is due to the editing process. Moreover, I have withheld several chapters, and ultimately, I had to reissue a revised chapter. Therefore, I suggest you continue reading, for in a few days, you may find only the revised version available, or even missing chapters. Encountering the original version would be a matter of chance. Fifthly, the updates are too slow. In the faith of ancient deities, once the author's creativity flourishes, daily updates will abound. Trust me. Chapter 48. The Scarecrow's Investment Gathering Scene. Dear, entrust your body to me, and let us explore the pinnacle of joy together. Harley, you are always so. Am I dreaming? Joaquin, the gratitude I owe you for rescuing me from Solomon Grundy is now my time to repay. Miss Barbara, wait, this is too. But this illusion is rather too vivid. Jella may need the company of siblings, although I despise you, if the fruits of this union lead to beautiful blooms. Ivy, there is no need for vines. I shall not flee. However, if this joy is genuine, your body and genetic traits belong to our assassin alliance, and they are mine as well. Submit to me, and together we shall create the most formidable offspring. No, Talia, I refuse to yield. Please be gentle. So what is the significance of this realm of illusion and reality? The diverse and graceful figures swirl before me, while sweet and enticing whispers linger in my ears, nearly robbing me of all rational thought. Do not merely gaze upon Sister Harley. Even as a fledgling, I yearn to feel your... this pesky little brat. Never mind, I have no such inclinations. Step aside, do not obstruct me. The intense pain emanating from his abdomen abruptly jolted Joaquin's muddled mind into clarity. The enchanting scene before him gradually faded, leaving only the vivid and furious visage clear. Cough, what on earth is happening? You are finally awake, my dear. I was so worried. Joaquin saw Harley Quinn supporting herself, her once flamboyant makeup now marred by tear streaks. Step aside, Sister Harley. I believe he is not yet fully conscious. Allow me to land a few more punches to restore his mind to normalcy. Wait, stop, that's enough. I am very much awake now, do not act recklessly. Seeing Dana, her fists clenched and teeth gritted, Joaquin's mind buzzed incessantly, but he decided to manage the situation first. Hold on, Dana. Apologies, Joaquin. I must first ascertain that your mental state is normal. Do you recall what transpired just moments ago? Joaquin lifted his head to find Barbara Gordon seated in the chair before him, her expression serious as she regarded him, her cheeks seemingly flushed with a rosy hue. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Dina poised as if ready to spring into action at any moment. To avoid a beating, Joaquin racked his brain to stimulate his memories. He recalled something about the Scarecrow 3 hours prior. This is the Oracle. I have infiltrated the hotel's surveillance system, but have yet to locate the Scarecrow and his gang. Please report your status. This is the Black Canary. I am prepared on the rooftop of the adjacent building. Harley Quinn and her loyal companion are on standby in the parking lot, ready for action. This is the Moth. Monitoring all ground exits of the hotel from above. Sunboy. Joaquin, please report your status. Oh, right, Sunboy is me. I'm stationed on the top floor of the hotel. By the way, don't shout out acronyms, Barbara. Every time, I think you're cursing. We must use code names during the operation. How could you forget again, Joaquin? Besides, the Scarecrow can't fly. What is the point of being on the top floor? At least I'm not the one calling you by your name, Dina. Furthermore, ISNT this task assigned by Oracle? I wouldn't mind facing the battlefield alongside Harley. But you know I'm not skilled at holding back. If something goes awry, your allowance for the month will be in jeopardy. Stop, both of you. Cease the bickering, or I will silence you. Before a large screen, Barbara, wearing headphones, pressed her forehead in exasperation. What kind of teammates does she have? Out of 4, 2 were once supervillains, yet Harley Quinn and the Moth proved to be the most professional and dependable. The remaining 2 novices were utterly self-serving. However, this was perhaps why Batman had summoned her to assist, to allow her seasoned experience to guide them. Suddenly, Barbara furrowed her brow, noticing something amiss in one of the surveillance feeds. Though the image remained clear, upon closer inspection, it revealed distinct inconsistencies. Retrieving footage from a minute ago for comparison revealed an alarming truth. It was a still image. Barbara's expression shifted to one of gravity as her slender fingers pressed against her earpiece, issuing commands with urgency. Harley, Dina, don your gas masks. The feed from the central air conditioning control room has been compromised. The Scarecrow has commenced his operation. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall on the first floor of the hotel, a soiree for the upper crust was in full swing. As glasses clinked and laughter filled the air, a well-dressed elder ascended the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending this soiree. Let us extend the warmest applause for our guest of honor today, the brilliant professor from Gotham University, inventor of the new hearing loss cure, and my beloved son-in-law, Dr. Kirk Langston. Accompanied by resounding applause, a well-dressed, middle-aged man ascended the stage with measured steps, his slightly pale visage betraying an unmistakable scholarly demeanor. You flatter me, dear father-in-law. My achievements are firmly rooted in the trust and investment you have bestowed upon me, as well as the unwavering support and encouragement from your daughter, my beloved Francine. Kirk glanced toward the audience, sharing a knowing smile with a graceful woman of striking beauty. What a modest young man you are. Yet today, you may stand proud, for the gentlemen present are discerning investors who recognize your invention as revolutionary. Suddenly, a sharp clanking sound pierced the air, followed by a splatter of crimson. An elderly man, mid-sentence, was yanked away by a rusted hook that had lodged itself in his shoulder, eliciting a harrowing scream. I dare say your judgment is rather lacking. My fear toxin is undoubtedly a far more groundbreaking invention, yet you would rather invest in this mere child's play of mingling human and animal genes. From the shadows emerged a tall, gaunt figure, his head shrouded in a tattered sack, leaving only a triangular slit for his eyes. Dragging the chain that ensnared the old man, he resembled a living scarecrow. The audience reacted in horror, cries of panic erupting as chaos ensued, with people shoving one another in a frantic bid for the exit. However, at the entrance stood 2 burly men, also clad in burlap sacks, who had secured the doors. Oh, the cacophony of terror is a melody most divine. Yet, a touch more drama would enhance it further. The Scarecrow emitted a grating, raspy laugh and snapped his fingers. In response, a strange, pale green gas began to seep from the central air conditioning vents above. Allow you to experience my ultimate invention firsthand. After all, you shall soon become my investors, though you possess no choice in the matter. Ha ha ha. Chapter 49. The fearful miasma spreads. Father, wait. Francine cried as she rushed onto the stage, desperately making her way toward the elderly man lying in a pool of blood. Kirk attempted to halt her, but it was too late. You are quite brave, Mrs. Langston, though perhaps your courage stems from yet having to encounter true terror. Let me assist you. The Scarecrow raised his hand, and a noxious gas, far more potent than that from the air conditioning, erupted from his sleeve, enveloping Francine. She gasped in pain, clutching her throat and stumbling backward in distress. Don't come closer, Bat. No, father, don't let them eat me, monster. Francine's face contorted with sheer terror, her voice hoarse from her screams, as she clawed at her own skin, leaving ghastly red streaks upon her pale complexion. Yet she is not the sole victim bearing the venom of fear. Within the vast banquet hall, an atmosphere of sheer horror envelopes the space, resonating with incessant cries of despair. Help! There's a spider crawling on me. Please get it off. No, no, don't kill me. I'm innocent. Please spare my life. A centipede is emerging from my stomach. Save me. I don't wish to perish. Witnessing the abrupt descent from the pinnacle of life to the depths of hell, Cork's eyes, bloodshot with rage, dart towards the Scarecrow in fury. However, this rage proves futile. With a mere flick of his hand, the Scarecrow effortlessly sends the frail Cork Langston sprawling. After a brief struggle on the ground, Cork succumbs to the chaos induced by the noxious gas. All right, little ones, it's time to get to work, the Scarecrow commands, and from a side door, a dozen figures donning burlap sacks file in. Strip them of all their valuables, jewelry, watches, everything. If there are young women, take photographs. Perhaps we can extort further sponsorship from them later. Crash. Suddenly, accompanied by the shattering of glass, a petite figure bursts through the window like a bird in flight. This ends now Scarecrow. With half of her face concealed by a mask and the lower half shielded by a respirator, the intensity of her azure eyes conveys her fury. To escape from Arkham only to find yourself in such a predicament. It seems your true nature is beyond redemption. Humph. Has Gotham fallen so low in recent years that even such children dare to champion justice? Seize her. I want her to truly experience the taste of terror. Upon receiving the Scarecrow's directive, the henchmen abandon their bags of stolen goods, brandishing knives and clubs as they encircle Dana. I may not be fully mature yet, but dealing with you lowly scum is well within my capabilities. Dana moves with feline grace, her kicks and jabs remarkably fierce, rendering the henchmen utterly incapable of landing a single blow as they are sent sprawling, crying out in agony. TSK. The Scarecrow clicks his tongue but shows no intention of aiding his beleaguered minions. Instead, he turns to flee toward the side door. Stop. You want to escape. Seeing this, Dana performs a somersault, stepping on one henchman's head to leap out of the encirclement, pursuing the Scarecrow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Without looking back, the Scarecrow raises his hand, unleashing a torrent of deep green gas from his sleeve. Although Dana has donned a respirator, the dense, mist-like toxin obscures her vision, forcing her to momentarily halt. Black Canary. Do not pursue too deeply. First, eliminate the foes here, then disable the air conditioning and open the windows to disperse the gas. Otherwise, the lives of the citizens here are at grave risk. Hearing Barbara's voice emanating from the communicator, Diana had no choice but to turn and confront the pursuing lackeys. Meanwhile, Barbara had also connected with others. Members stationed at each exit remained vigilant, ensuring that the Scarecrow did not escape. This is Mothman, and there are no sightings of anyone leaving the ground exit. However, police cars can be seen approaching from 2 blocks away. This is Harley Quinn, reporting from the parking lot. It seems we VE hit the jackpot, as she spotted a tall, slender figure hastily emerging from the elevator. A sly smile crept across Harley Quinn's lips. Gripping her baseball bat, she leapt down from the van. Hold him down, don't let him escape. Woof. The hyena, excited and barking wildly, dashed towards the tall figure with the speed of lightning. Stay away, you beast. The Scarecrow raised his hand and unleashed a cloud of toxic mist. However, the clever hyena, Bane, deftly evaded the poison and swiftly reached the Scarecrow's rear. Let go of me. The Scarecrow tumbled to the ground, his leg firmly clamped by Bane's powerful jaws. He raised his hand, intending to repel Bane with more toxic mist. But the cunning creature released his grip as the Scarecrow fell, aware that his task only required him to delay the enemy. Just as the Scarecrow attempted to rise, he was met with a blur of motion. Harley Quinn executed a gymnastic kick, striking him squarely in the face. Thud! The force sent the Scarecrow flying, while Harley, utilizing the momentum, executed a roll and landed gracefully on her feet before sprinting toward him with her bat in hand. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed as Harley swung her bat with all her might, striking the sack the Scarecrow carried. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed, unconscious and devoid of strength. I'm truly sorry we couldn't catch up properly. Although our encounters have been limited to Arkham, there aren't too many fond memories to reminisce about. But you'll soon be back at Arkham with your little friends, Harley remarked, yanking the Scarecrow by his collar and forcefully removing his burlap hood. Have you captured the Scarecrow, Harley? We're nearly at the hotel. Just need to hand him over. Things seem a bit grim, Barbara. Upon hearing Harley's sudden seriousness, Barbara, who was coordinating from the base, felt a tightening in her chest, and she had no time to chastise Harley for neglecting to use her codename. What is going on, Harley? You didn't tee. Of course not. I'm quite precise with my strikes. The issue lies in the fact that I don't recognize this individual. I was once the Scarecrow's psychotherapist. Although his face is somewhat distorted, I am certain he is not Jonathan Crane. This is a decoy, Barbara quickly deduced. However, if the Scarecrow had not left the first floor or the parking lot, it meant there was only one escape route remaining. The Sunshine Boy, respond immediately. The Scarecrow is fleeing to the top floor. Sunshine Boy, Joaquin, report the situation promptly. Chapter 50, The Woman Pursued by the Scarecrow. To be frank, Joaquin had absolutely no desire to engage in a confrontation with the Scarecrow, nor did he possess the slightest interest in capturing him to return to Arkham. According to the information provided by Barbara, the Scarecrow was originally named Jonathan Crane, a former university psychology professor with exceptional talents in the field of chemistry. Having been bullied in his youth, the Scarecrow gradually developed a twisted obsession with spreading fear, ultimately creating a fear toxin that allowed others to perceive their deepest terrors. He then adopted the persona of the Scarecrow to commit his crimes, both to satisfy his perverse inclinations and to fund his ongoing research. Joaquin found it utterly pointless to confine such a morally bankrupt individual in Arkham Asylum, as it would merely be a waste of taxpayer money. Due to the effectiveness of his fear toxin and criminal activities, there were always individuals willing to assist him in escaping to continue his nefarious deeds. This cyclical game of capture and escape might amuse Batman, but Joaquin had no interest in it whatsoever. Moreover, the Scarecrow posed little threat to Joaquin, endowed with toxin resistance. He had no cause for concern regarding the fear toxin. The Scarecrow's attempts to rob Gotham's wealthy capitalists were, in fact, a source of amusement for Joaquin. Thus, when Joaquin received the assignment, his initial inclination was to find a way to shirk responsibility. After all, should he engage seriously in battle, he would find himself constrained, as capturing the Scarecrow would only lead to his inevitable escape after a short time. The last thing Joaquin wanted was to inadvertently deliver a fatal blow to the Scarecrow, which would be a significant loss. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Joaquin never anticipated that the more he sought to distance himself from trouble, the more it would come knocking at his door. This is Harley Quinn at the parking lot. It seems we've hit the jackpot. Upon hearing Harley's voice through the communicator, Joaquin felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that Harley had located the Scarecrow, and Joaquin felt no need to worry about her confrontation with him. All right, it's time to step outside and wander about, putting on a fade. I can't let Barbara discover that I've been hiding in the restroom, engrossed in my phone. Yet, just as Joaquin exited the restroom, he felt a sudden rush before a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and in the next moment, he was struck by something soft. Ugh. Joaquin fell to the ground, his communicator flying from his ear. Was it due to sitting too long in the restroom that his legs had gone numb? With his reflexes and physical prowess, he should not have been knocked down by anyone. Though puzzled, Joaquin instinctively sprang to his feet, warily eyeing the mysterious individual who had just collided with him. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Joaquin was stunned. For the words that reached his ears were not in English, but instead were a familiar and endearing language, Mandarin. This was the first time he had heard Chinese since arriving in this world. Before him sat a quintessential Eastern woman, her features soft and oval, with cascading black hair reminiscent of a silken waterfall. Her delicate visage and slender, graceful figure seemed to have stepped forth from the realms of a fantasy epic. Even Zhou Kuan, whose aesthetic sensibilities had been refined by encounters with the likes of Harley, Talia, Barbara, and Dinah, found himself momentarily entranced upon gazing at her. It's all right, are you okay? Zhou Kuan instinctively responded in Mandarin, extending his hand to assist her. I'm fine. You speak Chinese? The Eastern beauty, aided by Zhou Kuan, rose to her feet, her eyes wide with surprise. Well, I've learned a little, Zhou Kuan said bashfully, scratching his head. Despite inhabiting a fair-skinned body, his soul still regarded itself as Eastern, a blend of white exterior and yellow heart. As the saying goes, fellow townsfolk shed tears upon seeing one another. Zhou Kuan felt an innate sense of familiarity towards this enchanting woman of Eastern allure. Clang. The sharp sound of chains dragging across the floor jolted Zhou Kuan back to reality, and he turned towards the direction from which the beauty had just fled, his pupils narrowing in alarm. In the narrow corridor, a figure with unnaturally elongated limbs, wearing a tattered burlap sack for a head, strode purposefully towards him. Why is the Scarecrow here? Wasn't he supposed to be captured in the parking lot? However, Zhou Kuan's communicator had just been flung away, leaving him no opportunity to confirm the situation with Barbara. The Eastern woman immediately displayed a look of terror, retreating behind Zhou Kuan. Please, help me. He wants to kill me. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Kuan positioned himself protectively in front of her, his expression growing grave. "Madam, may I ask your name?" I am Wu Shan. Miss Wu, I will have questions for you shortly. For now, please find a safe place to hide. I will handle this." Zhou Kuan stepped forward to confront the scarecrow, deftly revealing a sharp knife in his hand. Upon recognizing Zhou Kuan, the scarecrow's eyes, visible through the tattered sack, flared with rage. "Clown, you're still alive. I Haven T settled the score with you for what you did to me 3 years ago. I believe you have mistaken me, Mr. Crane. If you've been following the news, you would know I am the newly emerged superhero of Gotham, Sunshine Boy. Enough with the nonsense. I would recognize your face even if it turned to ash. I see, you've been waiting for me here all along. Haven T you? This is yet another one of your vile schemes, and you seek to exploit me once more. Wait, I only wish to talk." But the scarecrow would not grant Joku in the opportunity to speak further, as he raised his hand. A thick cloud of toxic gas erupted from his sleeve, surging towards Joku. "So, you mean there is nothing to discuss? My advice is to remain still, otherwise. Should I inadvertently inhale your poison, my control may falter, and it would be disastrous for all involved." Joaquin's voice emerged from behind the scarecrow, catching it off guard before it could react. He seized the scarecrow by the nape and forcefully brought it down to the ground. Thud! Upon contact with the earth, dark stains spread across the burlap of the scarecrow's head. "This is the end for you, Jonathan Crane." Joaquin yanked off the burlap hood, revealing the face of a middle-aged man, gaunt and bloodied, adorned with a breathing mask. "Do not think this is over." Suddenly, a dense cloud of toxic mist erupted from the scarecrow's mask. Although Joaquin prided himself on his high resistance to poison and did not evade, his vision became obscured by the thick vapor. Abruptly, he felt a sharp sting at his side and looked down to discover the scarecrow injecting a vial of luminescent green liquid into him. Despite his immediate effort to swat the syringe away, a small portion of the liquid had already been administered. "I know ordinary fear toxins have no effect on you, but this is a concentrated version, specially designed for your retribution." Joaquin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His surroundings morphed into a sunlit beach where he leisurely sipped juice, enjoying the sea breeze. "No, this is an illusion. Wake up," Joaquin screamed internally, plunging a dagger into his thigh, and the pain jolted him back to reality. "Ha ha ha, you've glimpsed the illusion, haven't you? This is your deepest fear, and now you shall perish in the face of it." Fear? Yet, this scene bore no terror, rather. Joaquin quickly realized that the source of his hallucination was not the scarecrow's toxin, but, quite the contrary, a counteractive effect of the poison. Under the combined influence of Bane's title and the fear toxin, his mind had become excessively stimulated. Chapter 51. Is her presence an illusion or reality? Joaquin found himself encountering a hallucinogenic poison targeting the psyche for the first time. Most of the toxins he had ingested previously were lethal to the body. He had not anticipated such a scenario. Of course, there was one other occasion when Poison Ivy attempted to control him with her kiss. However, faced with the alluring Poison Ivy, an excited state was a normal man's response, so Joaquin had dismissed that incident. Regardless, an excessively heightened mental state is not a boon. Especially in combat, whether ensnared by fear or blissful illusions, it only leads to peril. Just like now, Joaquin's vision swayed, and he found himself in an ethereal realm, where a beautiful fairy clad in gossamer danced before him, resembling the enchanting Wu Shan. "Ha ha ha, now you can taste the flavor of fear." The scarecrow cackled, brandishing a rusted scythe, aiming a strike at the stunned Joaquin's forehead. Suddenly, a piercing and shrill cry emanated from beside the scarecrow's head, startling the clown doll that had sprung from the fear box, which relentlessly sprayed venom towards the scarecrow. "Ah, what is this? Fear, do not torment me. I am the very embodiment of terror." At that moment, Joaquin was also roused by the cacophony from the fear box. Upon witnessing the scarecrow clutching its head and wailing in horror, he broke into a cold sweat. In a certain sense, this illusion was indeed terrifying. To perceive the scarecrow as a beautiful woman was utterly repulsive. Have you not longed for others to experience true fear? Then allow yourself to savor this sensation. Still ensnared by the hallucination, Joaquin had no intention of granting the scarecrow an opportunity for retaliation. With a crunching sound, he seized the scarecrow's arm joint and applied a slight force. Under the influence of the enhanced strength bestowed by the toxin, the scarecrow's joints emitted a grotesque cracking sound. "Ah, though I do not seek your demise, it does not imply that you shall return to Arkham unscathed." Joaquin repeated the same action on the scarecrow's other arm. After letting out a hoarse cry of agony, the scarecrow succumbed to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain of its shattered limbs. Once he confirmed the scarecrow had lost consciousness, Joaquin took a deep breath and unsteadily rose to his feet, leaning against the corridor wall. "Are you all right? You seem unwell." A gentle, Sweet voice floated in from the side, as though someone was supporting him. It was then that Joaquin recalled the woman named Wushan was still present. Thank you, Miss Wushan. I am fine. By the way, why was the scarecrow pursuing you? I don't know. Perhaps it was under her command. Forgive me, though I appreciate your assistance. I must take my leave now. Wait, who is she? Let us clarify this first. Despite the buzzing in his head, Joaquin immediately grasped Wushan's hand, realizing that her identity might be quite significant. Apologies. Joaquin felt a slight sting in his arm and, upon closer inspection, discovered that Wushan had unknowingly picked up the syringe the scarecrow had used to inject him with poison and had plunged it into her own forearm. This is dire. Joaquin felt his consciousness beginning to fade swiftly, and he was compelled to release her hand as an even more severe hallucination enveloped his mind. A soft, sweet sensation brushed against his lips, and in his dazed state, he faintly heard a voice tinged with sorrow and guilt. I will repay your kindness when the opportunity arises, but I truly cannot linger here any longer. Joaquin struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, but all he could discern was a vague silhouette retreating, before he succumbed entirely to the illusion. Wushan, have you seen her? Joaquin emerged from his memories and back into reality, anxiously inquiring of Harley Quinn and Dinah. They exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads in confusion. A peculiar name indeed, but regardless of who it belongs to, upon our arrival, the uppermost floor was occupied solely by a scarecrow and the incessant ramblings of Darling. Could it be that he has yet to extricate himself from his delusions, conjuring characters from his imagination? I noticed in Joaquin's browsing history that he had a penchant for searching terms like Eastern, Asian, and beauties. This is not mere fantasy. It is a reality. A woman from an Eastern nation with long black hair. Wait, Diana, when did you sneak a peek at my browsing history? See, I told you, this man's mind is cluttered with bizarre thoughts. It seems I must assist you in regaining clarity, although I sense a perilous social demise looming. I suppose my previous delusions already sufficed for that. Yet, what preoccupies Joaquin now is the true identity of the woman known as Wushan. He turned to Barbara, who, sensing his seriousness, adopted a grave expression and gently shook her head in response. I have been monitoring the surveillance cameras on the upper floor, but the area where you fought the scarecrow is just outside the restroom, conveniently a blind spot for the cameras. However, from the other footage, I did not observe the Eastern woman you mentioned. Joaquin furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The Eastern beauty he encountered, Wushan, seemed almost spectral in her elusiveness. Could it be, as Diana suggested, merely a figment of his imagination? Impossible. Joaquin immediately dismissed that notion. The sensation of their collision outside the restroom had been palpably real, as was the kiss he experienced before losing consciousness. Darling, could you enlighten us on what transpired? Specifically, the circumstances that led you to that state and the matter concerning the woman called Wushan. Sensing Harley Quinn's anxious gaze, Joaquin hesitated for a moment before recounting his encounter with Wushan, the battle with the scarecrow, and ultimately losing consciousness due to Wushan's injected substance. Of course, he discreetly omitted the ambiguous kiss that transpired in his foggy state of awareness. So, my dear, you played the hero, only to find the damsel ungrateful and biting back? With a hint of jealousy, Harley clung to Joaquin's arm, eliciting a smile from him, though his expression remained contemplative. Joaquin was not driven by hopes of gratitude from the beauty, nor was he harboring a grudge over the injection. He simply felt that the situation had grown complicated. If the scarecrow's motives extended beyond mere robbery, possibly orchestrated by someone else, then his efforts to thwart the scarecrow may have positioned him as a target in the eyes of the true puppeteer. As for Wushan, he had just recalled that there indeed existed a character by that name in the original comic, also an Eastern woman. Yet, the disparity between the Wushan he encountered and the character from the source material was so vast that he struggled to associate the two. Sandra Wusan, also known as Lady Shiva, is a legendary supervillain said to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts in the universe. What connection does she have with the Wusan whom she rescued? Chapter 52. What did you do to Barbara? Lady Shiva, one of the foremost experts in combat techniques globally, is also acclaimed as the world's deadliest assassin. In the original comic, her martial prowess surpasses even that of Batman, embodying the true apex of human capability. As Joaquin reminisced about Wusan's image, he felt a stark dissonance with Lady Shiva's character, no matter how he contemplated. Lady Shiva was hardly the fragile woman pursued by the scarecrow, let alone someone who would feign seeking his assistance. It was hard to fathom that such an honor-driven individual as Lady Shiva would act in such a manner. Perhaps it was merely a case of another person sharing the same name. Joaquin attempted to convince himself, yet the enigmatic figure named Wusan lingered in his thoughts. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of the toxin that rendered him restless, Joaquin found himself tossing and turning, unable to find solace. He tiptoed to Harley's room, gently covering the sleeping Jayla and her companion Harley Quinn with a blanket before quietly departing the basement. The dilapidated warehouse had undergone a complete transformation. While its exterior still bore the marks of decay as a fade, the interior had been remodeled into a two-story operational base, complete with a strategy meeting room, training facilities, a dining area, and dormitories. As Joaquin stealthily navigated through the inner corridors, he reached the warehouse entrance, only to discover another presence there. Barbara? What are you doing up so late? Standing at the doorway, gazing quietly at the moon, was Barbara, cradling a cup of coffee in her hands. Her hair was casually tied up, draped with a coat over her shoulders, and her slender-framed glasses imparted an air of quiet elegance. I just finished another thorough review of the hotel's surveillance footage and guest list in search of the Miss Woosin you mentioned. But I still couldn't find a single clue. Joaquin felt a weight settle in his chest. He trusted Barbara's hacking skills implicitly. What sort of background did Woosin possess that allowed her to conceal her traces so flawlessly? However, I didn't expect you to believe me so readily. I thought you might dismiss it as an illusion, much like Dinah did. I certainly believe you. You risked your life to rescue me from the Black Mask. And I am here to repay that debt by helping you. Upon hearing Barbara's words, Joaquin felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, while Barbara claimed she was assisting him, his true intention was merely to endure within this organization long enough to earn his fare and depart. Seemingly sensing Joaquin's thoughts, Barbara smiled mischievously. I am indeed helping you by revealing a secret. The satellite positioning of the communicator can be precise to within 1 meter. So I'm well aware of your standby location, even knowing which restroom stall you occupy. Joaquin was left speechless, feeling as if he had been caught slacking off by a stern employer. However, do not worry, I do not intend to expose you. I will cooperate with you and strive to arrange for you a relatively easy task. What is with that expression? You do not believe I am an envoy sent by Batman to oversee you, do you? I have already stated that I am on your side. Barbara took a sip of her coffee, her glasses instantly clouded by steam, obscuring her gaze. Although Batman requested my presence here, he must have his own intentions. Yet, I am not his tool. I possess my own judgment. I believe your thoughts are entirely reasonable. The pursuit of a tranquil life is a right that belongs to everyone. It is not a rational expectation for Batman to place the burden of Gotham's safety upon you, a responsibility that should not fall upon you or any ordinary citizen, but rather solely on my father. Joaquin looked at Barbara in astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. I never imagined you held such views. I thought you were one of those girls with heroic dreams, like Dinah. Barbara's smile was tinged with a hint of bitterness as she gently shook her head. 3 years ago, I indeed thought that way, but people grow. After experiencing those events, I have come to deeply understand my own limitations, and thus, I have shed my former arrogance and self-righteousness. Of course, I am fully aware that it is unrealistic to suddenly strip Gotham of its superhero protection. Therefore, I will utilize this platform to safeguard the city until Batman recovers. As for you, Joaquin, simply follow your own inclinations. Joaquin fell silent for a moment before gazing at Barbara with deep emotion. Thank you. I never realized you understood me so well. It seems I have misjudged you all along. Rather than saying I understand you, it would be more accurate to say I understand little Jella. For I know all too well that one cannot simultaneously fulfill the roles of a devoted father and a hero, whether it is Batman or my father. They both chose to be heroes, and I do not wish for the tragedy of my family to repeat itself in Jella's life. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound of a bell interrupted Barbara's words. She furrowed her brow and, with one hand holding her coffee cup, retrieved her phone from her pocket with the other. The moment she saw the caller ID, her expression darkened. Beep. Barbara, I hope I am not disturbing you at this late hour. Perhaps due to the surrounding silence. Joaquin could clearly hear the voice emanating from the phone. You have indeed disturbed me, Sheriff Gordon. It is now the early hours of the morning. I was asleep in my room until your call woke me. I hope you realize that lack of sleep can adversely affect a woman's skin quality. Barbara's voice had completely lost its earlier softness, now laced with coldness and a hint of irritation. I apologize for not noticing the time, but I need a favor, Barbara. Could you provide me with the contact information for that Sunshine Boy, the one who defeated Scarecrow? I have something of great importance to discuss with him. Please. Joaquin's heart sank at the mention of Gordon seeking him out. Surely, he is not coming to hold me accountable for my role in incapacitating Scarecrow, is he? After his daughter had moved out for half a month without a word, not even a phone call, she suddenly called in the middle of the night, asking him to assist another man. Sheriff Gordon, you truly are a remarkable father. It appears that the relationship between Gordon and his daughter remains quite strained. Joaquin quietly eavesdropped on their conversation, Despite their willingness to risk their lives for each other, why could they not be more candid with one another? Barbara, I apologize. But could you? A flicker of anger flashed in Barbara's eyes as she cast a glance at Joaquin, suddenly revealing a peculiar smile. Upon meeting Barbara's gaze, Joaquin was instantly engulfed by an ominous premonition. I understand, Dad. He is right here beside me. I'll hand the phone to him. You can speak directly to him. Thank you, Barbara. Wait. Hold on. Barbara, didn't you say you had just fallen asleep in your room? Barbara handed the phone to Joaquin, her face alight with a sense of relief, while the sound of shattering glass echoed from the receiver. Suddenly caught off guard, Joaquin instinctively took the phone from Barbara, only to be met with a furious roar. You little brat. What have you done to my precious daughter? Chapter 53. The Scarecrow's Fate and the Empty Syringe. Sheriff Gordon. I thought I already explained this to you. Barbara was merely joking. We were just outside enjoying the night breeze and chatting. What? Out in public? You young people are truly reckless. If anyone saw you, remember this. I want to meet with you personally. Seeing Barbara still stifling her laughter, Joaquin let out a resigned sigh. Please don't drag me into your quarrel. See, he is so stubborn and unreasonable, unwilling to listen. How wonderful it is to move out and not have to live with this eccentric old man. No, no, no. In terms of being unreasonable, you two are eerily alike. Joaquin thought to himself. Eventually, Gordon seemed to tire slightly, pausing to catch his breath as if gathering his thoughts, and Joaquin seized the opportunity to interject. Sheriff Gordon, didn't you have something urgent to discuss with me? Please, speak quickly. I need to get to bed soon. What? You still plan to sleep with Barbara? All right. Can we please get back on topic? If we don't discuss the matter at hand, I'll hang up. Noticing Joaquin's impatience, Gordon hesitated before his voice softened, revealing a calmer demeanor. Regarding the Scarecrow incident on the hotel's top floor, you were the one who subdued Jonathan Crane, correct? Joaquin's heart tightened. Indeed. Gordon had come to discuss the Scarecrow affair. There's no need to deny it. By process of elimination, the only ones who could have been on the top floor to confront the Scarecrow are you and Barbara. To be frank, you went too far. Joaquin remained silent, acutely aware that he had indeed broken the Scarecrow's arms. Gordon's tone, however, seemed more a lamentation than genuine accountability. Though I recognize that not everyone can embody Batman's precise measure of truthfulness, his fractured limbs could arguably fall within the realm of justifiable defense. Yet, the fact that he has driven the Scarecrow to the brink of insanity complicates matters significantly. If this is the case, our ability to interrogate him may be compromised. Upon hearing this, Joaquin's pupils constricted as he sensed a deviation in his reasoning. He vividly recalled the encounter with the Scarecrow, who succumbed to fear upon encountering the fear toxin. In that moment, Joaquin seized the opportunity to shatter the Scarecrow's arms, rendering him unconscious. The effects of the fear toxin were transient, and it was unfathomable that someone who had extensively studied fear would succumb to madness as a result. Wait a moment, Gordon. Are you suggesting the Scarecrow has lost his mind? When did this transpire? Could it be an act? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Gordon's voice took on a somber tone. Are you implying that you are not responsible? When we apprehended Jonathan Crane, he was already rambling incoherently, seemingly trapped in profound fear-induced delusions, a fact corroborated by the EEG readings from Gotham Hospital. Profound fear-induced delusions. An epiphany struck Joaquin as he grasped the potential lead. Commissioner Gordon, did you find a syringe containing green liquid in the vicinity of the Scarecrow? After a brief pause, as if perusing some documents, Gordon replied in a low, measured tone. The forensics team did report recovering a syringe from the scene, but the records indicate it contained no trace of the green liquid you mentioned. By the time we retrieved it, it was entirely empty. Joaquin furrowed his brow, recalling vividly how the Scarecrow had administered only a small fraction of the toxin before abruptly ceasing. Likewise, when Wushan had compelled him to release his grip, it appeared only a minimal amount had been injected. Therefore, it stood to reason that a considerable quantity of the toxin remained within the syringe. It became evident that the remaining toxin had been returned to its creator, the Scarecrow, presumably to silence him. The pressing question loomed. Who could be capable of such ruthlessness? Was it indeed the enigmatic woman named Wushan, or perhaps the shadowy figure she had referred to who orchestrated the Scarecrow's actions? As the situation grew increasingly convoluted, Joaquin hesitated for a moment before addressing Gordon earnestly. Commissioner, the Scarecrow's insanity is likely attributable to the substance in that syringe. You must expedite the analysis of its residual components and administer an antidote to restore his faculties, thereby unveiling the truth behind this enigma. Understood. I will promptly contact the laboratory to initiate the testing process. Have you any leads on the individual who administered the toxin to the Scarecrow, or any pertinent information? Suddenly, Joaquin felt a lightness in his hand as Barbara, her expression grave, retrieved her phone, and gently shook her head at him. I apologize, father. But it is rather late today. Joaquin has just returned from battle, injured and in need of rest. We shall discuss other matters at a later time. Wait, Barbara. So that scoundrel truly shared your bed? Before Gordon could finish his statement, it abruptly ceased as Barbara pressed the end call button and swiftly turned off her phone. I am sorry, Joaquin. However, I believe it is prudent not to disclose any information regarding Miss Wushan until we have a clearer understanding of the situation. After all, the personnel involved are quite diverse, and I fear that revealing this information could provoke unintended consequences. Joaquin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the enigma surrounding the mysterious Wushan was thickening. Moreover, the shadowy figure responsible for erasing surveillance traces and silencing the scarecrow, whether it be Wushan or not, clearly seeks to obliterate any evidence of her presence. In light of this, releasing Wushan's information would undoubtedly incite the ire of that unseen adversary. It appeared that Barbara had finished her coffee as she stretched her arms. Her graceful and alluring figure fully revealed to Joaquin's gaze. His eyes inadvertently drifted across Barbara's form, stirring a suppressed excitement within him, prompting an immediate effort to redirect his attention to the resplendent, full moon above. All right, what I just conveyed to father holds some merit. It is indeed late. We can deliberate these matters with Harley and the others tomorrow. You have worked hard today, so do rest early. Joaquin, what troubles you? Noticing Joaquin's unease, Barbara extended her delicate fingers toward his forehead, but he instinctively recoiled at her touch. I am fine. You should retire. I will gaze at the moon a while longer. The moonlight is truly exquisite tonight. Ah, no, that is not what I meant. Barbara squinted thoughtfully at Joaquin, then nodded in understanding. I see now. You ventured out because the effects of the scarecrow's toxin have yet to dissipate, preventing you from resting. This cannot be neglected, for the scarecrow has succumbed to madness due to this agent. If you remain in this state, the potential for lasting repercussions is troubling. Suddenly, Joaquin was enveloped by a fragrant breeze as Barbara stepped closer to him. Visions of previous surreal and enchanting illusions flooded his mind, and he instinctively attempted to retreat, only to find his hand grasped by Barbara. Wait, Barbara, please release me. This is too close. Do not fret, Joaquin. Did I not mention that I wish to assist you? It appears the scarecrow's toxin is persistent. Therefore, we must expedite its release. Release? Follow me, Joaquin. Let us engage in a vigorous endeavor and break a sweat together. Chapter 54. The sweaty training of Miss Barbara. Is it not a tad too sweltering in this training room? Perhaps we should turn on the air conditioning. In the training facility of the base, Joaquin felt an acute dryness in his throat, unsure whether it was due to the oppressive heat or the sight before him. Barbara, clad in a skin-tight Batgirl suit, gracefully preparing for her exercises. This training room was constructed during the base's renovations, and it appeared that Barbara frequently trained here alongside Dinah, Harley Quinn, and others. Of course, for the lazy Joaquin, he had never set foot in this space until now. The air conditioning is indeed on, but feeling hot is to be expected. I set the temperature to 40 degrees, did I not? You need to work up a good sweat to boost your metabolism. Joaquin suddenly understood Barbara's intention. To expel the toxins from his body swiftly, the most effective method was to engage in physical activity, thus reducing the concentration of toxins through perspiration. Thank you, Barbara, but I can manage on my own. Why must you join me? I just finished a cup of coffee, and since I cannot sleep anyway, this is a perfect opportunity for me to engage in practical training alongside you, especially since my injuries have nearly healed. Barbara laughed heartily, extending her hand and playfully beckoning with her onion-like fingers. Come on, do not worry about me. My previous fractures have long since healed thanks to nanomedical technology. I'm not concerned for you. Rather, I am worried for myself, Joaquin thought, with his mind still heightened by the effects of the toxins. The sight of Barbara in her snug attire made it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain control. He feared that he might inadvertently succumb to delusions, using his toxin-enhanced abilities to overpower Barbara. Should he commit something irreparable, and if Harley Quinn and Dinah were to witness it the next day, it would likely spell disaster for his daughter Jella. However, he soon realized that his apprehensions were unfounded. Bang! Joaquin felt the world spin, only to find himself tumbling to the ground with his rear facing the sky. Again, strangely enough, despite being thrown several meters away, Joaquin did not experience much pain, and he quickly rose to charge at Barbara once more. Whoosh! Even with his enhanced abilities, Joaquin found himself unable to touch Barbara. As he neared her, within a mere meter, she seized his arm and, in a blur, sent him flying again. Though I have spent much of the past 3 years in a wheelchair, my skills in martial arts, judo, and karate have not waned. Rest assured, Joaquin, you will find it impossible to lay a hand on me, regardless of your intentions. Seeing the mischievous smile that danced upon Barbara's lips, Joaquin realized that his concerns had long been perceived by this remarkably astute girl. However, with this revelation, Joaquin felt a sense of relief wash over him. This signified that he could fully engage in training with Barbara, and with a slight smile, he once again attempted to launch an assault. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Joaquin realized he had been thrown by Barbara at least 50 times. He distinctly perceived the differences between Barbara and Dinah as training partners. Unlike Dinah, who excelled in leg techniques and joint locks, Barbara appeared to favor leveraging her arms for grappling and throwing techniques, seemingly never having moved her feet throughout their encounter. More importantly for Joaquin was the discernible restraint Barbara demonstrated during their training. Despite being tossed numerous times, he had not sustained any serious injuries. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Joaquin's clothing was completely drenched, large beads of sweat cascading from his hair. He felt the efficacy of this metabolic-boosting exercise as the buzzing in his head had notably diminished. Nevertheless, he found himself entering a state of exhilaration, repeatedly challenging Barbara, igniting a flicker of competitive spirit within him. One more time, and then we shall take a break. Joaquin, you've perspired profusely, and it's time to rehydrate, Barbara remarked, maintaining her serene composure, her fair, smooth forehead devoid of even the slightest sheen of sweat. As if engaging with Joaquin posed no challenge at all. How underestimated I feel, Joaquin mused, contemplating that since this was to be his final attempt, perhaps he should employ a sly tactic. He charged boldly towards Barbara, yet as he neared her within 2 meters, he abruptly vanished from sight, leaving only shimmering droplets of sweat suspended in the air. Success is at hand, Joaquin thought, as he found himself hovering just above Barbara's shoulder, reaching out in hopes of at least grazing the area behind her shoulder. However, Barbara seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, evading him as he was about to make contact, swiftly seizing his hand and executing a shoulder throw. With a soft thud, the sound of Joaquin hitting the ground echoed, signaling the destruction of his surprise box, which hadn't even had the chance to activate. Trapped beneath Barbara, Joaquin looked up at her with a resigned expression, managing a wry smile as he said, I had already blinked into the air to avoid any sound upon landing. How did you detect me, even noticing the placement of my surprise box? Barbara playfully winked and smiled brightly. To be honest, it was quite simple, Joaquin. Each time you charged at me, your aim was directed towards my heart. However, just now, your gaze shifted to my feet and above my right shoulder for the first time. Perhaps you might consider donning a pair of sunglasses in future battles. Joaquin's face flushed with embarrassment as he found it difficult to divert his gaze from the areas accentuated by the tight-fitting attire. Yet, Barbara, your training is undeniably more practical than Diana's. To put it bluntly, that little imp merely takes pleasure in mercilessly besting me. Clearing his throat, Joaquin intentionally shifted the conversation, seeking an opportunity to turn the tables. Well, I cannot entirely dismiss Diana's training. It has indeed conferred some benefits. Your ability to remain unscathed is not solely due to my leniency. Your technique in landing has improved to a certain extent. Nevertheless, Barbara seemed to stifle a smile, likely envisioning the scenario of Joaquin being unilaterally pummeled by Diana, yet her grip on him remained unyielding. Joaquin, with a furrowed brow, mused that one could become adept at enduring punishment through experience. Do not worry, once your official combat instructor arrives, you shall commence training in practical martial arts, likely within the next few days. Suddenly, Joaquin felt the pressure holding him diminish slightly, which ignited a flicker of hope within him. Seizing the moment, he grasped Barbara's hand, pulling her forcefully and flipping her onto the ground. How about that, Barbara? A lapse in caution, perhaps? One must not underestimate. Barbara, what is the matter? Joaquin's brow furrowed as he noticed something was amiss with her. Her gaze had grown distant and wavering, flickering with a hint of fear. Chapter 55, Batgirl vs. Batgirl Mom. Please don't. Joaquin's heart raced as he realized the source of the issue. The high concentration of fear toxin within him was being exuded through his sweat, evaporating into vapor that Barbara inhaled. Clearly, both had underestimated the toxin's effect on an ordinary person, while it merely induced hallucinations in Joaquin. Its vapor was akin to the potency of Scarecrow's fear gas. Hold on, Barbara, I'll get help immediately. Joaquin released Barbara, attempting to rise, but in the next moment, he felt her long, firm legs entwining around his waist, her hands gripping his shoulders to prevent his escape. What on earth is happening? Barbara appeared to cling to him, her slightly parted lips murmuring something as she breathed in warm, heavy bursts. Don't leave me. Mom, please don't abandon me. Joaquin pushed against Barbara's shoulders with all his might, gritting his teeth to resist being enveloped by her embrace. This scenario was already sufficiently stimulating for him. Still reeling from the previous excitement, Any further physical contact would challenge his ability to maintain control. Yet, under the influence of the toxin, Barbara's strength seemed to exceed his expectations, and the distance between them began to close. Tick. Just then, a bead of sweat slipped from Joaquin's brow, landing delicately upon Barbara's slightly parted crimson lips. In the next moment, Barbara's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting the incredulous emotions mirrored in Joaquin's gaze. How could it be you? What do you intend to do to me? Joaquin momentarily assumed that Barbara had regained consciousness and hurriedly attempted to explain. Don't misunderstand. You accidentally inhaled the gas. I only wish to assist you. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. The expression on Barbara's face twisted in extreme terror. Let go of me, clown. You cannot destroy me. I will not allow you to use me to harm my loved ones. With a swift motion, Barbara forcefully kicked Joaquin away, making him feel as if his abdomen had been struck by a heavy hammer. Before he could recover from the pain in his stomach, he saw Barbara leap into the air, aiming a flying knee strike at him. Just as Joaquin prepared to evade, a cold voice echoed from an unknown source. Do not dodge. Otherwise, if she collides with the ground in this state, her knee will shatter. Joaquin recalled having heard somewhere that to harm someone requires ample motivation. But to save a person often only necessitates instinct, leaving no room for contemplation. He immediately crossed his arms before his chest to shield himself from Barbara's knee strike. Thud. Although he had adopted a defensive posture in time, he still could not withstand the force of Barbara's charge. The impact of her knee surged through his arms, crashing against his chest with enough force to nearly render him unconscious. Yet, Barbara had been correct. During his training sessions with Diana, Joaquin's body had instinctively learned how to absorb impact and minimize injury. Thus, despite the agonizing pain in his arms, it seemed he had escaped with no fractures. However, once Barbara landed, she appeared unwilling to relent. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she clenched her fists, swinging a punch toward Joaquin's face. Whoosh! Joaquin had braced himself to endure the blow, but just then, a rush of wind swept past him, and he caught a glimpse of a dark figure descending between him and Barbara. Clad in pointed ears and a pure black cape, Joaquin's first thought was, could it be Batman? But he quickly noted that compared to Batman, this figure was far too slender, even more diminutive than Barbara, resembling the underage Diana more closely. Sorry, Barbara, I never anticipated our reunion would occur in this manner. Upon hearing that ethereal voice, reminiscent of a clear mountain spring, Joaquin realized it belonged to a female, or rather, a girl. Another Batgirl? Joaquin stared in astonishment as this newly emerged Batgirl engaged in a fierce struggle with Barbara, who was enraged and bloodshot-eyed. Barbara launched her attacks with ferocity, yet the mysterious Batgirl moved with ghostly swiftness, deftly evading all of Barbara's strikes, making it appear as if Barbara were battling the very air itself, with every punch and kick landing futilely. The shadow abruptly vanished before Barbara, leading Joaquin to momentarily believe she possessed the same elusive ability as he did. However, upon closer inspection, he realized she had merely crouched and slipped through Barbara's legs with astonishing speed just as Barbara attempted to kick her. Rest well, Barbara, we shall reminisce later. The enigmatic Batgirl reappeared behind Barbara, and it was only then that Joaquin discerned her visage. Unlike Barbara and Batman, her mask was not designed to partially reveal her face. Instead, it concealed her entire countenance, save for a pair of piercing, sharp eyes. With remarkable swiftness, she extended her slender fingers to press against the side of Barbara's neck. And within moments, the obstruction of blood flow caused Barbara to lose consciousness, her body collapsing helplessly into Batgirl's arms. Faced with the formidable presence of this mysterious figure, Joaquin found himself at a loss for words, hesitant to approach her for fear that the toxins from his perspiration might provoke her wrath. However, after gently laying Barbara on the ground, Batgirl rose and began walking toward Joaquin. Wait, if you come closer now, it might. The mysterious Batgirl halted, raising her hand to grasp her mask and swiftly tearing it away. Do not worry. I have adjusted the air conditioning to circulate fresh air. Initially, seeing you two embrace made me anxious that I might be intruding, but it seems my arrival was fortuitous. Upon removing her mask, Joaquin first beheld her striking black shoulder-length hair, and to his astonishment, the true identity of this Batgirl was a girl of East Asian descent. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16, her delicate features still bearing a hint of youthfulness. Yet, there was a mature and composed aura about her that belied her youthful appearance, her porcelain-like face devoid of any expression, coupled with her bat-themed combat attire. Joaquin's mind raced to connect her with characters from his previous knowledge of comics. Allow me to introduce myself, Mr. Joaquin. My name is Cassandra, and I have been sent by Batman to join the Gotham Knights Development League and serve as your martial arts instructor. Chapter 56. Cassandra's keenness and clumsiness. Open your mouth. Joaquin. No, Barbara. I told you there was no need for this. I can manage the porridge myself. In the dining area adjacent to the training room, Joaquin struggled to lift a spoon with his heavily bandaged hands. Just as he exerted effort, the pain from the bruise inflicted by Barbara the previous night flared up, causing his hand to tremble inadvertently, and the spoon fell into the bowl. Witnessing this, Barbara, who sat beside him, felt a pang of guilt. Carefully retrieving the spoon and wiping it clean, she gently scooped a spoonful of porridge and offered it to Joaquin. Stop being stubborn, let me feed you. After all, it is my responsibility to have committed such a trivial error, one that inadvertently caused you harm. Upon witnessing Barbara's resolute gaze, it seemed that Joaquin's refusal to allow her to feed him would result in her holding her arm aloft indefinitely. Thus, Joaquin reluctantly opened his mouth, surrendering himself to Barbara's nurturing care. It is I who ought to apologize. Barbara, you have graciously assisted me in my training, yet I nearly caused you to lose consciousness. This is a clear indication of my mental laxity. Theoretically, even the fear toxin of the scarecrow should have been surmountable through sheer willpower 3 years ago. This incident serves as a poignant reminder that my psychological and mental state remains less than optimal. With a soft sigh, Barbara continued to tenderly feed Joaquin his porridge. At that moment, a cool, emotionally detached voice resonated from across the table. Do not fret. I shall assist Barbara in regaining her proficiency through meditation training. Seated before them was Cassandra, a girl clad in a loose-fitting black shirt, her expression inscrutable. This taciturn girl maintained her gaze fixed upon Joaquin's face, her clear eyes devoid of any emotion, rendering her enigmatic. According to Barbara's introduction, her full name was Cassandra King. A year ago, while Barbara was still serving as Oracle, Cassandra briefly took on the role of Batgirl. However, for reasons unknown, she departed Gotham to pursue her studies in a distant metropolis in the East, simultaneously engaging in independent crime-fighting endeavors. This information, coupled with Joaquin's understanding of Cassandra from past comic portrayals, largely aligned. Yet, beyond what Barbara had disclosed, Cassandra held a more significant identity that piqued Joaquin's interest. She was the daughter of 2 notorious assassins, David Kane and Lady Shiva. While Joaquin was not well acquainted with David Kane, he had certainly crossed paths with his assassin guild. His greater curiosity lay with Lady Shiva and whether she bore any connection to the woman he encountered a few days prior, named Wushan. Nevertheless, Cassandra's perpetually stoic demeanor and reticent nature made any attempt to bridge the gap between them feel daunting. He could hardly inquire directly about her mother, nor could he readily explain how he knew of Cassandra's lineage. The atmosphere in the restaurant grew increasingly awkward, as Joaquin accepted the gentle attentions of a mature and compassionate beauty while simultaneously feeling the piercing gaze of a taciturn girl upon him, leaving him somewhat ill at ease. In an effort to alleviate the tension, he resolved to initiate conversation. Miss Cassandra, I did not anticipate your culinary skills to be so exceptional. This preserved egg and lean pork congee truly reflects the level of a master chef. Joaquin attempted to flatter her, hoping to bridge the distance between them. He was keen to foster a positive relationship with this girl, designated by Batman as his martial arts instructor, as the notion of being bested by someone younger was becoming a source of psychological distress for him. After all, living independently necessitated the mastery of essential life skills. However, what piqued my curiosity was that Cassandra's eyes narrowed slightly, making Joaquin feel as though he had undergone a comprehensive scan. It is quite surprising that you have an affinity for century eggs. I had presumed that this delicacy was something only we Easterners would become accustomed to. Many Westerners cannot accept, and indeed most are unfamiliar with, such a dish. Joaquin noticed that Cassandra's remark was not expressed in English, but rather in a dialect he recognized from his homeland in a previous life. He glanced at his companion, Barbara, who looked perplexed at both him and Cassandra. Although Barbara was a brilliant hacker with an eidetic memory, it seemed she had not learned this particular dialect. At that moment, Joaquin observed that Cassandra had prepared for Barbara a conventional ham sandwich, while before him lay the exquisite congee with century eggs and lean meat, which she had personally cooked. Of course, it could simply be attributed to your unique palate. However, I find it peculiar for more reasons than one. Your English accent is rather strange. Although it sounds normal when you converse with Barbara, during our discussions, and particularly in the critical moments last night, it bore a distinct accent reminiscent of one I often hear from a certain Eastern country. Joaquin felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He had never disclosed to anyone, not even to his closest confidant Harley Quinn, that he had traversed into this body. He never imagined that the secret of harboring an Eastern soul within a Western exterior would be unveiled due to a bowl of congee. revealing even the location of his homeland. No, it should be said that Cassandra had likely sensed this from the moment they met. After all, in times of crisis and when encountering someone from his hometown, Joaquin instinctively spoke in his native tongue. Cassandra was merely using this breakfast to probe him. Yet, this also showcased the extraordinary acuity of her observation, which was quite unsettling. While this information was not of utmost importance to keep concealed, it was simply unnecessary to mention until now. As Joaquin pondered how to explain himself to Barbara, Cassandra interrupted him. My apologies, it seems I have spoken out of turn. I did not mean to pry into your secrets. This is your private matter. I merely thought that, as you are soon to be my apprentice, rather, my student, it would foster a closer connection. I assumed you might feel a sense of familiarity from this, but it appears I was mistaken. If you feel uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize, and I vow to keep your secrets safe. You need not worry. I do not intend to pry into your secrets. That is your personal matter. I merely wish to foster a closer relationship with you, my future disciple. No, rather, my student. I had assumed this would make you feel more at ease, but it appears I was mistaken. If my actions have caused you discomfort, I sincerely apologize, and I vow to keep your secrets safe. There is no need for concern. Joaquin looked at Cassandra in astonishment. The young girl maintained a tranquil demeanor, resembling a doll with no visible emotions. Yet, he could discern the sincerity in her clear brown eyes and a fleeting glimpse of regret. So, Cassandra had been fixated on him, contemplating how to establish rapport, and revealing her hidden secrets was merely a means to engage in conversation, an attempt to draw closer. Joaquin found himself both amused and perplexed. It seemed that this girl named Cassandra was not devoid of feelings. She was simply somewhat clumsy in her expression of them. Chapter 57. Two contrasting girls. What are you discussing? Cassandra seemed to be speaking in Cantonese. Joaquin, do you understand Cantonese? A curious glint sparkled behind Barbara's glasses. Well, I enjoy watching movies, and it appears Cassandra has picked up on that. So she was just playing with some Cantonese references, he replied. Oh, is that so? Barbara regarded Cassandra with a hint of skepticism. The latter hesitated for a moment, then exchanged a glance with Joaquin before gently nodding in affirmation. Never mind. It is good that your relationship is improving. Barbara appeared to abandon her inquiry, smiling brightly as she regarded Cassandra with a warm gaze. As she fed Joaquin, she leaned closer and whispered softly into his ear, do not be misled by Cassandra's seemingly aloof exterior. It is merely a remnant of her upbringing. If you spend enough time with her, you will discover that she is, in fact, a kind-hearted and lonely child. Cassandra overheard Barbara's words, or perhaps, with her keen observational skills, she could glean the content of the whispered conversation merely from the movement of Barbara's lips. The evidence lay in the fact that Cassandra's gaze finally shifted from Joaquin's face to her bowl, where she quietly stirred her porridge. Although she did not display any emotion, Joaquin sensed that this might indeed be a sign of her shyness. Instantly, he felt a surge of affection for Cassandra. In a certain light, she was quite endearing. At that moment, light footsteps echoed from the entrance of the dining hall. Barbara's expression suddenly changed, and with swift motion, she tossed the spoon in her hand into Joaquin's bowl, then distanced herself by about a meter, feigning nonchalance as she munched on her pickled meat sandwich. Cassandra raised an eyebrow at Barbara's peculiar behavior, and Joaquin began to decipher the subtle expressions of this girl. It seemed to convey curiosity. What does that smell? It's rather peculiar, Joaquin. Have you perhaps upset your stomach early in the morning? The languid voice of Diana drifted in from the doorway. Suddenly, Joaquin felt a noticeable drop in the temperature of the air around him. When he looked up, he saw Cassandra frozen mid-sip of her porridge, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Diana, however, seemed oblivious to the tension in the room, her attention immediately captured by Joaquin's arms, heavily bandaged. What on earth happened to you? When I brought you back, you were perfectly fine, she inquired, her eyes narrowing slightly as they landed on Barbara, who was deliberately keeping her distance from Joaquin. A fleeting expression of concern crossed Diana's face, swiftly transforming into one of schadenfreude. Ah, I see. Your hallucinatory toxins Haven tea fully dissipated, have they? Last night, you suddenly lost consciousness and unleashed your primal instincts on Barbara, resulting in your punishment, I presume. You deserve it. Joaquin and Barbara exchanged glances, both feeling a tinge of awkwardness. After all, half of what Diana had said was accurate. Yet the irony lay in the fact that it was Barbara who had lost consciousness, while Joaquin had been the one attacked. Suspecting a companion without evidence was undeniably irrational. Joaquin's response the previous night had been entirely appropriate, and I can attest to that. Please retract your statement, Cassandra's cold voice interjected. Diana, who had been mocking Joaquin, momentarily stiffened, turning to face Cassandra. The two girls locked eyes, and Joaquin could sense that the atmosphere had shifted unnaturally. Barbara appeared to pick up on this as well, hastily rising to diffuse the tension. Diana, allow me to introduce you. This is our new member of the Gotham Knights Development Alliance, Cassandra, codenamed Batgirl. Cassandra. This is, no need for introductions, Barbara. I've already reviewed her dossier, Diana interjected. This is Diana Sarah Quinn, the daughter of a renowned superhero family, who has inherited her mother's title as Black Canary. Not inherited, but passed down. Diana interjected with a hint of ire, yet Cassandra merely paused briefly before continuing. And she is also the instructor of Joaquin's combat training prior to my arrival. Since I am here now, I will be taking over his subsequent training. In any case, I appreciate your efforts. Although Cassandra's tone remained ethereal and detached, Joaquin could sense a palpable tension in the air, a feeling corroborated by the faint flush on Diana's cheeks. Ah, I see. You are the new instructor Batman sent to guide Joaquin in combat. I had assumed it would be some grand superhero. Yet it turns out to be merely a young girl. Miss, are you not also still a minor? Joaquin thought to himself, though he wisely decided against voicing his thoughts at that moment. Miss Diana appears to harbor some dissatisfaction regarding my role in training Jacqueline. If she has any objections, she may express them directly. It is of little consequence, as I sometimes ponder that Jacqueline, being our leader, requires enhancement in his combat abilities, which is crucial for the collective welfare of our organization. Although Batman serves as our benefactor and guarantor, his designation of an internal candidate as an outsider raises the question, does that imply I was selected due to my connection to Batman? That is not my intention. I hold Batman in high regard as a mentor. However, I merely question whether Jacqueline truly needs to make those decisions for himself. The two young women engaged in a verbal duel, each refusing to yield an inch. It was then that Jacqueline discerned their stark opposition, Diana with her golden wavy locks, and Cassandra with her short, tousled black hair. Diana was expressive and extroverted, while Cassandra maintained a cool, reserved demeanor. It is no wonder their initial encounter resembled an oil and water situation. Barbara, observing the quarrel between the two, appeared hesitant, caught in a dilemma as both parties were her friends. It was difficult to mediate, for both sides held equal value in her heart. Jacqueline sighed softly, cleared his throat, and rose to his feet. It was the first instance of discord within this small team, signaling it was time for him to exercise his leadership. Everyone, let us pause for a moment. We are all allies. There is no need for this, he began. Jacqueline, be silent and sit down. This does not concern you, came the retort. Very well. I suppose I am merely a decorative leader, Jacqueline mused, as both young women shot him reproachful glances, compelling him to take his seat once more. Internally, he cursed the title bestowed upon him by Black Mask, for it seemed his leadership had proven futile. Was not the topic of their dispute directly related to him? Gazing at the confrontational Diana and Cassandra, Jacqueline began to sense that this nascent organization might not remain tranquil for long. Chapter 58. Harley Quinn and her girlfriend's Cassandra. You could have informed me of your return beforehand. It is delightful to see you again, Harley. I had a few matters to attend to, which delayed my communication. Cassandra replied. As Jacqueline observed Harley Quinn and Cassandra embracing, he silently marveled at Harley's extensive network in Gotham. It appeared that every girl, regardless of alignment, regarded her as a close friend. However, it is a well-known truth that a friend's friend may not necessarily become a friend. Witnessing the intimate exchange between Harley and Cassandra, Diana turned her head away with a slight huff. Once Harley released Cassandra, she seemed to notice Diana's displeasure and approached Jacqueline, inquiring quietly about the situation. To clarify, the two girls are at odds over their desire to win Darling's favor, Jacqueline explained. It is a contest for the privilege of being my mentor. Upon hearing Harley's words, which could easily lead to misunderstandings, Jacqueline hastily interjected to provide clarity. Harley squinted slightly, her gaze sweeping over Diana and Cassandra, then stealing a glance at Barbara, who seemed intentionally keeping her distance from Joaquin, finally resting on the empty bowl before Joaquin. My dear, while I have never minded your charm with women, Harley Quinn settled into the space between Joaquin and Barbara, her voice soft and almost inaudible in Joaquin's ear. Yet he could not shake the chill it sent down his spine. However, if possible, I would appreciate it if you maintained a slight distance from my close friends. You are incredibly important to me, but so are they. I wouldn't want any misunderstandings to arise between you and my girlfriends. Do you understand, darling? You misunderstood. Joaquin replied. Diana and Cassandra are merely being childish. I am well aware of their childishness. That is not what I was referring to, Harley Quinn said, delicately lifting a spoon and tapping it against the empty bowl. Joaquin instinctively glanced over Harley's shoulder towards Barbara, who seemed to have been sneaking a look this way but quickly averted her gaze upon meeting Joaquin's eyes. Despite being surrounded by a plethora of beautiful women, Joaquin felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, with Harley Quinn sulking beside him, while Diana and Cassandra appeared to be engaged in a silent battle of glances. The tension was broken by the last little beauty residing in the base. "Daddy, Daddy, good morning." Bouncing in through the door was Joaquin's beloved daughter, Jella, who leaped into his arms. Although the injuries on Joaquin's arms ached, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as Jella rescued him from the awkward atmosphere. "Good morning, Mommy Harley, Sister Diana, Sister Barbara." Jella seemed unperturbed, her bright, curious eyes widening as she looked at Cassandra. Hello. I am Cassandra," Cassandra stammered, attempting to muster a smile in response to little Jella, though she appeared somewhat anxious. "Is Cassandra a mother or a sister?" "Ah, yes, she is a sister." "Wait, you just called Harley Mommy." "Sister Cassandra," Jella exclaimed, enthusiastically throwing herself at Cassandra, who hesitated, unsure whether to embrace her, glancing curiously between Harley Quinn and Joaquin. "Grr." Suddenly, a grumbling noise emanated from Jella's flat stomach, prompting Cassandra to express concern. "Are you hungry? I still have some porridge in the kitchen." "No, I'll just take Jella outside to bask in the sun." "Huh, the sun?" Barbara seemed to have anticipated this opportunity, swiftly taking Jella's little hand and leading her out of the dining room. Perhaps due to her poison ivy lineage, Jella never needed nor enjoyed eating. Water and photosynthesis sufficed for her sustenance. However, Cassandra was unaware of this fact, and upon noticing that Jella had not touched the porridge she had prepared, a hint of disappointment flickered across her features, while Diana wore a smirk of schadenfreude. "It seems that we are somewhat mismatched in taste with this new member. Perhaps there are other aspects in which we are not in sync." Upon hearing Dana's words, Cassandra turned her gaze towards Joaquin, her clear eyes fixed upon him. At the very least, it appeared that Joaquin had enjoyed his meal earlier. "It seems our mentor-mentee relationship is more harmonious in terms of palate." Cassandra emphasized the term mentor-mentee, causing Dana to pout and turn her head away in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn's intense gaze upon Joaquin made him feel rather uneasy. So, it turns out that Joaquin had indeed relished the food Barbara had fed him earlier. Sensing the atmosphere had shifted once more, Joaquin decided to stand up, ready to depart. He could not endure this chaotic scene for another moment. "I'm full. Everyone, take your time." "Wait a moment, Joaquin. Since you are already satisfied, we shall commence formal training shortly." "What?" Joaquin exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief as he raised his hands, still tightly bandaged, and looked at Cassandra with a pained gaze. "As you can see, my hands have only just been injured. Wouldn't it be wise for me to rest for a while?" "Do not fret, Joaquin. Your injuries will not impede your training. My regimen is not reckless or devoid of purpose." Hearing the undertone in Cassandra's voice, Dana crossed her arms, propped her leg up, and clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. "Nothing hones one's instincts better than real combat. This is what my parents taught me. But it must also be practical. Joaquin's current condition does not lend itself to such an approach. You cannot expect him to impart years of combat skills to a novice within mere days." Cassandra coldly interrupted Dana's statement and turned her attention back to Joaquin. "Moreover, Joaquin possesses unique abilities that would allow him to better harness his potential. That is the swiftest path to enhancing his prowess. Joaquin, as far as I know, your special abilities include weapon summoning and temporarily enhancing your physical capabilities. These, without a doubt, clash with Dana's fighting style as the Black Canary, which excels in unarmed combat and prolonged engagements." Joaquin's expression turned serious. He secretly concurred with Cassandra's assessment. While Dana indeed wished to instruct him in various martial arts, he lacked any foundational knowledge, making it exceedingly difficult to master them in such a short time. Furthermore, if he were to engage in unarmed combat, his knife skills would find no expression. Dana, being an astute girl, recognized Cassandra's point. Yet she still muttered under her breath in reluctant protest. But there's no way around it. If we want Joaquin to avoid lethal force, he must rely on unarmed techniques. Cassandra gently shook her head, her gaze piercing as she regarded Joaquin. Even in combat with sharp instruments, there are ways to resolve conflicts without taking lives. In this regard, I may well be the most experienced person in Gotham. And that is precisely why Batman chose me for this task. However, these methods require a considerable amount of time to impart. For now, I intend to bestow upon you a simpler and more direct ability to enhance your combat prowess. This is, indeed, the most invaluable skill I have learned from my mother. Jacqueline, I shall teach you how to anticipate your opponent's movements by interpreting their body language.